Starting a New Life for the Discarded All-Rounder Volume 3. Sir Audio Note: thank you all for the support. Thanks. Volume 3, CH 9.1. Chapter 9. Before a New Journey. Within the Grand Conference Hall of the Adventurers Guild headquarters in the Kingdom of Pedu, tens of people, sitting at a round table, were engaged in a fervent discussion. More than half of them looked to be advanced in age, but there were some who seemed to be in their 40s or 50s. They were the top brass of the Adventurers Guild, charged with its management and leadership. "What do you suggest we do, then?" An angry voice rattled the Grand Conference Hall. The conference, which started in the afternoon, did not proceed well, and it was almost evening already. The main topic was how to deal with the annihilation of the Hero Party. About 1 month before the conference, the newly appointed Hero Party Crack of Dawn was reported to be annihilated, so after an investigation, it rose as a topic in the conference. The report stated that, in an encounter with a large number of Gillums, more than half of Crack of Dawn's members had been killed, while the others were rendered out of commission. If this was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a problem. There were precedents of hero parties being destroyed soon after their appointment. Adventuring was a trade that could end or be put to an end any time after all. There was nothing unusual about a party being annihilated. This time, the circumstances were very different from the norm, especially concerning the servant beasts that the hero party possessed. A griffin and magic wolf twins. The griffin was Crack of Dawn's main offensive power and the principal reason why they had been chosen as hero party. Compared to the adventurers parties chosen in the past, the evaluation of Crack of Dawn itself was lower. Their command of a griffin, a high-rank magic beast, however, allowed them to attract attention easily, so the Adventurers Guild decided that they would be an effective tool for promotion and boosted their evaluation artificially, then granted them the title of Hero Party. That very Griffin and the Magic Wolf twins, however, removed their subjugation collars and fled from the party. It was not clear if they did so before or after the party was decimated, but that fact in of itself was a problem. The subjugation collar, used by the Adventurers Guild to tame magic beasts, was equipped with a fail-safe device. In case the magic beast one attempted to tame resisted the mental control magic contained in the collar would be rejected and impossible to equip. It was meant to show clearly when the taming process failed, so that the course of action could quickly switch to exterminating the magic beast in question. Additionally, the collar was also made so that the magic beast equipped with it could never take it off on their own, even if the tamer ordered them to do so. The only ones capable of removing it were the tamer and the caretakers registered by the tamer. If anyone else tried removing it, the collar would not unlock. Moreover, even if someone authorized tried to remove the collar, it was only possible within the range of the subjugation barrier, which had the same effects as the collar. This was meant to prevent the freed magic beast from going on a rampage or escaping. Lastly, another little-known failsafe was that, in case the tamer died or the collar was destroyed, the servant beast would die as well. It was a powerful mental manipulation spell that could also be called a curse. If the griffin had truly escaped and was now living freely, it meant that the subjugation collar was ineffective. It didn't matter whether the griffin had removed it on its own or the collar came off by accident. It was a serious issue for the Adventurers Guild, which had a monopoly on subjugation collar production and sales. The only way is to hide the fact that it ran away. We cannot let people doubt the collar's effects. The all-rounder took the beasts in and tamed them again, didn't he? There's no way to hide that. Another issue was the person who took the runaway magic beasts under his protection. After fleeing from Crack of Dawn, the Griffin and Magic Wolf twins were taken in by an all-rounder Crack of Dawn discarded from the party, who tamed them again. It was unthinkable for servant beasts to seek human protection again after being freed from subjugation. As far as the report went, that was the whole truth. There might be the possibility that the all-rounder boy tamed the magic beasts without using the collar. There were examples of weak magic beasts successfully tamed even without it. It was difficult to think that a griffin could have been tamed like that, but the possibility, however small, was there. There was no other possible conclusion. If that was true, however, it would mean that the Griffin and the Magic Wolf twins' true master was an all-rounder boy. Yet another grave issue. The Adventurers Guild allowed full-fledged members to become professional tamers if they could subjugate magic beasts. No apprentices or even inferior all-rounders have ever been recognized as tammers, as long as they didn't train under a professional mentor and recognized as full-fledged. All-rounders could never be nothing but all-rounders. This also included tammers, despite the fact that this profession did not have a master-disciple system. If the all-rounder boy was a phenomenal tamer who managed to subjugate even a griffin, the master-disciple system would be seen as pointless and chaos would ensue in the adventurers' society. Furthermore, if it became known that the whole reason why Crack of Dawn became a hero party was an all-rounder boy, the guild would become a laughingstock. It could even bring forth the collapse of the hero title and the adventurer rank system. How can we brush it under the rug? How can we make it so nothing actually happened? The top brass elites rubbed their temples, deeply concerned. He's just an all-rounder, isn't he? Just have him assassinated. Someone's lips finally leaked the words that everyone thought but no one dared to say. All-rounders, originally, were as valuable as roadside pebbles. If they were in the way, you could just kick them to a place where they wouldn't bother anyone. Can it be done? He might be an all-rounder, but he has a griffin protecting him. Have him targeted when he's alone, and if the collar works properly this time, the griffin would go down with him too. The atmosphere was heavy. No one continued talking, but a conclusion was finally reached. Assassins were dispatched to the all-rounders' home. In the capital of the Kingdom of Pedu, in a restaurant's room, the leading members of the Merchants Guild were having dinner after their regular meeting. Dozens of members were present, freely enjoying the luxurious food buffet, drinks, and conversation. Any serious topics were already taken care of in the meeting, so now they were mostly talking about recent personal events or any other light-hearted topics in general. Then you're sure that those magic potions come from the Coralda Trading Company? Yes, it looks like one of the alchemists from Coralda Trading Company developed a new recipe. That company again. This is going to be a headache. A few weeks prior, a new kind of magic potion started circulating in the kingdom. These potions were said to be 150% as effective as regular magic potions of the same type. Magic potions were only effective if prepared with set amounts of ingredients and set recipes, even if one added more medicinal herbs, said to be the most important ingredient. The resulting effect would not improve much. In the field of magic potions, making something 150% more effective than normal was simply absurd, something believed to be impossible. Some appraisers thought it was just a publicity stunt aimed at those who couldn't obtain the potions yet, but when they finally examined the potions, they almost didn't believe their own appraisal. It was all true. That's a menace, isn't it? Can't we force them to make the recipe public? It's an original recipe, so it won't be easy. All the more if the recipe is owned by the company. Basic recovery potion recipes were highly beneficial to society, so they were made public. It was allowed, however, to keep original recipes based on such basic recipes secret. It was an internationally accepted rule, so it would be very difficult to change. On the surface, at least. Just make up a reason and have them come out with it, I say. First of all, we should find out who created it. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that the Coralda Company registered an alchemist to the Creators Guild, going as far as almost violating their rules. Ooh, I see. The Merchants Guild leading members looked at each other, smiles plastered on their faces. No one said anything, but they were all clearly thinking of the same thing. If I can get my hands on that alchemist. Fantasizing about such a future, they started crafting plans to leave the competition in the dust. By the way, I heard that Adam and adventurers defeated a herd of silvergillums in a magic beast forest and sold a large amount of silver to the Coralda Company. It would be a shame if they were visited by thieves. Thieves are troublesome indeed. If something like that happened, his lordship couldn't keep quiet. Oh no, but those silvergillums were born from a mine newly discovered in the Adaman County, and since so many of them were born, they say that the mine dried up already. Since the Coralda Company bought most of that silver, it adds insult to injury. His lordship is furious. They say, is that so? If thieves truly visited the Coralda Company, his lordship might find some relief. At the same time, if any proof of Coralda's illegal acts came up, his lordship would gladly confiscate their finances as well. Why yes, if you put it that way, it sounds plausible. Then, if the alchemist in question finds himself without a place of employment, he would have to seek a new one. And so, bands of thieves visited the Corelder Trading Company? In a certain country, in a certain royal castle, in a certain throne room. So the Badu Kingdom officially stated that the Griffin belonged to the Hero Party. Yes, and it hasn't been made public yet, but the Hero Party died, right? And the Griffin went back into town with someone else? Makes no sense to me. In a room filled with golden decorations glowing in the setting sun, a young man, as gorgeous as the room he was in, was thoroughly enjoying the conversation. A rough-looking, warrior-like man was before him, kneeling with his head lowered. The subjugation collar is supposed to be equipped with an escape prevention device, right? To kill the beast. Yes. If a servant beast escaped and caused damages or casualties, the Adventurers Guild would have to take responsibility. The collar is equipped with an instant death magic spell to prevent escape, that is certain. They were talking about the Griffin which appeared in the Adaman County of the Kingdom of Badu. The Griffin had flown in the sky over Adaman, then flew off immediately. It happened about 1 month before, but, as it happened in a faraway location, the detailed report only just arrived. In that case, it can't be the Hero Party's Griffin. I guess the liar here is the Badu royalty. But they're so dumb that they didn't even find Discoverer spies even once. I can't imagine them being able to keep secrets. The Adventurers Guild people, then? In any case, we can't just accept that's what happened. Continue the investigation. Understood. You can go yourself if you want. It looks fun, doesn't it? I mean, a griffin. A real griffin. I want to go myself, to be honest. But I can't, right? That is out of the question. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. The warrior-like man did not move a muscle or an inch of his expression before the gorgeous young man. He looked just like he was made of rock. It would be cool if it was a griffin from the Citadel dungeon. If things stirred over there, then all sorts of fun stuff would happen. You like fun stuff, don't you? Yes. The man simply replied mechanically, in complete contrast to the gorgeous young man, who looked like he was positively enjoying himself. Oh, and the man who brought back the griffin, Ro, was it? Look him up too, and if he looks fun we'll bring him to our side. Make him fall in love maybe, so everyone is happy in the end. Take all the time you need, but that's the plan. If he's not fun, though, just get rid of him. Chop chop. Understood. I can't wait. Only the voice of the beautiful young man echoed in the extravagant room. Volume 3, CH 9.2 Kingdom of Badu, County of Adaman, a house immersed in sunset. Let's cook deer today. Ro rolled up his sleeves and started preparing dinner. Not for him, but for the servant beasts, though. Ro himself had already eaten in the Corelder Company cafeteria together with the other employees. Ro's servant beasts enjoyed eating cooked food, but it had to be seasoned much more blandly than human food or they would have difficulty eating. Human food was too flavorful for them. It was like an exotic delicacy they could only eat once in a while. It took twice the work to fix human food for the servant beasts, so Ro bought his meals from the employees' cafeteria. Thighs? It's better on the bone, right? Ro posed a question towards the other side of the sink and two merry bow wows came back in unison. Beyond the sink, there was an earthen floor and the servant beasts' beds, where the magic wolf twins were currently lying. They were looking at Ro, happily wagging their tails, their movements completely synchronized. He looked at them and smiled, then took out 2 deer thighs from a large food preservation magic tool and started cooking them. As soon as he returned from the Alden Forest, Ro bought a house. The disturbance he had been involved in was called the Alden Forest, Norfa Valley incident. A massive horde of silver gillims formed in the Norfa Valley, decimated the Hero Party crack of dawn, and spread to the Alden Forest. At the time, Ro was in the Alden Forest with the Adventurer Party nostalgia and ended up involved in the commotion. As a result, he became the official master of the servant beasts he had taken care of while in Crack of Dawn and also obtained a large quantity of Gillim-related materials. After becoming the servant beasts' new master in the forest, the next biggest problem was finding somewhere they could live. Ro had been assigned a rather large private quarters in the Corelder Trading Company, where he was employed, but living there with the servant beasts would have been difficult. The company's president, Corelder, offered to sell one of the houses he owned and the troubled Ro agreed. It was a small building with 2 floors built close to the Coralder Company building, formerly used as a stable. It had been built when the Coralder Company had just been established, but soon became too small to be useful and became a stockroom for unneeded items. Roe bought together with the small ground lot and field next to it, reformed it to be fit for the servant beasts to live in and started living there with them. The ground floor contained a kitchen and the servant beasts' living space. The second an alchemy workshop and Roe's living quarters. The kitchen was rather spacious, as it needed to house a large amount of ingredients for the servant beasts. It had a sink, a cutting board, a stove, each one of a rather large size. Because of this, they were assembled in an L shape rather than in a straight line as was common. The servant beast's sleeping space could be seen over the sink, on the earthen floor. Roe had to transfer to this house out of necessity, but he quite enjoyed looking at the servant beasts while cooking. The money spent to buy the house came from a part of the profits of the recovery potions Roe made, which Coralder had been saving for him. If Roe had received all the profits, there was a risk that Crack of Dawn's members would take it from him, so Coralder stored it for Roe. Part of the profits from Roe's recovery potions was sent to his hometown through the Coralder Company and the rest was saved. Roe didn't think it would amount to much, but it was actually much more than he expected, so he could buy the house with just a small discount from Coralder. Roe was cooking when the twin wolves, who were happily watching him, suddenly stood up. Their eyes were pointed towards the entrance, their ears perked straight up, their tails swinging quickly and widely. Again? Roe looked at them and sighed in an exasperated tone. The twins quickly moved towards the door, deftly disengaged the lock, clutched the knob in their jaws and waited. When the timing was just right, they opened the door all the way and jumped out. At the same time, a man's surprised and dumbfounded voice could be heard. There was surprise in its tone, but it was also half laughing, like it was exaggerated on purpose. "You're sure having fun," Roe whispered to himself and continued cooking, as if nothing had happened. After a brief silence, a faint light started glowing on the earthen floor. The earthen floor, stretched between the kitchen and the servant beast's sleeping space, went as far as the entrance, but it was now completely bathed in light. After a few seconds, a large hole appeared in the floor. Dear. What poked out of the hole was Grandpa Gree's face. "I need no bones nor vegetables. I'll let the twins have them all." Under the hole in the floor there was a set of stairs, which Grandpa Gree was leisurely climbing up. "I cut the meat cleanly from the bones. But you have to eat vegetables too. I am not some small bird." "Keep saying that and you're skipping dinner." Grandpa Gree looked at Roe with dissatisfaction, but Roe showed no signs of caring. Despite its claims of not needing vegetables, if Grandpa Gree's meal was composed solely of meat it wouldn't finish it. Roe couldn't understand why the griffin insisted on saying that it hated vegetables. To think that not even Grandpa Gree can win against Roe. Seeing you unable to talk back like this is quite, dare I say, cute. Behind Grandpa Gree, a bald head made its entrance. He was the Coralder Company president and Roe's current employer, Coralder himself. "Merchant, you dare mock me? Do you want me to pluck you?" "Oh, I fear I don't have much left to pluck anymore, though." "You do. On your sides and back. I'm going to pluck them all out." Grandpa Gree skillfully twisted its beak in a grin and Coralder smiled back as they continued bickering. It was quite a mystery as to how they were on good terms. Roe had introduced them after returning from the Alden Forest and, for some reason, they became friends immediately. Perhaps they had a good affinity. The elderly two sometimes completely abandoned Roe and talked in secret by themselves. At first, Coralder feared Grandpa Gree very much, but, as soon as they started talking, he began speaking normally to the griffin. Maybe it was a merchant's unique ability. Once negotiation was possible, fear and concern flew out the window. At present, only 6 people could hear Grandpa Gree's voice: Roe, Nostalgia's members, and Coralder. Grandpa Gree hypothesized that Nostalgia's members could because they were present when the contract with Roe was formed. But Coralder's existence negated this theory. Grandpa Gree's current theory was that people that Roe trusted wholeheartedly could hear its voice. No one could know for sure yet. But there was nothing else in common between Nostalgia and Coralder. "So Grandpa Gree, how are the underground rooms coming?" Roe asked a question to Grandpa Gree, who was still bantering with Coralder. He continued cooking all the while. He had cut the deer meat to size and prepared it to be cooked on the stove. I've already made up to 8 floors underground. 8 floors? Isn't that too much? What are you saying? This country's royal palace goes as far as 20 floors underground. How could we lose to them? You're comparing this house to the royal palace. Rose sent a troubled glance at Coralda, but Coralda simply nodded lightly in reply with a smile. Grandpa Gree's latest hobby was making underground rooms. Until now, the magic elements it was best at were wind, lightning and to a lesser extent light. After the contract, however, Rose magic supplemented the griffins, so now it had high affinity with fire, earth and other kinds of magic. Grandpa Gree was especially interested in earth magic, which it could never use before, and recently used it the most. It was probably fun to create something that lasted, which wind and lightning magic could not make possible. At first Grandpa Gree only made holes to be used as underground storage, but it started enjoying it and would not stop at that. Now it was digging deep underground and creating all sorts of spaces. Underground storage allows for great temperature control. It's truly convenient. Coralda whispered to himself. It was clear that the merchant was encouraging Grandpa Gree's excavation efforts. It fueled Grandpa Gree's excitement, and now not only Rose House but also the Coralda Company had underground storage rooms. Grandpa Gree and Coralda were underground together until now to discuss just that. Being able to make use of a high-rank magic beast like that was a testimony to the powers of Coralda's silver tongue. Or rather, Grandpa Gree was too easily affected by humans for a magic beast. Grandpa Gree, however, was not completely gullible. It apparently received proper compensation for its work. Ro did not know exactly what it was, but he had seen Grandpa Gree and Coralda negotiate several times. In this town, no underground facilities go beyond 5 floors. We can expand as far as we wish. The domination of the town's underground is before us. My, now that is interesting. It's not, is it? Coralda agreed with Grandpa Gree, so Ro hurriedly stopped them. If Grandpa Gree got serious, it was definitely possible, but Ro didn't know how serious Coralda was. He was smiling, as always. You're joking, right? Mr. Coralda? Ro ended up asking for confirmation. He thought Coralda was joking, but there was some seriousness in his tone. Well, it's time for me to go. I wouldn't like to bother you at dinner time. Coralda did not reply to Ro's question, glanced towards Grandpa Gree, and left. These two are the same in that they like plotting stuff. Ro looked at the man and the griffin flashing the same pesky grin and realized this. Grandpa Gree's plots were easy to stop, but if Coralda became involved there wouldn't be any more. There was no point in thinking about it, so Ro gave up and just sighed lightly. I'll take my leave, then. Tomorrow I'd like to that experiment, so could I borrow Mr. Chuck? No problem, I'll make sure Chuck is free. I'll be there to watch too, so, until tomorrow then. Yes. Coralda gestured a small farewell and left, without showing that he knew what Ro was thinking about. Ro then turned towards Grandpa Gree. Aren't you filling the hole? A hole with descending stairs occupied the earthen floor, as before. Grandpa Gree usually closed as soon as it surfaced. There were no fixed entrances or exits for the space Grandpa Gree built underground. Every time it opened a hole wherever it liked and used it to go in or out. The upper side of the underground space was made with solid rock, so other people would find it difficult to discover the space. Without Grandpa Gree's magic power and control, it would be almost impossible to open a hole to the underground space. In other words, entering the underground space required knowing its location and having magic power on par with Grandpa Gree. The griffin was both the key and the guardian. Well, wait a moment. Ro looked puzzled, then heard quick steps from outside. Seconds later, the door swung open. Ro. I need wait here. The large human silhouette that barged into the room fell directly into the still opened hole, its momentum intact. Tomorrow, double danger detection training. After the silhouette completely disappeared into the darkness of the hole, Grandpa Gree's slightly colder voice could be heard. Volume 3. CH 9.3 HNN. Nostalgia's leader, Dietrich, opened his eyes in the darkness. Differently from how he usually woke up in the inn's bed, he felt strangely good. For a moment, he wondered if he was back in his hometown, But there was no way that happened. The pungent smell of herbs tickling his nostrils, the soft feeling of a blanket. Dietrich realized where he really was, and the pleasant sensation suddenly changed into irritation. Finally awake, sleepyhead? You're always sleeping, aren't you? The voice further boosted Dietrich's irritation. He looked around, but there was only a small light in the room, making it almost pitch black, so he couldn't even see his hands. What are you thinking? Despite the frustration and his half-asleep state, Dietrich managed to squeeze out these words. What am I thinking? Whatever do you mean? You made me fall into a trap hole. It was indeed Dietrich who fell in the hole Grandpa reopened in Rose's house that evening. After playing tag with the wolf twins outside, he ran inside to ask Rose for some water and fell inside the hole in front of the door. He didn't expect it, so he fell flat inside, lost consciousness and slept until late at night. Playing tag was one of Dietrich and the twin wolves' favorite pastimes. He erased his presence as he approached Rose's house. If the twins noticed, they would jump on him in front of the door and chase him until he was out of breath. It could be called play hunting. Dietrich enjoyed it very much too. He trained very hard to erase his presence and used various reactions when the twins jumped on him, so they wouldn't get bored. However, Grandpa seemed disappointed. Trap hole? That was not a trap. You just fell because you were careless. I taught you to always be wary of your surroundings, have I not? Okay, but who would expect a hole like that inside a house? It was there, wasn't it? Why do you complain? Shouldn't you realize how dangerous it can be to take things for granted and regret your actions, instead? Realize your foolish immaturity before blaming others. If that was a dungeon trap, you would be dead, you know? I would rather expect to be thanked for protecting you with magic as you fell and preparing soft stuffing on the bottom for you to fall on. Dungeons were locations where magic essence gathered, forming so-called masses of magic power, and magic beasts prowled. The term was initially used for large buildings where magic power accumulated, consequently attracting magic beasts, but it gained a wider meaning as time passed. Magic beast forests were also dungeons, in a broad sense of the word, but in this region they were called magic beast forests since antiquity, so few people referred to them as dungeons. Some magic beasts dwelling in dungeons used to set traps. They were not simple traps as spiders or carnivorous plants created, but complicated contraptions that exceeded human intellect, with which some magic beasts protected their territory. A classic example was the trap hole, so Grandpa used them as an example. Dietrich, aware that he was still immature, couldn't say anything in return. He rubbed his face on the thing that acted as his pillow, to hide his irritation. Enough. My fur will get dirty, Grandpa shrieked in protest. Dietrich was sleeping in the griffin's bed, or rather, half on it and half on Grandpa itself. His lower half was on the clean bed, while the upper half was leaning on Grandpa stomach. Covered by warm and soft fur, with the right amount of elasticity, Grandpa stomach was the ideal cushion. Fwee! Do not talk while sinking your head in my fur. The vibration feels disgusting. As shown by Dietrich's lack of surprise, it was not his first time sleeping in Grandpa bed. Rather, it was his usual spot when staying over in Rose's house. Not because they were particularly friends or anything. It was just a compromise they reached. Dietrich first tried sleeping with the twins, but Grandpa strongly opposed it, saying that the twins would become dirty. Then Dietrich tried sleeping with Rose, but that was not allowed either. Sleeping on the floor or outside was not allowed, by Rose this time, so the compromise was for Dietrich to sleep in Grandpa bed. At first they both hated it, but Dietrich lost to the pleasant sensation of Grandpa fur, Grandpa lost to the warmth of the human body, and now they accepted it without complaints. Afterwards, Rose realized that the best solution would have been for him or the twins to let Dietrich have their bed, and for whoever wanted to sleep with Grandpa but Dietrich or Grandpa did not realize yet. Is the enemy here yet? Dietrich lifted his head from Grandpa fur and whispered quietly. The question also served the purpose to change the topic from his immaturity and irritation, but his eyes were serious. They came while you were here snoring, sleepyhead. Where did today's come from? From a country up north, it seems. It's not clear yet. That playboy is really reliable, unlike you. Where does he get all that information? Who knows? There's an informant or two, I guess. Dietrich did not come to stay over at Ro's house so many times without reason. He pretended to like staying there, to visit Ro and the twins, but his true objective was to get rid of anyone who approached Ro with ill intentions. Well, I have no intention of inquiring further about the playboy's real identity. He said he was a scout and swordsman. From the way he acts, his real profession must be another, but there is no point in delving further. A spy, a secret agent, a foreign infiltrator, something like that, but I do not care. You're inquiring enough already, Dietrich scoffed. After the events in the forest, Coralda's company started being targeted by people that attempted to infiltrate and secure Ro. Information about such attempts was gathered in advance by Christoph, Nostalgia's scout and swordsman, so Dietrich barged in and stayed over at Ro's on the specified day, protecting him of their own accord. Unlike the playboy, you aren't useful at all, so you don't have to come, do you? You're just disrupting our peaceful lifestyle. Ro was protected by the servant beasts, the Coralda Company by the town's best security. Most attempts of breaking into the Coralda Company were foiled by security, the culprits apprehended and punished. The servant beasts had little chance to intervene. It sounded like Dietrich would never get a chance to shine, but he still stayed over at Ro's to protect him. In the forest events he couldn't really show his worth and ended up being saved by Ro, so he was simply being stubborn. As for Ro, he did not notice that he was being targeted, he didn't imagine it in the slightest. After the Alden Forest events the servant beasts were the center of attention, so he avoided going out whenever possible, but he thought that the focus was on the servant beasts and Nostalgia, not himself. As usual, he was positive that he was not the kind of person to attract attention. Because of this, even if he heard there were intruders, he simply thought they were trying to break into the Coralda Company. He also thought of Dietrich as a friend that often visited to get free dinner and stay over, not bad but a little annoying. Say whatever you want. Dietrich then buried his face in Grandpa Grease's fur again. The brat is invested in you for the moment, so I will not confront you, but try not to get cocky. For us, you are just in the way. If I ever deem you noxious for the brat, I will get rid of you. Grandpa Grease's cold words made Dietrich sink his face even deeper, without moving. Do not expect compassion from me. Even if we sleep together like this, I do not have the slightest interest in you. I only train you because I hope it will have a positive effect on the brat and the twins. You are an expendable tool, nothing more. I am a magic beast. A creature that kills even parents or siblings if they are deemed unnecessary. Grandpa Grease's heavy tone blended into the darkness of the night. Dietrich slowly raised his head and looked in the direction Grandpa Grease's face was supposed to be. Dietrich couldn't see it in the darkness, but Grandpa Grease's eyes functioned well in the darkness, so it should be able to see him. Hey, did Rose say anything about crack of dawn? No, nothing. Grandpa Grease expected Dietrich to foolishly retort again, so it felt puzzled as it replied to the sudden change of topic. Yeah, I thought as much. He still hasn't come to terms with what he feels. He's too kind. If they didn't kick me out, I might have been able to save them. Is what he thinks, I bet. It was just a hypothesis, but Dietrich was confident. In the last month, Ro had not mentioned crack of dawn even once, to the point of it being unnatural. Every time the topic came up, he tried to change it, to let the conversation die quickly. He did so after rejoining with Grandpa Grease in the forest and after they returned into town. At first, Dietrich thought that the cruelty crack of dawn subjected Ro to in the past made him hate them so much that he didn't want to even talk about them, but after observing him for a while, he realized that wasn't the case. Ro thought that if he was there, he might have prevented crack of dawn's horrible end and regretted it. Dietrich had seen people in similar situations many times before. He too had been tormented by such thoughts in the past. That was the reason why he could tell, as far as Dietrich knew, Ro was very stubborn and obstinate. He disliked people pitying him so much that he pretended to have overcome it all and acted as if nothing happened. It was the same when he was kicked out of the hero party. He acted like he was completely fine, but was horribly hurt inside. So Dietrich's kind words made him cry immediately. He's desperately trying to hide from you and us that he's worrying about this. Talking about crack of dawn might let us realize it, so he's avoiding the topic as much as he can. Do you understand? Gramp Ugly did not answer Dietrich and continued looking straight at him in the darkness. You're trying to protect Ro in your own way, I get that, but think of how he'll feel later before you act. Dietrich then looked away from the direction Gramp Ugly's face was supposed to be and stood up. I'll go take a look outside. He then opened the door from which moonlight faintly filtered in and went outside. Dietrich's footsteps grew farther and farther, and the quiet of the night returned. Did he disrupt my heart on purpose, to prepare for when we will be enemies? He thought I found out everything and faced me head-on? Or is he really stupid? Oh. Well, Gramp Ugly whispered faintly, then its beak twisted into a small grin. Outside, under the moonlight, Dietrich walked through the premises of the Coralder Company, far from Ro's house. The house Ro bought was inside the perimeter of the Coralder Company, so Ro did not build any walls or fences. It was possible to enter and leave freely. After walking far enough from Ro's house, Dietrich sat down next to a building. He then sighed deeply, his head in his hands. Man, what the hell am I doing? Telling a magic beast to consider a human's feelings. Am I stupid or what? He regretted going off on Gramp Ugly. It was a magic beast because it didn't think about what humans felt, after all. Humans and magic beasts might look like they thought about similar things, but they functioned on two completely different bases. Dietrich thought he understood that, but feelings, as he would have towards another human, welled inside him and he ended up speaking his mind. Maybe a cause was also the fact that he couldn't see Gramp Ugly's face in the darkness. He also felt embarrassed speaking so bluntly to someone much more powerful when he was just a weakling in comparison. But all he could do was squirm. That griffin is way too human-like. I end up thinking that it could understand how we think. He thought that a reason was that they could communicate, but that wasn't everything. Gramp Ugly had too much knowledge about humans and their customs. It knew humans so well that it was strange to think that it actually was a magic beast. That was the reason why he thought the griffin would be able to understand human feelings. I hope we don't become enemies. The problem is what orders come from the country. They might not have to become hostile, but the fact that they were on good terms with Ro might be used to get him on their side. In that case, Gramp Ugly would classify them as trying to rob Ro of his freedom and treat them as enemies. Dietrich then raised his head and looked at the moon shining in the sky. Volume 3. CH 9.4. The next day, after breakfast, Ro and the others received a visit. It was Nostalgia's other members. Dietrich had stayed over and even had breakfast in the Coralder Company cafeteria, so the whole party was now gathered. They visited Ro's house once every few days and borrowed the training grounds normally used by Coralder's security guards, where Gramp Ugly would train them. Obviously enough, such a proposal had come from the group's magic supremacist and spellcaster, Bernhardt. He wholeheartedly admired Gramp Ugly's magic and prostrated himself on the ground to beg for the griffin's teachings, so Gramp Ugly accepted immediately. It accepted, but all the troublesome parts of training, securing a place, preparing the schedule, etc. all fell on Ro's lap. When Bernhardt pleaded to receive Gramp Ugly's teachings, he even said that he was prepared not only to leave the party, but even forfeit his own country. Because of that, in order to prevent him from going too far and to keep an eye on him, Nostalgia's members all pleaded Gramp Ugly to instruct them. I'll personally instruct the gloomy one in magic. Sleepyhead, Playboy, you spar with the twins. The noisy woman can start with instructing the brat. Nostalgia's members had already grown used to being called derogatory nicknames such as Sleepyhead and Noisy Woman, so they obeyed its orders without a word. They had many things they wanted to protest, but there was no point in doing so, seeing how Gramp Ugly called Ro nothing but brat. They understood that it did not have the slightest intention of calling humans by their names. The training, naturally, was not given for free. The payment was to let the twins build experience in fighting against humans and train Ro. The twins had high fighting prowess, but little experience fighting human opponents. Based on physical abilities alone, they could easily stand up to a human battalion, but there was still the possibility that they would face a strong human opponent they couldn't neutralize with physical abilities alone in the future. Because of this, Grandpa Gree wanted them to learn how to battle against humans. As for Ro, even if he had the servant beasts on his side, Grandpa Gree wanted him to be able to defend himself on his own. The Griffin, however, was ill-suited to teach the small and frail Ro how to fight. It could explain orally, but with a magic beast body, it was impossible to do any actual training. It would take too much time. Cornelia was similar to Ro in stature and had studied self-defense techniques that did not require muscular strength, so she could train Ro properly thanks to her experience. Alongside such basics, Cornelia could also teach him how to reinforce his body with magic while fighting. The starting point for everything was Bernhardt's plea, but the result was desirable for Grandpa Gree too. Okay, let's do it over there then. Yes. Ro moved to the training grounds open spot Cornelia pointed to. Ro had already visited the grounds several times in the past month, so he showed no signs of nervousness. To receive proper battle training after he had been discarded from crack of dawn and did not know whether he could become an adventurer anymore might sound cruel, but Ro had no complaints. He participated in each training session with enthusiasm, maybe because he felt he had improved thanks to Cornelia's training. The Coralda Company training grounds was a stone building equipped with a roof. It couldn't be considered impressive, but it was spacious enough for dozens of people to train at the same time. The time after breakfast was when all employees started their daily activities, with the security guards, who normally used the training grounds, following them, so only Ro's group was present. No one other than them could hear Grandpa Gree's voice, so nothing would happen even if they were seen, but some might find it strange to see a griffin act as if it was an instructor. It was widely known that Grandpa Gree was Ro's servant beast, but the fact that it had an intellect high enough to be capable of conversation was a secret known only to a few. Because of that, they always picked time slots when the grounds were deserted for their training. Today we'll start from a knife mock battle, okay? Attack me as if you mean to knock me out. What Ro practiced with Cornelia were techniques to avoid attacks, critical hits to use when caught and fighting with a knife. Cornelia also taught him her specialty, physical boosting magic. Fighting with knives could also be applied when facing magic beasts, so they spent the longest time on it. Yes. As soon as he replied, Ro lowered his stance and took out his knife. It was slightly larger than a regular one, which was also used to dissect magic beasts. The blade was jagged, to make it easier to dissect. Another major characteristic was the single line drawn on the blade. It felt different than iron to the touch, almost wet. It shone just like the rest of the weapon, but it was almost transparent as if it was in another material. It was mithril. A regular iron blade was imbued with 2 needles worth of mithril. By using magic on the mithril part, the knife could turn into a magic weapon. Ro had requested it of a blacksmith he knew well, and the knife had been completed 1 week prior. Let us start, please. Attack me as you like, okay? I'll teach you while dodging. Yes. Ro kept a low stance and started swinging the knife towards the unarmed Cornelia. He used a normal knife, and not a training weapon, because Cornelia said that it was also training to become able to point a blade towards other human beings. People unused to fighting did not know the resolve necessary to point a blade towards other humans and would end up hesitating. Such feelings would create openings that might prove fatal. In order to get rid of such risks, Cornelia thought it was necessary to use real knives even during training. That was good, but your eyes give your aim away. Be careful. That knife's pretty good. Huh? Cornelia whispered while dodging Ro's slashes at the last second, on purpose. Hey, can't you introduce us to him after all? Oh, your footwork is getting loose. Cornelia then lightly kicked Ro's legs, since he had stepped in too far. Ro was about to say something in reply, but Cornelia's chop was approaching, as if preventing him from doing so. Ro focused on avoiding it and couldn't talk. Cornelia's questions and attacks while Ro tried to answer them were part of training too. Parallel thinking, simultaneous response. To think about multiple things at the same time during battle and execute them, that was the goal. Introducing him is okay. But Ro tried his best to reply, but he could only manage it with short spurts of breath. He was the type that, when focused, would lose sight of his surroundings. He wasn't skilled at doing more than one thing at the same time. Talking while fighting, especially, was very much outside his strengths. Is that blacksmith so weird? Why yes. Even so, I want to know him. The sword I'm using now is just something I bought as a fill-in, so I'm not really happy with it, and the battle against the Gillums made me understand that we need a blunt weapon too. Yes, that knife is proof enough of the blacksmith's skills. He's the same person who taught you about adjusting armor, right? Ah, that was no good. You have to target the inner part of the wrist. If you can slice the opponent's tendons, they won't be able to hold a weapon and will also lose a lot of blood, so if the attack lands you'll be at a big advantage. Yes, we've got finances to spare right now, so I would really like a new weapon. Yes, that's all you're saying now. Think well and talk. Understood. Ro attacks with his knife, Cornelia dodges and talks to him. Such an exchange continued for more than 10 minutes. When Cornelia half-forced Ro to promise to introduce the blacksmith to them, Ro was out of breath and barely managed to speak. After the mock battle with Cornelia, though she was unarmed, only dodged and occasionally lightly chopped him. Ro sat down on the ground, wheezing. Cornelia, who was supposed to have moved a lot too, was not out of breath at all and did not seem to have broken a sweat either. Even if they were both adventurers, there was a large difference in physical strength between the all-rounder Ro and the higher-rank adventurer Cornelia. Ro had enough physical strength to move around freely in difficult environments such as magic beast forests. He was definitely tougher than the average person. Though it was a mock battle, he had moved while using his powers of concentration to the max for dozens of minutes, which was proof enough. Ro himself believed to be extremely weak. But the real reason was that the high-rank adventurers he knew were all monsters with incredible physical strength. Good morning, everyone. I see you're working very hard. Suddenly, someone called the group. They turned around and saw Coralda standing at the entrance of the training grounds. Merchant, do not get in the way of our training. We are at a crucial part. Grandpa Gree, who probably noticed Coralda's approach before he called them, replied to him. Its tone was rough, but there was no ill will in it. It almost sounded like it was joking. Only Ro, the Magic Wolf twins, and Coralda apartment at reading others noticed it. Good morning. Morning. Dietrich, Cornelia and Christoph answered at the same time, followed by Ro, still sitting on the ground, panting. Bernhardt just bowed his head lightly and the twins waved their paws. No one reacted to Grandpa Gree's words, but this was because another man was standing behind Coralda. Grandpa Gree's voice was a secret in the Coralda company. Only very few individuals, whom Coralda trusted as if they were family, knew about it. However, even such people were made to promise not to speak of it to anyone else through contract magic. Because of this, when other people were present, those who could hear Grandpa Gree pretended not to. Grandpa Gree was aware of it, so it did not react with anger even if everyone ignored what it said. According to Grandpa Gree, those bound by the contract would eventually have conversations even if they didn't actually speak, but just think the words, so it was possible to talk from long distances. At present, Ro did not have the slightest feeling he could, though. Ro, I'm truly sorry to bother you, but urgent work came up, so could we push up our schedule? Yes. No problem. Ro took a deep breath and stood up. We're still training, brat. Grandpa Gree, very unhappy, came closer to Ro, but when Ro lightly rubbed its neck, its expression softened up and came even closer, as if pleading for more rubbing. I'll continue after I'm back. Sorry. After the training, I want a brushing session. Then I'll allow you. Sure. Ro whispered so that no one else would hear, rubbed the griffin's head one more time and headed towards Coralda. Then Ro, Coralda and the other man went to Ro's house. Since there was no sitting room, they sat in the kitchen space. Ro quickly prepared and served them tea. My, what a nice aroma. What is it? Rose hip tea. It is pretty sour, so please drink it with honey. My. Coralda excitedly took the cup in his hands. Ro had chosen the tea with the best aroma and taste among the ones he recently made, as Coralda enjoyed trying new things. Whenever he had time, Ro enjoyed making herb tea with all sorts of plants. As he gathered large quantities of plants for his magic potions, he made herbal tea when he needed a change of pace. Another reason was that Ro himself often drank herbal tea. The citrus tea he made even started being sold within the Coralda company. Could you tell me why I have been called here? Drinking the herbal tea, the man who came with Coralda asked an awkward question. He was the leader of Corridor's coachman, Chuck. He had accompanied Rose's group up to the entrance of the Alden Forest and knew nostalgia from before that too. He usually talked in an informal, slightly rough tone, but if his employer was present he would speak more formally. Of course. Actually, there is medicine we would like you to try. Corridor took a sip of his tea and replied, with his ever-present smile on his lips. A medicine, sir? Hearing the word medicine, Chuck looked at Rose. Since they had to go to Rose's house, it had to be a magic potion. The employees of Corridor's trading company already knew that Rose was a first-rate alchemist capable of concocting all sorts of potions. Corridor had sold him part of his land at very low prices and gave him special treatment. After all, he had to be first-rate. While the Adventurers Guild did not recognize him, he was also known as a first-rate tamer who subjugated a griffin and magic wolves. Someone like that. And the president called me to Rose's house to try a magic potion without anyone seeing. It has to be something suspicious. Chuck started feeling uneasy and clenched his fist under the table out of nervousness. Corridor generally treasured his employees, but he was still a merchant. He would probably take risks if it meant making a profit. What kind of medicine is it? Chuck restrained his growing concerns and acted unfazed, trying not to let them notice. Rose? Yes. Rose lightly nodded to Corridor, then climbed to the first floor. When he came back, he had a glass bottle in hand. It was a transparent bottle, a bit bigger than Rose's hand, with a bright purple liquid inside. This is a super recovery potion. Chuck thought that his ears had failed him. A spare recovery potion. Right? Chuck had to confirm. He had to have mistaken spare for super. He knew, however, that what Rose was holding was a potion the likes of which he had never seen before. No, super, Rose casually replied with a smile, and Chuck stared wide-eyed at him, like he was looking at a monster. Recovery magic potions were very useful to society, so their basic recipes were made public. They had different ranks based on their effectiveness. Generally speaking, low-grade potions could heal skin cuts and light burns, medium-grade potions could heal deeper cuts, bone fractures and also diseases overnight. High-grade recovery potions could heal severed limbs, if the severed part was still there, nerve damage and even organ damage, so they could fully heal even grave illness. There was one higher rank of recovery potions, the so-called super-grade magic recovery potions. This category, however, included a wide variety of recovery potions with incredibly powerful effects. For example, some healed lost body parts, others healed any kind of sickness, then there were even some called divine-grade potions who could heal any kind of damage, but they were said to be lost, along with their recipes. Legendary potions worth their divine moniker. This is a super-grade recovery potion specialized for healing old wounds. What is this guy saying? Is he an idiot? Chuck mentally reacted violently to Rose's words. Once closed, a wound would remain for life, no matter how inconvenient it was. Magic recovery potions had to be drunk before the body's normal healing abilities kicked in. If not, the potion would mistake the body's partially healed state as the normal state, so there would be no effect. That was the limit of magic recovery potions, a wall that seemed easy but was actually almost impossible to overcome. If an already healed body part presented problems, in order to heal it you needed to cut it with a knife, create a new wound and then use a recovery potion on it. Such a method existed, but you couldn't call it healing old wounds. Moreover, it involved causing a wound larger than the original one, so depending on the body part it could be lethal. Healing old wounds is only possible for super. Wait. Chuck realized that he had fallen into confusion. What Rose said was perfectly right. A super-grade magic recovery potion specialized in healing old wounds could be able to heal old wounds that closed in an imperfect state. Chuck's common sense, however, could not accept that such a thing existed so easily. Nor that he could ever lay eyes on one, or that a brat not even in his 20s had one with him. That apostrophe s. Super. Old wounds. Chuck tried reasoning, despite his confusion. Rose and Corridor waited patiently until he calmed down. Maybe not Rose, but Corridor understood very well how he felt. He had tasted the same confusion when one day, Rose suddenly told him, I made a super-grade recovery potion. Is there anyone that could experiment with it? Rose's question was as casual as asking someone if they wanted some stew because they had cooked too much of it. That was why Coralda looked warmly at Chuck's confused state. Since Ro returned from the Alden Forest, it was one surprise after another for Coralda. And all them defied common sense. Coralda looked at the confused Chuck and sighed. After a while, Chuck finally regained his composure. It had taken 6 more cups of rosehip tea, so he felt a little sick after drinking so much. You will really fix my leg with that? Chuck looked inquiringly at Ro. Maybe there was still some doubt in him. Because of a wound he received a long time ago, his leg didn't move well. Because of that he retired from his escorting job and became a coachman. I asked Mr. Coralda to appraise it, so it will definitely heal. Just, here's the catch, finally. So Chuck seemed to think when he immediately picked up on Ro's words. There had to be a downside somewhere. I can't predict what may happen during the healing process. In order to confirm it, I wanted you to try drinking it, Mr. Chuck. What may happen? There's the possibility that you might feel extreme pain or experience high fever, for example. Of course, once it fully heals that should end too. Mr. Coralda's appraisal found no mention of side effects, so I think you can trust us on this. That's it. Chuck sighed with relief. No matter what happened during the recovery potions process, if ultimately the wound healed, then he could take anything. Thanks to his experience as an adventurer and escort, his resilience was tried and tested. What do you say? Will you try it? Chuck quickly replied yes. Ro then continued, as casually as before. Here you go, then, eh? But I need to mentally prepare for drinking a recovery potion. But isn't it very precious? I got a little carried away when I made it, so I have at least 10 more. 10? You apostrophe re. You're kidding, right? You could buy a small town with 10. Right? Now you must be the one joking. It's just medicine. If the recipe exists, it's not hard to make either. If it causes any pain I want to improve it, so please drink it quickly. Please, drink. Chuck opposed Ro's insistence of making him drink the potion quickly, but to no avail. Ro was treating him just like a child that loathed drinking bitter medicine. He looked at Coralda to save him from Ro's persistence, but the merchant was sipping on his herbal tea, a look of surrender on his face. Ro didn't mean to be stubborn, but his sense of value was simply completely different than Chuck's. Ro saw it as any other recovery potion, that anyone could make as long as they had the right ingredients. The only reason why he made super-grade magic recovery potions specialized in healing old wounds was only because he had enough ingredients to do so. The most important ingredient was holy water, the others were easy to acquire. For the current Ro, holy water was as easily available as warm water, so there was no reason not to try making the potion. After he made the potion, however, as per usual he tended to have a poor opinion of anything he made himself. No matter how much other people would say it was valuable, for Ro it was something he made himself, so it wasn't anything special. It was a horrible habit, but it seeped into his sense of self, so it would be very difficult to fix. I see, if you start feeling in pain or get a fever, you might fall and get hurt, that would be a problem. I'm sorry, but could you drink it in front of that straw bed? Chuck thus had to stand up and walk to the pile of straw. It was Grandpa Grea's bed, but he had no way of knowing. Please drink it, then. Yes. How many luxury villas can you build with this? So thought Chuck as he took one proud swig of the bottle's contents. Chuck drank it all and exhaled. He waited for a few seconds, while Ro and Coralda watched over him, but nothing happened. Nothing. As he was about to say that nothing changed. It did. Ouch. Pain jolted through his wounded leg, so he fell to his knees. It felt like his leg was being ripped from the ankle. All the muscles in his leg cramped to the point that he couldn't stand it anymore and collapsed onto the straw. Ro hurriedly supported his body, but Chuck was in so much pain that he didn't notice it. Sweat burst from all pores. He felt like not only his heart, but his whole body was beating violently. He clenched his teeth so hard that they might even break, scattering the straw everywhere. Are you okay, Chuck? Are you all right? Not only Ro, but Coralda was at his side too, trying to hold his violently shaking body. Then, as quickly and suddenly as it struck, the pain disappeared. What? It was so sudden that it took Chuck by surprise. He had returned to a completely normal state, as if the violent pain until moments ago was nothing but a dream. The only sign that it wasn't was the sweat that still covered his body, but nothing else. "Are you okay?" "Yes. I am okay." Chuck moved his body slowly, making sure nothing was wrong. The uncomfortable feeling in his leg had disappeared too. "Can you try standing up?" Chuck followed Ro's instructions and stood up. His leg moved without any trouble. No stiffness, no dullness, no uneasiness in leaning on it. After standing up, Chuck tried hopping in place. Before, he would lose his balance and stumble, but nothing of the sort happened. Oh, it's healed. Chuck has healed. Coralda cheered. Chuck continued jumping, as tears streamed down his cheeks. His tears scattered everywhere as he did, but he couldn't care less. He tried jumping and shuffling, even mimicking a sword fight, but there was no problem at all. He could move just like he did in the past. That alone filled him with joy. "Looks like it really healed well. But that pain seemed really extreme. I wonder if I can improve the medicine so that it doesn't hurt." "Thank you. Thank you very much. You're amazing. You're a genius." Ro was already thinking about what to do next, but Chuck took his hands and shook them, thanking him among the tears. Chuck was so moved that he opened his arms wide and was about to embrace Ro, when he felt an extremely powerful pressure from behind. Gramp Ugly. Chuck turned around. "What are you lot doing on my bed?" Chuck couldn't hear what it said, but the sudden appearance of the high-rank magic beast surprised him so much that he lost his consciousness and collapsed on the straw bed, again. Volume 3, ch 9.5 and go. "Why am I to be scolded?" The griffin's mood was foul. It scratched and clawed at the ground, scattering straw here and there, while mumbling and grumbling to itself. A sort of wooden board was hanging from its neck, and something was written on it. "I suddenly surprised a person and made them lose consciousness. I regret what I did. I'm sorry." It was already late at night. Chuck's surprise and coincidence happened in the morning, but the board had been hanging from Gramp Ugly's neck since then. Ro had put it on the griffin, of course. He had Gramp Ugly wear the board and walk outside, where people would see, to make it regret its actions. Ro planned to have the griffin wear it one full day, until around noon of the following day. It was punishment for surprising Chuck, of course. Many times Ro had told the griffin not to surprise people and to act carefully, and also about what punishment would await if it did. Gramp Ugly was allowed to circulate freely in part of the Coralda Company estate, the area surrounding Ro's house. The area housed workshops where the Coralda Company employees worked, so it was heavily guarded to protect the company's secrets. It was not surrounded by tall walls like the ones that circled the company's premises, but the entry of unrelated personnel was strictly limited. Because of this, Gramp Ugly could walk around freely within it. The employees too had gotten used to the bizarre sight of a high-rank magic beast prancing around in the premises, as long as there was enough distance between them. It was a welcome change for Gramp Ugly, as it could move around in almost complete freedom. This time, however, this new habit brought about unpleasant results. Gramp Ugly had been forced to walk in front of people while carrying such a plaque of shame, after all, so they might have even laughed at it. "Grandpa, be quiet," the twins whispered at the same time, annoyed. Their straw bed was right next to Gramp Ugly's. They slept using each other as a pillow. They looked at Gramp Ugly, their eyes semi-open, but their gaze was cold. "If you have complaints, you should have said so before." Gramp Ugly started expressing his anger like this after dinner, when Ro went upstairs to make magic potions. Ro had warned the griffin many times and it feared to go without dinner if it talked back again, so it started grumbling only when Ro was out of sight. The twins couldn't help but sigh at how petty Gramp Ugly was. "But listen, twins. Do you not think that the brat was unfair? He threatens me, using my right to eat meals as a weapon. NMGH. He knows I will not harm him, so he grew arrogant. To think he would humiliate me so. What does he think I am?" Gramp Ugly clawed again the floor in indignation and frustration, sending straw flying all around. The "I regret what I did" board around his neck shook. The twins looked at it and sighed again, as the griffin didn't show the slightest sign of regret. "What you are? A servant beast," the twins mumbled. Gramp Ugly looked at them. It was still furious, but did not fail to notice their lonely expressions. "Are you still thinking about that?" The Griffin's expression instantly turned into that of a parent. It wasn't a pitiful complaining face anymore. It showed concern as well as kindness. The twins did not reply, nor did they even raise their heads, but Grandpa Grey looked directly at them. "The brat said it clearly, didn't he? You are not unnecessary by any means, he just lacks the confidence. You are young, just like the brat. Just give him some time, that shouldn't be a problem." Okay. The Magic Wolf twins hadn't bound a contract with Ro yet. The reason was that Ro lacked confidence, so he wanted them to wait a bit. He had told the twins as such, and they had accepted it. But since Grandpa Grey had bound the contract, they couldn't accept the situation wholeheartedly. Every time the Tropic turned to servant beasts, they always looked at Grandpa Grey with some jealousy. The twins were completely ready to form the contract. Ro just needed to choose names to call them with and them to accept such names as their own. He wouldn't form the contract yet, however, which for them was more painful than being served food but not being allowed to eat it. "He doesn't hate us, right?" "There is absolutely no way the brat hates you. He's worried because he likes you too much, instead. This is a very important process." "Really?" "Naturally." The twins looked at Grandpa Grey nodding with conviction and felt a little relieved, so they raised their heads. "It isn't strange for him to lose confidence, is it? Look at the horrible name he gave me. Grandpa Grey. I would cry if he went all confident and gave you two a name with that kind of sense." Grandpa Grey took Ro's lack of confidence as meaning that he didn't have confidence in choosing names. "Yep, that's horrible." "It truly is. He has no talent at choosing names. Losing confidence and worrying is better for him." "But it fits you well, Grandpa." The twins' innocent comment left Grandpa Grey at a loss for words. "It actually does right," Grandpa Grey whispered, hoping for confirmation. The twins beamed a perfect smile in response. "It does." If they said it so clearly, with bright smiles on their faces, Grandpa Grey couldn't say anything in return. "It's be quite open." The Griffin looked away, tried saying something 2 or 3 times, but its beak just opened and closed with nothing coming out. It then held its head with its claws, letting out a heavy sigh. For a moment, the Griffin wondered if the twins were making fun of it, but then concluded that they were simply stating their honest opinion. "Anyway, just wait until the brat gets enough confidence to give you names. But worry not, if he continues fretting and fussing I'll personally give him suggestions. And then you shall receive fantastic names." "Ooh!" Grandpa Grey puffed its chest and the board dangling from its neck swung left and right. It talked as if it was convinced that Ro simply lacked confidence in his naming skills, but of course that was not the case. What Ro lacked confidence in was becoming the twins' master and bearing responsibility for them his whole life. Ro had stated this clearly when they talked. Only Grandpa Grey had the wrong idea. That might be of little importance, though, since Grandpa's a bit off the mark, right? Oh well. The Magic Wolf twins did not seem to mind. They were happy that Grandpa Grey noticed their troubles and worried about them. It was enough to make them feel better. Suddenly, Grandpa Grey raised its head and looked all around. "Twins, we have an unexpected guest. Our intruder today is skilled enough to hide their presence and killing intent. The Baldy's security might not be able to spot them. For a change of pace, do you want to go yourselves?" Grandpa Grey felt that someone had penetrated the Coralda Company premises. Its detection ability was very high, so it could encompass the whole estate of the company even if it didn't concentrate. It was also very precise, so it could spot humans even if they hid their presence. Information about most intruders was usually anticipated by the playboy, Kristoff, but naturally he wasn't infallible. There were many such unexpected visitors too. The target was not always Ro. The Coralda Company was often a target of thieves and bandits, trying to steal its riches or information. The servant beasts didn't get involved with intruders that lacked killing intent, but things were different with assassins. They happily joined in welcoming such intruders, especially if they were skilled in their craft. Grandpa Grey could only move freely in the area around Ro's house, but it was different for the Magic Wolf twins. Their innate friendliness made them easily accepted, so they could go freely in most locations of the Coralda Company. One reason was possibly that they looked just like big dogs. They were thought to be normal magic wolves, which were often used as servant beasts, so the Adventurers Guild did not forbid them to go in town either. Because of this, if the intruders did not come close to Rose's house, the twins went to meet them. Yes, they howled loudly and sprinted away. There was no need to even ask where the intruder was. Unlike Grandpa Gree, they couldn't notice without concentrating, but if they knew there was an intruder they could find them immediately. Especially if they were close, they could find them with their noses even if the intruders used magic to conceal their presence. For the twins, beating back intruders was nothing but entertainment. They caught them without killing them, just like play hunting. The intruders are gradually increasing over time. To think that there would be so many fools plotting the same things. I suppose a countermeasure is needed soon. So whispered Grandpa Gree, with no one to hear. The next morning, the sky was a bright, clear blue, oblivious to the invasion the night before. You caught a thief last night, right? Well done. Ro patted the twins' heads, which they enjoyed with their eyes closed and tails wagging. He had heard about the twins' exploits at dawn from the night shift employees, when he was eating breakfast in the cafeteria. The intruders managed to break in the company without the security finding out, but the twins easily found them and caught them. Their speed and power had been praised, so Ro was as proud as if he had been praised himself. Of course, the intruders being thieves was a lie. Coraldo and Grandpa Gree discussed and agreed to hide the intruders' true identities from Ro. Even if he knew, he would just worry about it and could not do anything in particular. The Coraldo Company and the servant beasts protected him completely, so there was no need to say anything. Also, they concluded, intruders with killing intent, like the ones the twins caught the night before, were assassins, but Ro was told that they were thieves. Incidentally, all intruders who broke into the Coraldo Company premises were caught if it was deemed possible, but if it wasn't they were killed on the spot. Rather than holding back and risking to let them flee, it was better to kill them. When they were caught, if they had obtained information that the company did not want to be leaked, they were killed and either handed to the guards or disposed of, as if nothing had happened. In this country, the lives of criminals were treated awfully lightly. If their crimes could be proven, no one would be blamed for anything if they were killed. Since the twins easily caught the assassins this time, now they were being interrogated, using any methods and means. Naturally, Ro did not know any of this, nor did he have any idea about it. It was common sense for him too, however, that criminals were treated like that, so even if he knew, he would probably not feel pity. There's still time before Cornelia comes. Why don't we do a little experiment? Come on, help me. The twins nodded vigorously to Ro. For them, helping Ro was as important as protecting him. They would never refuse. Wagging their tails happily, they listened carefully to his instructions and started working. Then, after a while, "Hey, good morning." Morning. Ro was working in the field when he heard voices calling to him, so he turned towards them. Good morning. They were Nostalgia's members, except Bernhardt. Ro had plans to accompany one of them, Cornelia, to the blacksmith he knew. Maybe because they would go to the blacksmith to have him make weapons. Dietrich and Christoph were equipped with weapons and armor. Cornelia was only equipped with a sword because her armor was a full-body one, which would make it difficult to walk around town. Ro had made plans only with Cornelia the day before, but Dietrich and Christoph heard about it and wanted to join in. Bernhardt was absent because he definitely wasn't interested at all in weapons and armor. He was very honest with his desires and was never moved at all by something that did not interest him. He wasn't cold or standoffish, but simply did not find it necessary. Are you two coming too? Well, we want new weapons too, Dietrich replied with a strangely bright smile. They knew each other for only a month or so, but Ro already knew well that when Dietrich was like that there was no way to change his mind. Let me warn you first, but the probability that you will get new weapons is small, and probably no, definitely, you will have an unpleasant experience. He's really strange, so. I got it, you've told us many times already. We'll give up in that case. Craftsmen like that are all a little weird, right? Right. They say that all creators are a bit out there. Dietrich and Cornelia talked while looking straight in Ro's eyes. For some reason, Christoph did not say a word and kept looking at Ro's hands. Dietrich and Christoph too had asked Roe many times to introduce the blacksmith to them, but he never gave them a positive reply and changed the topic every time, so they were on the verge of giving up when they heard that Cornelia managed to make him promise. They knew that many craftsmen were very peculiar characters and that some acted unpleasantly on purpose to test their clients. Especially weapon and armor craftsmen, whose creations were closely tied with human lives, tended to be difficult to deal with. Some of the craftsmen they knew had treated them poorly many times at first, to test them. Many others also tried to test their strength before agreeing to craft anything. Thus they said they were ready for anything, but even after they said so Roe still looked concerned. If anything happens, please stop them, Cornelia. You can use your fists too. Hearing these words, Cornelia understood. What Roe was worried the most about was how the quick-tempered Dietrich would react. Understood, I will definitely stop them. Or should we tie up the boss from the start? Please do. Hey. Cornelia meant it as a joke, but Roe's reply was serious. He seemed really worried that Dietrich would do something dumb. I mean, hey. Roe was about to say something, but Christoph, who had continued to silently look at Roe's hands, finally spoke. What's that? His tone was heavy. Ever since Roe greeted them and Christoph saw that, he was conflicted whether to ask about it or not. That? Yes, that. Christoph pointed at that in Roe's hands. He wanted to ask about it as soon as he saw it, but he felt that the answer would give him another headache, so he couldn't bring himself to do so right away. He couldn't pretend he hadn't seen anything, however. Even if he let it go this time, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. This? It's substitute grass. It's an ingredient for sudden death evasion magic potions. What Roe was holding was a potted plant. When Nostalgia's 3 arrived, he was giving water to it. Inside it, small sprouts were visibly growing healthily. I found it in the undead dungeon. It's really interesting, you know? This plant can let you avoid sudden death magic. It contains nutrients that reinforce spiritual bodies. The undead dungeon was a cave dungeon located on a mountain not far from Amidon, where Roe and the others lived. As the name said, it was populated by undead creatures. The undead could not be killed by conventional attacks and their weakness, fire, could not be used inside a cave. Because of this, exploring such dungeons would be a nightmare for regular adventurers. But Crack of Dawn, Roe's former party, was different. Thanks to Crack of Dawn member Bon, former Holy Woman candidate and healing magic expert, and most of all Roe's virtually endless supply of recovery magic potions, they were natural-born enemies for the undead. Contrary to humans, undead creatures were weak to recovery magic and potions. This made the undead dungeon a plentiful hunting spot for Crack of Dawn, as most other parties dared enter it. Their achievements there were one of the major reasons why they were granted the Hero Party title. One time I was almost hit by sudden death magic and saw that at my feet, only this plant didn't dry up, so I was curious and picked up some to study it. I picked up some seeds too, so I wanted to try growing it, but it didn't seem to grow in normal places. But this time I finally succeeded. Roe explained happily, but Christoph's expression was still clouded. No. I don't mean the plant. Well, of course a plant immune to sudden death magic is very interesting, but I mean why is it growing so quickly? Christoph decided to address the issue directly. Indeed, the sprouts inside the pot were growing quickly, at abnormal speed. When Christoph first saw them they had just sprouted tiny leaves, but during the conversation they managed to grow to about 20 centimeters in size, spreading leaves here and there. Dietrich and Cornelia finally realized what Christoph meant and raised their voices in surprise. It looked like it couldn't grow in normal soil and environment, so I added a little holy water and... Okay. Got it. Don't say anything else. I don't want to know. As Roe was about to explain the main reason behind such an unnatural growth spurt, Christoph shouted to interrupt him. This damn guy. Sprinkling holy water just because a plant doesn't grow. As expected, as soon as Christoph understood, his headache flared up again. Sprinkling holy water on plants was just like scattering money from a roof, and also meant openly defying the church. If such a rumor ever leaked outside, another commotion would start. Roe, however, had no idea why Christoph stopped him from talking like that. It went well, though. I tried it on other plants and confirmed that they stop growing once they reach their limits. The citrus grass too grew to the usual size, as well as the sunlight grass. Well, I was surprised when the orange tree suddenly grew as tall as the house, but I said I don't want to know. Kristoff thought that Ro would surely experiment by pouring holy water on all sorts of things, but he had no desire of knowing anything more. Oh, you mean that it's a waste? That's okay too actually. This holy water was made by the handy holy water magic tool I developed with Mr. Coralder. We made it by guessing how the purification barrier magic tool works. It's much less effective than regular holy water, but it's effective enough to raise plants or concoct magic potions. I got it. I got it all, really. It's my fault for asking. I don't want to know. Please stop. Kristoff heard even more words he wished he hadn't, so he felt like crying. Hearing that Coralder was involved made him even more desperate, because Kristoff thought that Coralder would be the most effective stopgap for Ro's ideas. If only punching him was enough to stop him, just like the boss. Kristoff cursed his own powerlessness. Volume 3, ch. 9.6. At the same time, Grandpa Gray looked at its surroundings. Its expression was very pleased. The griffin was in the underground space under Ro's house, the space Grandpa Gray built to pass the time. And with this, the underground lake is complete too. Let us test whether it is possible to use earth magic to connect the underground magic currents here. What Grandpa Gray was looking at was a large body of water, indeed large enough to be called an underground lake. The space it was in was also very large, resembling a massive cave. The ceiling was so high and wide Grandpa Gray could fly freely without obstruction. Both the lake and the cave were artificial, a creation of Grandpa Gray's earth magic. The ceiling, walls, and floor were reinforced with the soil removed to create the space, compressed and hardened into rock. The lake's water was gathered from underground rivers, so it would not increase or decrease. Should I raise some fish here too? I should go look for some worth eating. This was the 8th floor of the underground space Grandpa Gray created. It was already far beyond the scope of an underground room. What shall I create next? I have to finish making corridors, but it's not stimulating after all. Maybe a river of lava in the 9th floor? Grandpa Gray flashed a nasty grin and focused on the next project. The eye suddenly surprised a person and made them lose consciousness. I regret what I did. I'm sorry. Board still hung from his neck. The reason why Grandpa Gray went down underground was to avoid being seen by anyone. Another reason was to continue building the underground space, but more than that, it was able to escape people seeing the shameful board and laughing. It heard that the noisy woman, Cornelia, would visit in the morning and would loathe for her to see it, so it fled underground right after breakfast. The board could not be taken off until afternoon. The griffin begrudgingly accepted the promise with Ro, but did not want to be laughed at. Maybe I could enlarge the stockroom above. The barrels of holy water are increasing after all. That brat and his experiments, there's more and more every day. The underground space had been initially built to store the mithril brought back from the Alden Forest and the holy water. After that, all the products of Ro's experiments that couldn't be kept outside were stored underground. He also started conducting some experiments in the 1st floor underground. Only Ro, the servant beasts, Nostalgia, Coralder and a select few of his subordinates knew of the existence of the underground space. Among them only Ro, the servant beasts and Coralder ever entered it. Coralder knew up to the deepest position, the 5th floor. Ro only knew up to the last storeroom floor, the 3rd. Up to that floor, the size was still within common sense. The others probably thought it was the size of a normal underground storeroom. The total size already exceeded the Coralder Company's whole estate, extending as far as under nearby cities. The sale of land only involved the surface, however, so there were no legal ramifications to worry about. The right to own underground land did not exist. The reason was that the government and lords kept the laws ambiguous so that they would not have annoyances to deal with when building underground waterways or other facilities. After all, the few people capable of building large-scale underground facilities were all employed in government institutions. And even in that case it would involve the cooperation of several spellcasters. No one imagined that someone could create something so large by themselves, as Grandpa Gray did. The knowledge that building anything underground would not incur in any legal problems came from Coralder for whatever reason, The merchant had openly encouraged Grandpa Gree's building activities. "All right, time to work." Unbeknownst to the town's citizens, the underground labyrinth built half for fun continued expanding. Kristoff needed some time before he could regain his composure, but Ro and Nostalgia's 3 managed to arrive in town at more or less the scheduled time. The Magic Wolf twins also came with them. Nostalgia members were enough for security, but the twins stuck to Ro's side and wouldn't give up. Both Ro and the twins were excited to go to town for the first time in a while. For the occasion, the twins sported collars around their necks. They looked like subjugation collars even in the eyes of experts, but in reality they were something different. They were collars extremely similar to subjugation collars, but actually aren't. Grandpa Gree hated the Adventurers Guild subjugation collars, but it requested Coralda to make these, in exchange for building underground storerooms for the company. Subjugation collars continuously cast mental manipulation magic, in order to keep magic beasts under control. They didn't work on Grandpa Gree and the twins from the start, so they never experienced their effects, but the Griffin still disliked having to wear the symbol of subjugation. Not wearing them around Ro's house, however, would create all sorts of troubles. In that case, they just needed to wear something similar in looks. Grandpa Gree then requested Coralda to make collars that would be suitable for them. Ro had no idea how much they cost, nor did Grandpa Gree care about it, but each of them was worth about 100 gold coins. It was enough to build a moderately large villa in that town. 3 of them together were worth more than Ro's house, located in the first-rate lot in the Coralda Company estate. Grandpa Gree built the underground storerooms as payment, so there were no problems, but if Ro had to pay he would have refused outright, and Grandpa Gree would have been scolded to boot. The reason why the collars were so expensive was that they were not simply very similar looking to subjugation collars, but that Grandpa Gree specified very valuable materials to make them and also requested for them to be equipped with magic tool-like functions. Grandpa Gree had the new collars equipped with functions that assisted the casting of magic spells. The price also included the craftsman's work commission, as they were not actually illegal, but dangerously close to being so. "Here? Really?" The question came from Cornelia. Nostalgia's 3 were looking at the entrance of a workshop that seemed in shambles. It looked like it would collapse at any moment and was surrounded by rusted artifacts of unknown use. The area was a special one within the town's industrial district. The workshops of creators who presented most problems in terms of noise and risks of fire were gathered here. The area was close to the city walls and was also surrounded by another set of walls with soundproof and fireproof qualities. It was structured as not to let any accident affect neighboring districts. "If we go a bit further it's the slums, right? He sure lives in a dangerous place." Kristoff looked around. Being a scout, he had memorized the city's geography. "Apparently, if you don't belong to a guild this is the only place they let you have. The blacksmith is pretty tough and often visits the slums orphanage, so he's fine with it." "Oh yeah, you did say that he doesn't belong to a guild." Not belonging to a guild meant that it was hard to be trusted, something especially important in the industrial district. Without joining a guild, it was impossible to buy good plots of land. Having found a place available was rare in itself. "He might be tough, but he's still a blacksmith, right? Isn't it dangerous?" "Well, I think he's stronger than an average adventurer, though. I've seen him throw out adventurers and knights out of the workshop a lot of times." "Knights?" Nostalgia's 3 reacted at the same time. Unlike adventurers, knights were not to be opposed. Throwing them out of a shop would be enough to be branded a criminal. "Is that okay?" "I don't really know how, but it looks like it is. The knights didn't come because of some trouble, they barged in the workshop because they wanted their swords fixed, apparently." "Knights going to a blacksmith outside the guild to get their weapons tempered? Isn't that weird?" In a country where guilds were generally regarded to be above all, it was difficult to think that those working for the government would request work from such a person. Ro cocked his head in response to Cornelia's questions. "I think it's because he's really good, but I don't really know, honestly. I heard that a member of the brass is a fan of his, so he gets exceptional treatment, but I don't know if it's true. He's that good, yet he won't join the guild. His personality is kind of problematic." Ro looked far into the distance. Looking at his eyes, Cornelia felt uneasy. Though it was too late, a master craftsman so skilled that even the knights demanded his services, but so strange that even the Creators Guild, a gathering of unique individuals, viewed him as problematic. Cornelia started thinking that their predictions could be wrong. This blacksmith was strange enough for Ro, definitely not a normal person, to call them strange. After all, the house's exterior side is like that since he bought it from a retiring blacksmith. You know? Ro suddenly changed the topic, almost as if there was something he didn't want to say. He could still fix it, though. We're still close to the slums, though. Looking like this helps in not attracting unwanted attention. If you put it that way, I guess. Ro answered Cornelia's question and opened the door, and with a sound of creaking iron, or maybe wood, something charred black fell from the roof. Ro, followed by Nostalgia's 3 and the Magic Wolf twins, avoided it and entered the workshop. Inside the workshop, or what was more like the ruins of one, it was very dark, the only light filtered in from gaps in the roof. There were all sorts of mysterious contraptions lying about, with weapons and armor covering the space between them. Nostalgia's 3 looked at them carefully to try to verify how skilled the blacksmith actually was, but they looked like nothing but trash, made by a craftsman of minimal skill. Apparently, the gear scattered around here is meant to trick the eyes of intruders. Ro realized that Nostalgia's 3 were looking around all over, so he explained. They wondered if it was necessary to go to such lengths to not be targeted by thieves and robbers. Ro proceeded through the wrecks and reached another door. This time the door was of extremely high quality, in stark contrast with the ruins it was in, a metal door covered in decorations. Ro knocked on it using the equipped door knocker, and a pleasant metal sound resounded. "Hello, it's me, Ro. Is Mr. Bruno around?" A female voice's "yes" was heard from inside, and the door opened. A young girl with black hair and slightly slanted eyes appeared. "Hello. Long time no see, senior disciple." She seemed to be in her early teens. Her face was dirty with soot and the overalls she wore were quite plain, but she was unmistakably pretty. It's been a while. Don't call me senior disciple, please." It's the senior disciple." Another young girl appeared. She looked the same age as the first and also had black hair and slanted eyes. I said I'm not the senior disciple. It has been a while, senior disciple, sir." One more black-haired slant-eyed girl appeared. She had to be about 10 years old. "Come on in, senior disciple." Yet another girl with black hair and slanted eyes. The newest one appeared to be 12 or 13 years old. Ro's group entered the room and found another woman inside, with the same black hair and slanted eyes as the girls. She seemed to be in her early 20s. "Oh, Ro. No, I mean, junior disciple. Today. You have people with you, I see. Try not to cause a ruckus, okay? Even you, Miss Sophia. Please don't call me junior disciple too. I've already told them not to fight. So if we don't treat you as a disciple, the master will be angry, you know it. Amy, would you kindly go call the master?" "Yes." The girl tasked with calling the master hurriedly vanished in the back of the room. Next to the woman called Sophia, there was another little girl with black hair and slanted eyes, around 10 years old, who looked at Ro's group without saying anything. The room was spacious and very clean. It was bright too, possibly thanks to light provided by magic tools. Differently from the corridor they passed to reach it, it appeared to have been completely rebuilt. Bow wow! The Magic Wolf twins leapt towards the back of the room, as if chasing after the girl that went looking for the master. Not Ro nor the black-haired slant-eyed girls showed any signs of stopping them, as if it was something completely natural. Nostalgia's 3 were quite confused. The young girls appearing one after the other were probably sisters, but even in that case, something was off. They were all very pretty, with black hair and slanted eyes, but their points in common ended here. Their facial features and skin color were all slightly different from one another. Maybe the mother or father are different? But Nostalgia's 3 tried making sense of the situation. Even if they were all sisters, would it be possible for all of them to be disciples? Blacksmithing was a very harsh profession even for men. To choose women, girls in their early teens at that, all sisters, as disciples. Was something very hard to wrap one's mind around. "Dear sirs. Sirs?" "Yes." The oldest black-haired slant-eyed disciple, Sophia, brought them back to reality. Am I correct in assuming that you came to have your weapons crafted? Yes. As I'm sure my junior disciple already told you, our master is a very unique person. Simply put, he's not normal. He's an outrageous outlaw. He doesn't test people, he's disrespectful from the core. Thus I would advise you to give up on requesting weapons to him and to pick up one of the prototypes we made, which you'll see lying around here. Nostalgia's three looked around, too focused on the black-haired, slant-eyed crowd. They had not noticed it before. Weapons and armor were scattered haphazardly here and there. One glance was enough to know that they were all made by greatly skilled craftsmen. According to Sophia's words, they were all prototypes made by them, the disciples. That, if the disciples were this skilled, how incredible was the master? Such a question popped in Cornelia's head, but then she recalled a weapon she had recently seen, Rose's new knife. It was indeed of much higher quality than the weapons in the room. In the case of someone as strong as you, sirs, it is possible that our master will agree to craft weapons or armor for you. In exchange, however, you will be forced to endure a very unpleasant experience. Our master is certainly skilled, but he's also certainly mad. What do you say? Sophia had a faint smile on her lips. Looking at her insulting her master so normally, Nostalgia's three were even more confused. What kind of master could make his disciples talk like that? All they heard were insults. No matter what Rose said, they didn't take it too seriously, thinking that all craftsmen were a little weird. It was too late now, but their heads were full of doubts. Hey, Rose. What kind of person is he, anyway? Once again, Cornelia asked Rose the question she had asked him so many times before. Every time she did, Rose acted like it was difficult to answer and never replied clearly. Well. His personality is kind of like Grandpa Ugly. That was enough to let Cornelia understand everything. She would have liked it much more if Rose said so first. Boss, stay still. We have to tie you. Sorry, boss. Hey. What the? Dietrich will definitely start a fight. Cornelia and Christoph were positive of this, so they quietly tied him up and even put a mouth gag to keep him quiet. My, this Grandpa Ugly person resembles our master? He too must be the lowest of loaves then. Poor thing. Sophia's eyes narrowed as she spewed more poison. Rather than the master himself, the person labeling him a lowlife so casually was starting to become scarier in the eyes of Nostalgia's three. She was a very unique artisan too after all. My junior disciple is often well liked by such types after all. Like that rotten merchant, for example. You sirs, though. Two of you seem normal. But the one you tied up gives out the same smell, I think. Ha ha ha. Cornelia and Christoph were relieved that Sophia's sharp tongue spared them, but could only emit a dry laugh after it struck down Dietrich. The latter was firmly tied and gagged, so he had no way to react. Although unwillingly, he had accepted being tied up. He too wanted to see this rumored blacksmith for himself, but he was not completely confident that he wouldn't start a fight. Hey, Mr. Coralda is a good person. Rose's rebuttal did not mention Grandpa Ugly or Dietrich. It looked like he was defending Coralda, but since his name came out immediately after hearing the words rotten merchant, it was like he half admitted it. Rose didn't seem to notice as much though. Oh my, but that merchant is the same type as our master, you know? He buys our creations at the most disgusting prices, not low enough that we can refuse, but not high enough that we can call it a profit. Then he lavishes money and rewards on the artisans he employs, to show how better it is to work for him. Simply disgusting. Rose thought that it was all natural for a merchant and an employer to do. He didn't force anyone to suffer losses and prioritized the craftsmen he employed, which was wonderful in Rose's eyes. It was also true that he would be a horrible opponent for artisans that wanted to create freely and their creations to be valued highly. That Baldy is nothing but scum. He dared snatch away my disciple. A rough voice boomed in the room and Nostalgia's three shuddered. Rose and the black-haired slant-eyed ladies were probably used to it, as they just looked in the voice's direction. Long time no see, Mr. Bruno. I apologize for sending a request via letter last time. Rose bowed to the source of the voice. A very intimidating man with a long beard appeared from the back of the room. He was probably in the middle of work, as his forehead was beaded with sweat, stopped by the towel wrapped around it. He was probably working in front of the furnace, as he had tied the upper part of his overalls around his waist and was naked from the waist up. Then, on his shoulders, woof, woof, the magic wolf twins were riding, just like shoulder pads. They were apparently enjoying the shake as the man walked, just like kids riding a toy. That's nothing. I understood the reason why you couldn't go out. Those townspeople are the idiots, getting so scared of a griffin and causing trouble for my disciple. The man laughed loudly, exposing his beast-like canine teeth. He was about as tall as Kristoff, but he was thick and stocky everywhere, so he gave the impression of a bear. He was thick, but not fat. His thickness all came from muscles. Even his bulging stomach looked hard. You got thrown out of that party and quit being an adventurer, right? So why did you go to the Baldy? You should have come crying to me, your master. The intimidating bearded man was the workshop's master, Bruno. I said I'm not your disciple. And I'm still an adventurer anyway. Ro's mood was unusually foul. He was indeed still an adventurer, even if he had been banished from the party and could not take requests on his own. As long as his certification remained, he was still an adventurer. He knew that if he couldn't take requests he would have to quit one day, but Ro did not want to give up on that. Bruno probably noticed his intentions, so he laughed, amused. Sorry. I heard you belong to the Creators Guild now, though. That apostrophe s. I do, but Ro had been half-tricked by Coralda in joining the Creators Guild. This was also true. You're already on our side then. Don't do things half-assed. Throw away your lingering regrets or whatever and become my disciple already. I'll teach you all I know, and if you want to learn stuff other than blacksmithing, I'll find you an expert. You can read all the alchemy books you want to. You'll become able to craft magic tools too. Come on, go and cut all ties with that Baldy. But I can't do that. Ro felt indebted to Coralda, so he naturally was not on board, but seemed a bit conflicted. For someone as hungry for knowledge as he was, it was a very attractive offer. Isn't this for the best? Stay with the merchant and you'll become as deceitful as he is. Bruno then grabbed Ro's shoulders and dragged him so close they almost hugged. He went easy on him, of course, but the sudden weight on Ro's shoulders made it look like his height suddenly decreased. You two boys agree, right? Woof, woof. The wolf twins, still positioned on Bruno's shoulders, shook their heads. What? You two disagree? Does the Baldy feed you with stuff that good? You got bought. Bow wow. Bow wow. You didn't. So what's the problem? Cornelia was surprised to see that Bruno seemed to be speaking normally with the twins. She had seen Ro talk with them a number of times, but it was rare to see other people do the same. They had become friendly with Dietrich, but they just treated him as a toy. I'm the one preparing their meals. We bought a house, so you don't want to leave it, right? Woof, woof. You bought a house? You're in debt with the Baldy? Did he lock you down with debts? Did you do something in exchange for lending you money? That damn bald pervert. Ro started looking troubled. Then Bruno's buttocks were struck by a powerful kick. It looked strong enough to make even a martial artist stagger and was delivered by a steel-toed boot, but Bruno did not show any signs of pain and looked at the kicker, Sophia, with a concerned expression. Master, you're troubling Ro. I suggest you stop. Oh. Did I? Bruno looked happy for some reason, loosened his grip on Ro's shoulders and let him go. Anyway, what did you come for today? I see you've got some strange fellows with you? Bruno had been talking to Ro only since he arrived, but he noticed the presence of Nostalgia's three. They didn't appreciate how he addressed them, but they heard from Ro that he was similar to Grandpa Gree, so they just furrowed their brows a little. They're from the adventurer party Nostalgia and they've helped me a lot recently. The leader, Dietrich, is the one tied down there. The other two are Kristoff and Cornelia. After Ro's introduction, Bruno finally looked at Nostalgia's three. He stared at them from head to toe, as if to see how much they were worth. Pleased to meet you. Kristoff and Cornelia endured Bruno's leering gaze and managed to greet him. Dietrich, being gagged, was naturally silent. Even if he wanted to talk, he couldn't. He is the blacksmith. So these are the fools who caused the ruckus with the Adventurers Guild. Ro was about to introduce Bruno, but was interrupted by the latter's mumble. Kristoff and Cornelia couldn't help reacting with surprise. It was true that Nostalgia had caused trouble within the Adventurers Guild, before they left with Ro on the gathering expedition, Dietrich had caused a commotion in a tavern affiliated with the guild. Dietrich, in a drunken stupor, started punching the adventurers in the tavern and quickly knocked them all out. They had compensated all damages they caused, of course. Because of that they ran out of funds and accepted Ro's escort mission to the Alden Forest, so the incident was also the trigger that let them meet with Ro. The incident was rather shameful for the guild, so all present were silenced. It was difficult to believe that the rumors might have reached a blacksmith's ears. They expected that the news might leak to an extent, but for an acquaintance of Ro's to know was the worst-case scenario. Christoph and Cornelia blushed out of shame. The Wormdamus here got violent, right? It's got to be him, he looks dumb enough. So you're the two that stopped him. Yes, it was all this Wormdamus doing. Dietrich's tied state made him sort of resemble a worm, hence the appellative. It was the truth, so Cornelia had no choice but to nod. She expected Bruno to say something about the fact that Dietrich was tied up, but he did not seem to care. So you bandwagoned with my precious disciple because you want my weapons, I bet? I don't like fools and I don't make weapons for fools. There was no objection they could make. However, Nostalgia's members seemed to have given up, but Bruno's white eyes flashed from deep inside his beard in a grin. My disciple acted with disrespect to the young lady, I hear. So I can make you a warhammer, with some conditions. I am happy, but I don't recall Ro ever disrespecting me. And why a warhammer? With conditions. Cornelia, addressed as young lady, was confused. If Bruno meant what happened in the Alden Forest, it concerned the whole party. She couldn't understand why she would be the only one to receive a weapon. My disciple adjusted your armor, didn't he? Yes, he did, but how can you? Just looking at your body is enough to tell, Missy. Cornelia naturally remembered that Cornelia adjusted her armor before they entered the forest. It was the first thing that triggered her interest in Bruno. The blacksmith who taught Ro how to. I didn't do it properly? The question came from Ro. He looked at Bruno, inquiringly. You did it too properly. The imbalance had caused a burden on her body, so if you fix it completely all of a sudden, it'll add even more burden. You've got to do things gradually in cases like that. If you find a bent branch and try to straighten it all the way at once it's gonna break, right? Same thing. I see. Ro confronted the information with what he knew and was convinced. If a tree grew in a bent shape, it would snap if you tried bending in the opposite direction all at once. You would need to use supporting sticks or branches to fix it gradually over the course of weeks or even months. It was probably the same for the human body too. It was necessary to adjust it gradually towards the correct position, without drastic fixes. Well, it looks like the young lady overcame the burden and is all fine now, though. Good thing her physique is tough. Be more careful next time. Yes, Bruno's rough hand rubbed a slightly saddened Ro's cheek. But master, have you ever taught him that? The question came from Sophia. It wasn't necessary until now, so no. I didn't, Bruno answered plainly. The only armors Ro adjusted until then belonged to Crack of Dawn. Ro had continued to adjust them for a long time, so it was not necessary for him to know how to adjust armors arranged in faulty ways. It's your fault then, master. And you blamed a disciple with it. A true lowlife, as expected. I know that. That's why I said I would make them a weapon, with some conditions. Bruno howled back at Sophia. But despite being called a lowlife he looked like he was having fun. What would the conditions be? Christoph asked because, based on what the conditions were, they might have to reject the offer. He stepped forward, hiding Cornelia behind him. Bruno's young lady made it clear that he looked at her not as an adventurer, but as a woman. Some such men set conditions of sexual nature when they saw women. Christoph had seen many of such men, so he was wary, wary of the man tied in the work-like form next to him. Bruno answered with a lower tone. Let me see. I'd like my disciple to call me master. Christoph expected the conditions to be aimed at Cornelia, so he didn't know how to reply. Everyone looked at Ro. The disciple Bruno meant was surely him. No matter what I do for him, he won't agree to call me master. Can you believe that? It's high time you do. But I can't even do proper blacksmithing work. I would cause you trouble because you can't swing the hammer properly? That's got nothing to do with it. You made a magic tool to use instead of the hammer. Thanks to that, the little ones could stop being helpers and became disciples too. Mr. Bruno, you made it, don't you remember? But it was your idea. We were just talking a little. Nostalgia's three were then convinced. Ro went and did it here too. As usual, his poor opinion of himself did not let him accept the extent of what he did. Blacksmithing generally involved heating metal and beating into shape with a hammer over an anvil. It was harsh work, definitely not suitable for anyone. Simply beating metal with a hammer for a long time was not too difficult, but it had to be done quickly and precisely, in front of a furnace hot enough to melt metal. Bruno's intimidating bear-like body was not for show, it was necessary for blacksmith work. Ro's small physique was not fit, so he thought he couldn't do it. Ro, however, apparently created a magic tool to remove such a physical burden. How many times do I have to tell you that you made it? That magic tool simply used the same principles as a watermill's pounder. Anyone could come up with it when they see a watermill. I don't care. Even if a watermill was not a rare sight, not many knew what actually happened inside, and even fewer knew of the actual structure and its mechanisms. It was used by farmers and built by wood craftsmen. Both professions had little to no ties with blacksmiths. Nostalgia's members did not have a clear idea of what a watermill's pounder did either. There were many ways of using watermills, but the most common in that country was to use it to thresh wheat and other grains, to remove their stems and husks. A large mortar pounded on grains put into a container to remove both stems and husks. The mechanism itself was extremely simple. A stick extends from the axis of the rotating watermill wheel, which drags and lifts the pounder. As it spins, when the hook is removed, the pounder drops back down. In other words, it changes the rotational movement into an up-down movement. Based on this mechanism, Ro invented a magic tool to swing the hammer automatically. Anyway, I'm saying that if you just call me Master, I'll make a warhammer for the Missy here. Just accept it and call me. But NMGH. One time, just one time is enough. That much is fine, isn't it? Fine, I'll make an assassin knife for the playboy-looking guy too. How's that? When Kristoff heard the words assassin knife, he shuddered as if he was shocked, but only for an instant, so no one noticed. Why a warhammer and an assassin knife? Cornelia expressed her honest question again. They had not requested for specific weapons yet, and Cornelia wanted to request a sword instead. Because of the Alden Forest events, it was true that she wanted a warhammer too, but its priority was lower. If she couldn't have a sword, she would have liked a knife next. The warhammer only came after these two choices. What? You two want to choose your weapon, Missy? Pretty selfish of ya. Yes. Cornelia didn't understand what Bruno meant. Our master looks at the user's physique and decides what weapon or armor to craft. The user's physique and build let him guess their job, so he can tell what weapon can be the most effective and useful, while giving the least burden. I assure you it is better to use the weapon recommended by our master. It is definitely the weapon that fits you the best. Sophia complimented Bruno's words. Cornelia was thus convinced about how her weapon was decided. She was convinced, yes, but she couldn't accept it. She had trained extensively with the sword, so she felt all her training was being disregarded. She had fought with warhammers before, but it was just a sub-weapon, definitely not the one she was most proficient with. If I can't choose myself, then I don't need to have it made. Thus Cornelia started thinking. It was a matter of pride. As a warrior, she couldn't accept that her weapon was chosen by the blacksmith. Is it possible to ask you to craft something else? I don't want to, Bruno answered immediately. Sophia then complimented his words again. A man like our master, who lacks respect in personalities, is never going to care for others' opinions. The only exceptions are very few people in the whole country. Not even the king managed to have his way. That's why he was kicked out of the guild, though. If he really refused the king's orders, he was lucky to have been simply banned from the guild. It was almost incredible that he wasn't executed. Well, one of those people is right here with us, though. Someone who made our master craft a knife with just a letter. Sophia sighed and gave a side look at Ro. If you want our master to listen to you, you have to show your ability somehow. He's like an animal, so if he recognizes your strength, he'll get attached to you like that. See? Bruno had probably already lost interest in Cornelia, as he was back to shout negotiating with Ro to be called master at least once. He did indeed look just like an animal that tried to please its master in order to receive their favorite treat. By ability, you mean anything works. Fighting ability, intellect, courage, beauty, anything. He's rather difficult, though. In your case. Why not try using your beauty? Cornelia raised her eyebrows, a smile frozen on her lips. She visited the workshop to have a weapon forged. To be told to use her looks, not her abilities as adventurer or warrior, was naturally insulting. I am an adventurer, but you won't be able to lift a finger against our master, I'm afraid. He's a lowlife, but a stupidly strong one. Someone on your level is. What? Not even the leader of the knights can make our master forge the weapon he wants. In other words, not even the leader of the knights was a threat to him. It wasn't clear if winning was a condition, but at the very least not even the leader of the knights was strong enough for Bruno to recognize his ability. He's that strong. Yes, indeed he is. That is why I recommend you to use something else. He likes long black hair, so why don't you try dyeing them first? He also likes women with character rough enough to kick him, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for you. Having more slanted eyes would have been better, but Nostalgia's 3 then realized something nasty. All the girls in the workshop corresponded to Bruno's preferred looks. Pervert. Cornelia's thoughts escaped her lips. Sophia nodded vigorously. Exactly. He picks up orphans he liked and takes them in as helpers or disciples. He's a lowlife and a pervert. But he provides food, clothing, and shelter and never lifts a finger on us, you can be sure about that. I've tried seducing him many times, and yet. No, never mind that. Even if his motives were impure, he took in orphans, so he couldn't be a bad person. Maybe, perhaps. Cornelia tried to convince herself. Ag. Damn it. All right then, I'll make you another knife. How's that? Bruno suddenly roared again. The negotiations weren't faring well. Bruno's fixation on that one word was strong, but Rose's stubbornness in not wanting to say it was very strong too. Cornelia didn't accept the situation either. More than weapons, what warriors relied on upon their lives, one word from Rose was being treated with more importance. A kitchen knife. What about a kitchen knife? Something that can cut any kind of meat with no effort and requires little to no maintenance. Come on. Just once. Rose's resolute expression showed some hesitation. Even if they were still blades, knives and other kitchen utensils were considered items that only apprentices or blacksmiths not skilled enough to make weapons practiced on. It was very rare for first-class craftsmen to make them. Thinking that he could receive something like that, Rose's heart wavered. Finally finding a gap to strike, Bruno grinned a white-toothed smile. A warhammer for Missy. An assassin knife for the playboy guy, a kitchen knife for you. It's decided. Right? Right? Sorry, but I don't need it anymore. Me neither, I guess. Just as the negotiations were about to be completed, Cornelia and Kristoff interjected. They were ready to endure a certain level of disrespect if it meant receiving weapons of high quality. If they were challenged to a fight, requested to offer something of theirs or to prove their strength, they might have thought about it. Instead, they couldn't even choose which weapon to receive, were ignored as warriors, and the weapons they would bet their lives depended on one simple word from Rose. They couldn't endure something like that. What? What are you saying now? You came because you want me to craft your weapons, right? Bruno shouted. The magic wolf twins shook and trembled along with his shoulders. Not after being treated like this. That's right. I apologize for the unpleasant experience. For some reason, Rose apologized. He felt responsible for not being able to stop Bruno and let the conversation drift off in such a direction. If it was Grandpa Gree, Rose could have threatened him to fix the conversation's course, but he couldn't handle Bruno like that. Their relationship was unique, but Bruno was not an equal to him. He was someone Rose respected as a superior. Hey now, wait just a damn minute. Don't just end things on your own. This is the important part where my disciple calls me master. As long as he does it once, then I can go all out and do everything I can to turn him into a real disciple. Don't ruin my plans. So that's what you were thinking about. Just calling Bruno master once wouldn't be enough for Rose to become his actual disciple, no matter how all out Bruno went. Not as long as Rose didn't accept it. Rose, however, felt something scary. Bruno could use methods Ro did not imagine. "You're a sorry sight, Master." "Well, your looks are sorry enough already, so I suppose you are acting the part. Ro will start hating you if you keep it up, though." Sophia smiled amused, looking at Bruno's pitiful figure. "If you still wish to struggle, though, why not offer to craft a weapon to Mr. Worm over there instead of the other two?" Sophia pointed at the tired and gagged Dietrich, who looked at her and Bruno with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, his arms swollen and reddened because of his efforts to get free from the ropes. He would never allow his comrades to be insulted like that, after all. Ro looked at him and felt relieved. Tying him up had been the right choice indeed. "I said I don't like idiots. If I have to make a weapon for him, oh yeah, let me smash his disgusting sword first. I'll use it as material for a new weapon." Gwuag. Dietrich reacted violently to Bruno's words. The ropes tying him emitted painful sounds. He had been angry for a while, but he was restraining himself out of respect for Christoph and Cornelia's wishes to have new weapons. Now that they had chosen their pride over the weapons, however, he had no reason to hold back. His precious sword had also been insulted, so his anger had reached his peak. With a snap, the ropes broke. At the same time, Dietrich started towards Bruno to punch him. But the next instant he was lying on the floor. Volume 3, ch 9.7. In a room of the Imogen Adventurers Guild, the Guildmaster held his head in his hands, his elbows on the large table fitting of his position, his eyes staring at nowhere in particular. The cause for all this were the orders he received in the missive before him. There were two things written in the missive. One was that the investigation of the Citadel dungeon would be conducted under the supervision of Count Imogen. That was inevitable. If a griffin appeared in town, it was necessary to investigate if anything abnormal was going on in the Citadel dungeon, a griffin's nest. The cause happened in that town, so it was easy to predict that they would be charged with such a task. It was also easy to predict that the Adventurers Guild would be asked to cooperate. The griffin that appeared over town was identified as the servant beast formerly belonging to the hero party Crack of Dawn. There was no proof, however, and as the possibility it had come from Citadel Dungeon could not be discarded, an investigation of the area in question was necessary. The Guildmaster couldn't understand, however, the objective of the Second Order. Even if he has a griffin as a servant beast, isn't this too simple? The Guildmaster squirmed and mumbled to himself. The second point of the Order missive was to send a request to Ro, the all-rounder who was making a name for himself in town. He was to accompany the investigation to the Citadel dungeon. That was the content of the request, which came directly from Count Imogen, the lord of the county with the same name. Seriously now? The Guildmaster stretched, leaning against the chair, looking at the missive with a furrowed brow. The heavy chair creaked. The Citadel dungeon was a fortress built in ancient times. Now it was taken over by magic beasts, mainly griffins, and turned into a dungeon. Headed by griffins, many other flying magic beasts made it their territory. A large area, with the dungeon at the center, was thus uninhabitable by humans. Because of that, they couldn't cull the magic beast population in the surroundings, which, despite being just desolate plains, were densely populated with land-dwelling magic beasts. In the past, it had also been a battlefield, so there were swarms of undead magic beasts born from corpses or lost souls. In a word, it was a nightmare. They say that griffins are hostile against each other if they don't belong to the same herd, right? Aren't they just going to die? Griffins were said to have very wild temperaments. They treated those not belonging to the same herd as enemies, so they fought even among griffins. It is labeled an investigation, but it is likely to be just an excuse to get rid of uncomfortable elements. The investigation party will be formed centered on the Nemephilinites. I suppose they are trying to use this chance to get rid of all unwanted cells within the county. Nemephila, His lordship finally made his decision. That princess and her night games gave us all sorts of problems too. The Guildmaster replied to Reception Chief Viviana's words while still staring at the missive. She had received the document from one of the guild's messengers and brought it to the Guildmaster. She had been waiting in the room until the Guildmaster finished reading it. Despite the request being for investigation, no one expected the party in charge to complete it and return alive. The real objective was to establish the fact that an investigation party had been dispatched. It was just a matter of facade with other countries to send a request to an all-rounder, though. Can we really allow this? Even if it's an order from headquarters, there's no precedent for a request directly from the Count, is there? There isn't. The request rules, however, allow it. A specific request can be sent to any adventurer, regardless of rank, right? But a specific request implied that the recipient was a specific individual. The designated adventurer just had to accept it. There were no rank restrictions. Naturally, such requests were usually sent for seasoned adventurers. It was not expected that an apprentice, as all-rounders were classified, could be designated. All-rounders couldn't normally accept requests individually anyways, so no one would be dumb enough to designate one for such a request. I never read the rule with special attention, so I am not confident in the details. But I do not think it states that all-rounders are excluded. The headquarters went all the way to send such a missive, so I believe they already checked for such a possibility. The headquarters missive was a top-secret document, so it would not be made public. This meant that on the surface, the request would come from Count Umadon and the Guildmaster approved it. The shame of designating an all-rounder for a request would fall upon them. Their reputation was surely going to be affected. The Guildmaster did not know how the Count viewed the situation, but he did not think there was anything to gain in acting so forcefully. He couldn't accept it, so his expression clouded even more. It appears that the merchants are moving behind the scenes as well. Viviana talked, without changing her expression, as if she saw right through the Guildmaster's thoughts. You know of the attacks on the Coralda Company? Yes. Yeah. The Coralda Company had been invaded by bandits several times just in the past month. Such information regarded the city's safety, so naturally it reached the Adventurers Guild as well. Most of the intruders were thieves, but there were also assassins among them. There's not enough proof to make accusations, but it appears that the culprits are merchants that bear resentment towards the Coralda Company. Well, I don't doubt that. That Baldy makes too many enemies. One of the targets is also the all-rounder in question. There are rumors that he develops Coralda Company products, so they are trying to find out his secrets or kill him to prevent Coralda to make bigger profits. So they're sending thieves to steal their secrets and assassins to not let them make bigger profits. Yes, possibly. All those attempts, however, had failed until now. The Guildmaster looked at Viviana. She was not the type to just make chit-chat. There had to be some connection with the Count's request. The merchants, frustrated by the failure of their repeated attempts, unable to obtain any information or have the all-rounder assassinated, used the power of their finances to move the Count, resulting in this specific request. So probably thought Viviana. If the all-rounder was drawn out with the specific request, he would be outside the Coralda Company's protection. The Citadel dungeon area was off-limits to unauthorized individuals, so no one from the company could accompany the all-rounder boy. This was an agreement between countries, in order not to trigger the Griffins. In such circumstances, kidnapping or assassinating the boy would be easy. Even if it failed, the Citadel dungeon magic beasts would surely kill them. That had to be the plan. After reaching such a conclusion, the Guildmaster let out a deep sigh. So in the end I'm the one losing out. The Umadon Count made a profit from the merchants, but the Guildmaster had nothing to gain. The order came from the Guild's headquarters, through the Count, so he had no choice but to accept it. If he did, he would immediately lose his position. The Guildmaster, questioned about his responsibility in the Alden Forest and Norfa Valley incidents, was now standing on the proverbial cliff. One wrong move and he would be disposed with. However, if the investigation succeeds, what are they going to do? That is unlikely, though. Even a griffin could not win against many of its same species, and the Nemephilonites are unlikely to even reach the Citadel dungeon. The Guildmaster sighed in resignation. There was no other choice. He did not have a good opinion either of the all-rounder or Coralda, in the end. If I can cause them a loss, then I might feel better later. So I have to accept this for now. Cool the all-rounder brat. Tomorrow's fine. Yes. Yet another commotion, with Roedid's center, was about to begin. When Dietrich opened his eyes, he saw a familiar ceiling. He tried raising his body and felt the sensation of dry grass on his arms and the rustling sound of the straw bedding he knew so well. He was sleeping on the Magic Beast's straw bed in Ro's house. I'm getting knocked out often recently. Most of the time, it's because of that nasty griffin. Dietrich scratched his bed head as his still fuzzy thoughts went to the bed's owner. Oh, you're awake. Dietrich heard Christoph's voice. He looked towards the direction it came from and saw Christoph, Cornelia and Ro. They were sitting on the table next to the servant beasts' beds, drinking tea. The Magic Wolf twins did not even look at Dietrich, busy munching on fruit at Ro's feet. You traitors! Dietrich recalled that they were happily riding on the pervert blacksmith's shoulders and felt a twinge of jealousy. It wasn't a problem if they were friendly with Bruno. But seeing friends you thought to be in good terms with sticking with other people, without even glancing at you, was enough to feel uneasy. If this same person knocked you out, it was normal to feel irritated. Can I have some tea too? It's Camille herb tea. But would that be fine? Of course. Dietrich nodded to Ro and, without being noticed, glanced around the room looking for the nasty griffin, but was relieved not to find it. It was probably busy with its usual plotting underground. Dietrich walked towards the table and noticed that, other than the tea set, there were all sorts of books piled on it. In this world, books were precious items, certainly not something you could scatter haphazardly like that. The printing technology existed, but the ratio of people who knew how to read was not high, so there were not many buyers. Thus they were not mass-produced and ended up being luxury items. Nobles and merchants, the categories with higher ratios of reading ability, were both rich, so books were often decorated heavily to appease their buyers. Thanks to this, the production fees of printed books continued to rise and were presently out of reach for common folk. Those who couldn't afford them normally requested the services of scribes, specialists of copying books, and had them write a copy of the book they wanted. Printed books were so expensive that having them copied was cheaper than buying them, strangely enough. Copying books required a long time, however, so it was not a cheap service by any means. It was hardly affordable for the average person, costing at least 1 gold coin per copy. Some accepted to do it for less, but they were usually apprentices, which often had poor handwriting or made copying mistakes. Dietrich looked at the books and saw titles such as Alchemy Fundamentals, Magic Potions and Medicinal Herbs Connections and Medicinal Herb Effects, a compendium. They looked rather plain, so they were probably copies. What's with the books? I borrowed them from Mr. Bruno. Ro served a cup of tea to Dietrich and continued, smiling, I've got some spare money, so I borrowed them to have copies made for me. Ro said it completely casually, but having technical books copied was often as expensive as buying them printed. To have such books copied you needed to find a scribe with a minimum amount of knowledge on the subject, if not they would end up making lots of errors or misspellings. A technical book lacking in precision was simply useless. After all, requesting a scribe with enough knowledge to copy technical books was not something you could do with some spare money. How much did Ro really earn in this last month? Dietrich started worrying that having so much money all of a sudden might lead Ro to misfortune. These are all books Ro studied before, collected by Bruno's mother, apparently. In other words, these are the reasons why Ro can practice alchemy without a master? Intrigued by Cornelia's words, Dietrich took one of the books and opened it. The characters were so small one would get a headache just by looking at them. Dietrich went to school in his homeland and studied the basics of various disciplines, but the book's contents were so advanced he couldn't understand a thing. It looked like a blob of letters to him. He noticed something, however, maybe thanks to looking at the text like a blob of letters. The ink's color did not fade at all. The paper was not burned by sunlight either, despite being the possession of the mother of middle-aged Bruno. It looked fairly new. The cover looked old, but the contents seemed brand new. Dietrich glanced at Christoph, who had a keen eye on such things, and the latter nodded silently. Dietrich then realized that's what it was. Bruno had acquired a new book and disguised it as one of his mother's old ones in order to give it to Ro. He probably did so that Ro wouldn't have to feel guilty or indebted to him. Bruno had to be one of the first people to notice Ro's talents. If he didn't start lending books to Ro, he wouldn't have grown as knowledgeable as he was. Dietrich noticed this, but had no intention to point it out. He didn't have a particularly good opinion of Bruno, but he wouldn't ruin what the blacksmith did for Ro. My grandma taught me about medicinal herbs, though. and Grandpa taught me about how to handle ingredients, I guess. Ooh, they must have been some amazing grandparents. They're just a pharmacist and a hunter from the countryside, though. Dietrich was thinking of other things, so he replied without giving it much thought. But Ro, who heard praise for his grandparents, made him blush as if it was directed at him. What about your parents? Cornelia asked casually, just following the flow of the conversation, but Ro's expression darkened a bit. They were both adventurers. But they apparently died when I was still very small. I'm sorry. Ro's words trailed off and Cornelia hurriedly apologized. No, don't worry. I don't remember much about them, so there's not much I can say. Really? I see. By the way, what happened after that? Dietrich saw Ro smile in a sad manner and that Cornelia was going to get down to, so he changed the topic. He didn't like gloomy atmospheres much either. Hearing that Ro's parents were adventurers, however, he understood why Ro was so bent on becoming one too. He admired his parents' way of life and wanted to make it his own too, so it was obvious that he would continue trying to become an adventurer. After that, Mr. Bruno agreed to make weapons for everyone. Ro quickly understood that by after that, Dietrich meant after he was knocked out. His expression turned bright, as if he recalled something funny. What? Everyone? Including me? It was an unexpected response. Dietrich expected to hear that they were thrown out for angering the blacksmith and planned to use it so that everyone would laugh. He couldn't understand how someone he tried punching, a difficult blacksmith like that, would suddenly agree to make weapons for all of them. He had said from the very beginning that he had no intention of making anything for Dietrich, after all. Actually, it looks like he liked that. Liked what? What you did, Dietrich. Dietrich's brow furrowed, his head tilted to one side. Sorry, I just don't get it. Ro took a sip of tea and continued talking to the confused Dietrich. Well, I don't really get what goes through Mr. Bruno's head either. But I expected a little bit that something like that might happen. Since Mr. Bruno is similar to Grandpa Gree, I thought it would be possible that he took a liking to you. Eh? Ro's words plunged Dietrich in even deeper confusion. Why does having a similar personality to Grandpa Gree tie into possibly liking me? Dietrich couldn't wrap his head around it. What does that mean? Dietrich couldn't come up with anything, so he decided to express his confusion honestly. Well, if you don't understand, then it's fine. But it's true that Mr. Bruno took a liking to you. He will make weapons for 4 people, embedded with mithril lines, without conditions. A sword for Dietrich, Christoph, and Cornelia, and a knife for Bernhard. That's some impressive generosity. Because he likes you. That's the kind of person he is. Really? Unable to fully believe Ro's words, Dietrich turned towards Christoph and Cornelia. They looked at each other and a faint smile appeared on their lips. Yeah, I think so. That venomous woman said the same, and if Ro says so too, I guess he really took a liking to you. After he knocked you out, he kicked your stomach, tried taking off your pants and underwear to expose you, but he saw the paw marks on your thighs, started laughing loudly and suddenly said he would make weapons for all of us. If I recall correctly. Christoph, thank you for being so pointlessly detailed. We healed your wounds with magic, so rest easy. And he didn't actually take off your underwear, so no worries. Dietrich listened to Christoph, speaking while half laughing, and felt his face grow red. Only Ro continued to serve tea, without showing any reaction. The reason was that he had seen such things happen often. Those who turned violent in Bruno's workshop had their pants and underwear removed, then kicked out. Ro had seen people in such a predicament many times before. Compared to them, Dietrich's underwear was safe, so there was nothing to worry about. That blacksmith is really nasty. That's why I didn't want to introduce him to you. I said that you would have an unpleasant experience, right? He had softly refused a number of times, but Nostalgia's members almost forced him to introduce Bruno to them, so he had no reason to accept their complaints. And since Dietrich would have 2 swords, I had thought of an alternative and all. What? I planned to buy a sword from Miss Sophia, work on it a little and give it to you. That's why I promised to take Cornelia and didn't invite you. But you came all the same. Ro pouted, pursing his lips. Dietrich treasured his mithril sword. Even if he acquired another one, he would simply use it as a spare. Even if Bruno made him a new sword, he would only use it to imbue it with wind magic to use as a wind blade. In that case, an existing sword modified by Ro would have been enough. Ro thus thought of buying a sword and modifying it for Dietrich. Since they came with Cornelia, however, his idea ended up discarded. Really? That works better for me. Too late to say that now. Mr. Bruno will make you a sword, so use that. Sorry. Ro flung Dietrich a brief glare and the latter piped down like a puppy scolded by its master. What were you thinking of making? Just for reference, can you tell us? Let's see. Ro replied to Cornelia and started explaining. The type of processing he intended to do on a sword was called inlay. It involved carving a hole on wood or metal, then filling it with another metal or wood material, to fix and apply decorations. It was normally used for jewelry and crafts, not when making weapons. Receiving a strong impact would often cause the inlaid part to fall off, and carving a hole on the surface meant that the weapon's strength would decrease. In order to use it for proper battle, the only way was to ask a blacksmith to craft a unified weapon with decent strength. The sword that Dietrich would receive, however, was only going to be used to be imbued with magic, so its ability to absorb shock could be ignored. Moreover, the process of simply inserting a straight line on it was rather simple. Ro didn't risk failure. He couldn't make something as good as a first-rate artisan, of course, but he was rather confident that he could complete such a process successfully. I see. Cornelia was impressed by Ro's explanation. Impressed, but not surprised. She was already used to Ro to not be surprised that he even knew how to perform inlays. On the contrary, she was surprised that he lacked blacksmithing skills. He only lacked the necessary physical strength and facilities. However, he had more than enough knowledge on the topic, or so suspected Cornelia. Dietrich was sulking, sad to have messed up the plans Ro had thought up for him. Christoph, who did not participate in the conversation for a while, was absorbed in reading one of the books from the pile, a concerned look on his face. Cornelia looked at the title, which read Magic Tool Craft for Beginners. Ro probably wanted to try making magic tools next. Christoph was surely worried that Ro was going to create something preposterous again. Anyway, we asked Mr. Bruno already, so there's no helping it. Cornelia pretended not to notice Christoph's concerns. You could tell us first how scummy he was. Awoo-oo, awoo-oo. What? You're on his side? The Magic Wolf twins howled. Dietrich thought they were criticizing him for speaking bad of Bruno and reacted, but the twins were looking in a completely different reaction. Looks like that wasn't the case. Ro then translated for them. Looks like someone's coming. I see. Sorry. Dietrich lowered his head to the twins and they waved their paws, as if to tell him that they didn't mind. Everyone waited silently until they heard a knock on the door. Coming. Mr. Ro, I brought a guest for you. Ro opened the door and found a Corelder Company employee he knew and a man wearing the Adventurers Guild uniform. Sometime after the guest's visit, Ro and the others were once again gathered around the table. A summon from the guild. Things are going to get interesting. Grandpa Gri's tone was excited, its eyes narrowed in a devilish expression. It nodded to itself, apparently convinced of something. An evil character through and through. It was definitely plotting something again. Looking at the Griffin, the Nostalgia 3 changed their expressions. The man from the Adventurers Guild was a messenger who brought a letter to Ro. When he left, Grandpa Gri climbed up from the underground space. The Griffin was apparently in a foul mood, as its construction work was not going well, and entered the room while mumbling things like "Why won't it connect? Did I make a mistake somewhere?" But as soon as it peeked the contents of the letter Ro and the others were reading together, it said the previous lines. The letter said, "Come to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow and make sure your servant beasts are with you," with no other explanation. It was marked with the Adventurers Guild's seal and the Guildmaster's signature, so as long as Ro belonged to the guild, he could not refuse to comply. If he ignored the letter and did not go to the guild, he would be punished accordingly. The punishment would be just to be stripped of the status of adventurer in that country and to pay a fee, though. After 1 year, Ro would automatically cease to be an adventurer, according to the rules. If an adventurer spent 1 year without taking any requests, they would automatically lose their qualifications. Ro wanted to continue being an adventurer, but all-rounders cannot take requests on their own. One might think that he could join with Nostalgia, But in this country one was not allowed to form a party with foreign adventurers. Domestic adventurers were tied down by various practices, such as the master-disciple system, so Ro could not form a party with others easily. Because of this, it was practically decided that he would lose his adventurer status, which did not bother him at all at the moment. The penalty fee would be pretty heavy for a normal adventurer, but Ro had quite the financial leeway at present, so he wasn't worried about that either. In other words, if Ro disliked the letter, he could ignore it without any real repercussions. "You must turn in early today, brat. We're going to the guild first thing in the morning." Gramp Ugly, however, was strangely eager. Gramp Ugly, brat. Leave everything to me. I shall protect you, no matter what happens. If they lay a finger on you, they will be utterly annihilated. I dislike staying on defense anyway. The Baldy said that he needs time for preparations, so it can't be helped, but no, wait, annihilation? Why? Rather than that, Gramp Ugly, you can read. Among the intruders in the Coralda Company, recently increasing exponentially, there were some people connected to the Adventurers Guild. In that case, it was possible that such people try luring Ro out through the guild this time. Gramp Ugly viewed this summon as a move from the enemy. Ro did not yet realize that he was being targeted. He didn't know why Gramp Ugly started talking about utter annihilation, but thought it was another one of its fantasies and did not worry too much about it. That was why he was more curious about the fact that Gramp Ugly understood the contents of the letter after just one peek. Wait. For heaven's sake, don't be rash. Causing destruction in town is a bad idea. No annihilation. Ro will end up a criminal. Let's do this peacefully. Why did the guild order Ro to bring the servant beasts too? It's basically suicide for them. Dietrich and Cornelia, who knew of the circumstances, hurriedly tried to defuse Gramp Ugly, while Christoph held his head in his hands. Ro was thoroughly mystified that they would take Gramp Ugly's words seriously. What? Well, I am a magic beast. Why would I not be able to read? Gramp Ugly reacted only to Ro's words, made a quick excuse and looked away from him. Its awkward response made it clear that it had concealed the fact that it could read until now. It wasn't the first time that Gramp Ugly had kept secrets from Ro. Since they became able to talk, more and more things had come to light, but Ro had doubts about several things from before. The words "I am a magic beast" has become a favorite of Gramp Ugly. By hiding various things, it probably wanted others to view it as a regular magic beast. Its secrets kept leaking left and right, though. Oh well, whatever. Regular magic beasts would not be so obsessed about being considered regular. Ro concluded that such a human trait was very like Gramp Ugly and just laughed wryly. Okay then, I have no idea what they want from us, but let's all go tomorrow. Ro did not have the slightest sense of danger about the summons. Gramp Ugly nodded in approval and the Magic Wolf twins expressed their joy at being able to go out in town again. In the end, the words of Nostalgia's 3 were completely ignored. Volume 3, CH 10.1 Chapter 10, A New Adventure Begins. The Adventurers Guild operated 24 hours a day, as it had the unique task of dealing with any magic beast-related issues. The behavior and actions of magic beasts were completely unpredictable for humans, so the Adventurers Guild was open even at night, in order to be able to respond no matter what happened or when. However, daytime and nighttime operations were different. At night there was only a minimum amount of staff present and the scope of their operations was limited. Requests without urgency were handled during the day, after checking how credible and truthful they were and if their reward was appropriate. They were normally posted on the morning of the following day. The requests were normally all posted together at about 9 in the morning, the same time as the normal counters opened. That was the start of every morning in the Adventurers Guild. In the morning every guild was always packed with adventurers. As far as requests were concerned, the early bird gets the worm. Adventurers had to check contents and rewards as soon as the requests were posted, quickly consult their party and decide, or other parties would snatch them away. If adventurers wanted to take the requests with the best conditions, they had to go to the guild as early as possible. In such a frenzied situation, a party of adventurers entered the guild. As soon as they did, the adventurers who saw them showed an expression of disgust. This party was Nostalgia, composed of adventurers hailing from abroad. Nostalgia, just 1 month ago, had gone on a rampage in that very guild, took over the bar and seriously hurt several adventurers, so they were seen with hostility by many. The cause had been alcohol, and it was a fight among adventurers, for whom strength was everything, and Nostalgia both apologized and compensated for the damage done, so they were not prosecuted, but no one got involved with them anymore. Hey, that's an adventurer saw another person following Nostalgia inside the guild and spoke up. It was a young man rather short in stature. He was already 17 years old, so technically he was an adult, but he still looked like a boy. Young magic wolves, one red and one blue, walked at his sides, so despite his average looks, the boy attracted a fair amount of attention. Many more noticed him because of the first adventurer's reaction, so he quickly became the center of attention. The boy, finding the attention uncomfortable, kept walking with his eyes half closed. His name was Ro. He was an all-rounder who, because of a certain string of accidents that happened 1 month before, had gotten quite famous too. Then, whoa, it's a G.A griffin. The sounds of screams and drawn weapons echoed. Despite being indoors, some even readied their bows or prepared to chant magic spells. Others rushed to escape, causing congestion at the exit and even more screams. Following Ro inside the guild was a griffin, a high-rank magic beast. This is fine. It's Ro's servant beast. Nostalgia's leader, who was leading the group, spoke loudly and clearly to the crowd. There was some tiredness in his tone, because he had to say these words many times already on their way to the guild. The whole town was aware that there was a griffin servant beast in it, but only few had actually seen it, so it had been commotion after commotion as the group walked from the Coralda company to the guild. Dietrich's voice returned silence to the guild. The adventurers probably also noticed the subjugation collar on the griffin's neck. They were still wary, however, and kept their weapons at the ready. I see. So this was the reason for calling me. The griffin, Grandpa Gree, paid little attention to the surroundings and whispered in a voice only Ro and Nostalgia could hear, while looking at the guild's ceiling, searching for something. Grandpa Gree, be quiet, okay? Grandpa Gree was in very good spirits, almost frighteningly so. Maybe because of the atmosphere, the Magic Wolf twins were very excited too. Usually they walked while sticking close to Ro, but this time they tried running off to side roads and tried going to the places they remembered seeing in the past, making it hard to control them. No matter how powerful they were, at heart they were still children. They were adorable to watch, but also very hard to keep in check. The adventurers opened a wide path in the direction Ro's group was walking towards. Some had already escaped from the rear entrance, so the crowd inside the guild was decreasing little by little. Adventurers, sure. What a bunch of cowards. The groceries lady was braver than you all. Grandpa Gree looked around and snorted in disapproval. The grocery was the store where the Magic Wolf twins were treated with kindness, when they were still puppies. On the way to the guild, the twins spotted the owner and ran off to her, so the group was forced to make a detour, but she welcomed even Grandpa Gree with a smile and gave them dry jujube as a treat. Because of such a fearless attitude, Grandpa Gree referred to her with respect as Lady. To justify the adventurer's reaction, the commotion was all because of Ro. He did not look like he could control a griffin in the slightest. The adventurers thus feared that the beast could go on a rampage at any time. If the griffin was following not Ro, but Crack of Dawn, the party that used to tame it, the adventurers would keep their distance, but look at them with envy. Despite their actual circumstances, Crack of Dawn had that much credibility. You are the all-rounder Ro. Yes, someone suddenly called to Ro. Thanks to the silence returning in the guild, the voice was heard clearly. Yes, Ro replied and turned towards the voice, which belonged to the chief receptionist Viviana. She had come out from behind the reception counter and approached Ro's group, but stopped about 10 meters from them. She tried to go as close as possible, to fulfill her duties as a receptionist, but the fear of the griffin probably overwhelmed her resolve. The guildmaster will meet you. This way, please. She stopped, but still managed to speak without changing her expression. Only a few droplets of sweat on her neck conveyed her nervousness. Yes, only Ro, please. The others and the servant beasts shall wait here. What? The reaction came from Dietrich. No matter. Let them do as they please. I can feel the brat's heartbeat anywhere as long as he's inside the building. I will protect him, no matter what happens. Let anyone try to lay a finger on him, and they will pay. Dietrich was not going to sit quietly, but Grandpa Gree stopped him, so the adventurer turned suddenly quiet. Viviana, who couldn't hear Grandpa Gree's voice, looked puzzled. Nostalgia was clearly there to escort Ro, so she expected them to oppose sending Ro by himself, but after an initial reaction they calmed down immediately. She found it disquieting instead. Grandpa Gree, be really quiet, okay? Ro had no idea why Grandpa Gree and Nostalgia seemed so wary. Because of that, he admonished the griffin again. I will not act unless attacked, mind you. I am well known for my patience and generosity, after all. Ever since I entered, however, they are preparing to attack me. I cannot allow that. Worried by Grandpa Gree's words, Ro hurriedly grabbed its neck and put his mouth next to the griffin's ears. The adventurers around them reacted with a mixture of fear and admiration. Attack you? What do you mean? Ro whispered faintly, so that no one else could hear. Using this building's subjugation barrier, some tamer somewhere is trying to snatch away the position of my master. To use the Adventurers Guild barrier for personal purposes is not something an average person can do. Thus they must have been ordered from the guild to do so. Grandpa Gree and the Magic Wolf twins had subjugation collars on their necks. They were fakes, however, crafted to resemble the real collars. Ro was not the master of the servant beasts through the collars' effects. Subjugation collars or barriers did not have any effect on Grandpa Gree or the twins in the first place. Even if they didn't have any effect, however, Grandpa Gree would never allow anyone to forcefully steal the position of their master from Ro. It's simply unpleasant yet entertaining. Now, how shall we cook them? I beg you. No one will die. I will just play with them a little. Trust me and go do your business. That scary woman is looking at us with a scary gaze. Grandpa Gree's words made Ro recall that Viviana was waiting. He looked at her and found the same expression as before, but a hint of anger in her eyes. She probably thought Ro was ignoring her to play with the servant beast. She did not say anything simply for fear of angering the griffin. I'm sorry for making you wait. Ro left Grandpa Gree and lightly bowed to Viviana. This way, please. Led by Viviana, Ro disappeared into the back of the guild. When he disappeared from sight, Grandpa Gree lay down on the spot, smack dab in the middle of the reception hall. The Magic Wolf twins too cuddled their bodies next to the griffin. You shall now learn. I suppose I will stop at neutralizing the subjugation barrier and lay waste to the tamer's psyche. No, I might as well add the destruction of this building's magic defenses and speed up its deterioration, as a bonus. And then try to see how much I can do without the brat realizing. Nostalgia's members furrowed their brows due to Grandpa Gree's ominous mumbling, but did not have any intention to stop it. If, as Grandpa Gree had said, a tamer was trying to use the guild's subjugation barrier to wrest control of the servant beasts away from Ro, it was definitely under orders from the guild. Using the guild's barrier or knowing that Grandpa Gree would be in the guild that day was only possible for Ro's group and guild-related parties. Dietrich threw a glance tinged with anger to the guild staff, accompanied by the grinding of his clenched teeth. Volume 3, ch. 10.2. Ro was led to the guildmaster's office. He was worried about visiting such a high-ranked person's room on his own, but his curiosity was stronger, so he looked around everywhere with interest. When he was still in crack of dawn, the party members had often been led to the same room, but Ro would always wait in the hall, so it was his first time visiting it. The guildmaster's office was not too spacious or decorated. There was a large desk with piles of documents, a sofa and a low table for guests and some weapons displayed on the walls. Ro expected to see all sorts of items and decorations, unique to the office of the master of a guild of adventurers, so he was a little disappointed. A rattling and creaking could be heard. Could it be that the Adventurers Guild is actually poor? Ro couldn't help but think of this when he heard the creaking sounds. Rattling was a sound made by houses and buildings. In the past it was thought to be a sign of ghosts. But it was just the sound made by building materials due to changes in temperature or humidity. As Ro knew, it happened more often in buildings made with poor materials, built by unskilled workers or with materials with bad affinity. Buildings made with magic would rarely produce loud rattling during the day, as long as the builders did not cheap out on the use of magic. So you're Ro? Yes. Ro was lost in thought and ended up fumbling on his reply to the guildmaster, a man projecting strong intimidation. Ro had seen him from afar a number of times, but it was his first time to see him up close and to talk with him. His curiousness completely left him and his body was now governed by nervousness. The guildmaster was sitting in his chair, but Ro was left standing, with Viviana behind him. Maybe out of spite for the fear felt towards the griffin, she glared at Ro from behind. He. Pitiful. Pathetic. Brat, are you such a coward that you would be intimidated by such small fry? Ro was surprised by the voice he suddenly heard, and was about to jump up. He barely restrained himself from shouting. To think that you're always so arrogant with me. The brat's situation? He's standing in front of a stupidly arrogant small fry and is so scared he's about to piss his pants. I even see the tears welling up in his eyes. Grandpa Gree was supposed to be in the guild's reception hall, together with Nostalgia. However, I could hear its voice clearly, as if it was close. Someone from Nostalgia probably asked it to explain the situation, which the griffin did with some exaggeration. It really was true that Grandpa Gree could easily tell what happened in the building. Realizing this, Ro could finally calm down. He exhaled to regain his composure and looked straight at the guildmaster. Just then, another rattling was heard. There's a specific request for you? Ro cocked his head to the side. A specific request to an all-rounder was nothing short of unprecedented. They couldn't undertake requests on their own, after all. I know what you're thinking. But this is a special measure because you have tamed a griffin. Can you understand what I'm saying? What? Looks like the brat received a specific request. The people plead for me to wield my immeasurable strength. It's a trap, naturally. The guildmaster thought he was having the conversation in secret, but Grandpa Gree interpreted it, in its own unique way, and informed Nostalgia. The request comes from his lordship, Count Amadon. Do not dare refuse it and disappoint both his lordship and us. A threat using the Count's name. If the brat refuses, he will not only be expelled from the guild, but also this town. Typical small fry train of thought. They must be that terrified of me, eh? Ro was more curious about Grandpa Gree's words than the guildmaster's. He had already given up on being an adventurer, but not being able to stay in that town was a problem. He had just started repaying his debt of gratitude towards Coralda. The request is to investigate the Citadel dungeon. His lordship has prepared a party to accompany you. You will enter the area, verify the location of the griffin herd and investigate whether they show any signs of moving, that is all. The reward is, take it. Grandpa Gree suddenly shouted, so Ro couldn't help shouting too in response. Undertake that request, now. That is the nest I was born in, it will be a cinch. It sure has been a while since I last met them. You have a problem with it? The guildmaster, who couldn't hear Grandpa Gree's voice, looked at Ro for suspicion for interrupting him. Ro felt the blood drain from his face. I take it. You want to continue staying in this town, don't you? Then you have to take it. I'm enjoying digging holes, but I want to move freely in a wide space. Take it. Grandpa Gree's voice was louder and louder. Because of this, Ro couldn't think properly and didn't know how to answer the guildmaster, who glared at him, his forehead wrinkling more and more. Ro felt sweat roll down his neck. You want to act as an adventurer, don't you, brat? You must not let this opportunity go. As an adventurer. The moment Grandpa Gree said those words, the cornered Ro lit up. I don't need any reward. In exchange, please recognize me as a real adventurer. Ro immediately said what he had just come up with. It was his long-cherished desire. A real adventurer. Yes. To be able to undertake requests on one's own means having enough ability to act as an adventurer, does it not? In that case, you want to be recognized not as an all-rounder, but as an adventurer. Exactly. The guildmaster crossed his arms and thought. The guild would not lose anything, and the request was doomed to fail anyway. It was well within his authority as guildmaster to. The condition is fulfilling the request. The guildmaster thought a little, then reluctantly agreed. That is enough. Thank you very much. To make use of my powers to reach the status of adventurer. Brat, you are a devious one indeed. Despite its words, Grandpa Gree's voice sounded very pleased. Ro mentally intimidated the griffin to shut up, but he couldn't deny that it was the truth. He felt it a little guilty, but could have a glimpse of his future as an adventurer, so he flashed a full smile. The request relied on expectations of Ro as a tamer. His servant beast's achievement, more than his own, were expected to influence the results. Of course, servant beasts were part of a tamer's abilities and their weapon. It was natural to be judged for one's abilities together with one's servant beasts. Ro felt guilty because he did not think of Grandpa Gree or the Magic Wolf twins as mere servant beasts, but as his family, so he was not keen about using them. "You'll take it, then?" "Yes," Ro replied energetically to the Guildmaster's request for confirmation. The Guildmaster reacted with a nasty-looking smile. A weight was finally going to leave his shoulders. Again, rattling could be heard. Viviana, still standing behind Ro, furrowed her brows, concerned by the repeated sound. After Ro and the Guildmaster's meeting ended, Viviana explained in detail about the contents of the request. Ro then returned, without anything else happening. He came back so naturally that Nostalgia's members were almost taken aback, but Ro and the servant beasts did not seem to care, as they returned home almost skipping, excited for the future. After a little while, Viviana was climbing a staircase hidden in the back of the guild. It was a simple staircase, with access restricted to guild personnel. It was used so rarely that it was not even kept clean, so there were mounds of dust in the corners. Viviana climbed to the top and opened a door. "I knew it." Viviana sighed deeply. The all-rounder had left the guild with the griffin in tow, so she half expected the result she was now witnessing. What she found beyond the door was a dark room. In its center, a man was knocked out on the plank floor. It looked like he was still breathing, but was in severe pain. His face was dirty with sweat and other body fluids. The room was located over the ceiling of the reception hall. The hall's ceiling was open until the roof, so there were no floors above this room. It was used to store the many magic tools that protected the guild, which were managed all together in this room. The magic tools seem safe. Viviana checked the condition of the magic tools, especially the subjugation barrier tool, but could not find any particular problems. Their appearance did not show anything abnormal. At least, the man knocked out on the floor had been hired by her. As a tamer, he was of intermediate ability. He could be of some use to the guild, but even without him they wouldn't be troubled too much. Viviana had instructed him to use the guild's subjugation barrier to take control of the griffin. She decided to do so on her own. The guildmaster did not know of this plan. He had told her to move freely, following her judgment, so she was not blatantly ignoring his orders. The all-rounder being the master of a griffin was a problem, after all. If another party could take control of the griffin, the problem would disappear and the town's adventurers would gain new strength. Depending on the circumstances, that party could become the next hero party. Her decision was also motivated by the desire to provide salvation for the all-rounder. If he was being targeted because of the excessive power he possessed, taking away such power could also mean that he would be safe. So thought Viviana when she formulated this plan. It was an arrogant train of thought, but she honestly believed she was acting out of compassion. The result, however, was a failure. Viviana looked down at the man sprawled on the floor, a gaze of despise in her eyes. He failed to tame the griffin and met some sort of retribution. I guess, she whispered, though no one was there to hear, to make sense of the situation. She didn't know whether the culprit was the griffin itself or someone from Nostalgia, but considering that only this man was affected, it was safe to think that it was retribution. She had heard several rattling sounds during the meeting between Ro and the guildmaster, so she was curious about the cause. Buildings made with magic reacted more to magic spells than normal buildings, so she thought that the rattling came in response to some sort of magic attacks. If the guild's subjugation barrier cannot tame it, it must not be tamed through the collar, then. It wasn't something that could be said lightly, so Viviana kept the second half of the sentence within her thoughts. The guild's subjugation barrier had a level of authority superior to all subjugation collars and other subjugation barriers. It could easily take away the control of servant beasts from any tamer. It was a function meant to punish tamers who engaged in illegal acts or opposed the guild. Just like the sudden death curse when the collar was removed, it was a fail-safe device for emergencies. It worked without fail on servant beasts tamed via the subjugation collar. If the guild's barrier didn't work, it was proof that the servant beast was not tamed via the subjugation collar. So the report was true after all. The report stated that after the Alden Forest incidents, the Griffin and the Magic Wolf twins left the forest and followed the boy even without wearing collars. It was very hard to believe at the time, but now she could. However, that made the situation very grave. It meant that a high-rank magic beast was in town without any safety device. She didn't know why it could move with the subjugation collar on, despite not being influenced by it. If the subjugation collar did not work, it would be rejected. But, the Griffin wore it perfectly normally. Viviana thought for a while, a hand on her cheek, then whispered in a troubled tone, "Oh well. The guildmaster will take responsibility, anyway." Viviana whispered faintly, then left the room. She left the man behind, as if nothing had happened. Volume 3, CH 10.3. At the same time as Ro was called to the Adventurers Guild, the president of the Coralda Company was riding a horse-drawn carriage, crossing Amidon's streets in the royal capital's direction. There were multiple reasons why Coralda was heading to the capital, but, first and foremost, was to deliver an offering to the king. The offering was a set of super-grade magic recovery potions made by Ro. The set included a lost limb recovery potion, an old wound recovery potion and a total antidote potion. It was rare to obtain 3 super-grade magic recovery potions together. The total antidote potion was especially sought after by royals, who were always exposed to the threat of assassination via poisoning. There were various magic antidotes in circulation, but most if not all of them only worked on specific types of poison. It was necessary to identify the type of poison and to find the corresponding antidote. In case of a bite from a poisonous magic beast or animal, the poison type was easily identifiable, so an antidote could be administered quickly, but identifying poison used by assassins was very difficult. Even if the symptoms were similar, the toxins used could be completely different. In the case of a lethal poison, the victim could die while the poison was being identified. Because of this, total antidote, which could heal poisoning regardless of source, was one of the most sought-after super-grade magic recovery potions and was very difficult to come by. According to Coralda's information, even this country's royal family owned just 1 bottle of this potion. Coralda's objective was to donate the potions, in order to make it easier for Ro to obtain the kingdom's protection. If Ro was summoned by the royal family to work for them, thus leaving Coralda's company, it would all be meaningless. Not only would it hurt the company, but considering Ro's personality, he would just be used and abused as they pleased. In that case Grandpa Gree would certainly riot and they would end up fleeing the country. This time Coralda would state the potions were made by one of the company's alchemists, keeping Ro's name a secret. Coralda planned to start by creating a solid foundation, ultimately turning Ro into someone that not even the kingdom could treat lightly. The weather's just peachy today. Coralda looked out of the carriage's window and commented on the weather, light-hearted. The sky was a shining blue. The trees along the road brilliantly green. Please do not show your face too much. If someone notices you, our camouflage will mean nothing. You're right. I'll be careful. Admonished by the maid riding with him, Coralda closed the carriage's wooden window. Light filtered through the window's boards, however, so the carriage was well lit inside. Normally, a merchant of Coralda's standing would travel in a much more gorgeous carriage, with glass windows, strong defenses, and gorgeous decorations. As he was transporting super-grade magic recovery potions, he chose to use an older carriage, in order not to attract unwanted attention from bandits. When transporting precious goods, the Coralda Company formed convoys, which were protected by numerous guards to discourage any aspiring thieves. This time all he was transporting were 3 magic potions, so they used this normal transportation instead. The usual carriage would make it easier for information to leak, so they loaded items on another convoy and made it go another route. Coralda's carriage instead had a minimum security detail and was only accompanied by another one, in which the reserve coachman and the guards were riding. Coralda was wearing cheap-looking clothes and a large mantle, in typical countryside merchant fashion. The maid with him also wore similar attire, making them look like a married couple at first glance. We're going to take a break in a while, so please wait until then. The coachman probably heard their exchange, so he interjected in the conversation. The coachman in charge of this carriage was Chuck. Since Ro's super-grade magic recovery potion healed his leg, he was much more energetic than before. Whenever he had time off work he practiced with the sword, so he was also assigned to security this time. Don't worry. Going too fast would attract the bandits' attention, so let's proceed slowly. Safety is the first priority. Yes, sir. The visit to the royal capital had been planned since 1 week before. The true goal was not revealed even to Chuck, who was in charge of the coachman and the security, but his experience a few days before and the carriage's camouflage let him guess what they were really transporting. Thus he understood very well how important it was to travel safely. Well, this time we only have to worry about humans, so it's a lighter load. That magic beast repellent is helpful indeed. Using too much could end up attracting powerful magic beasts, so please be careful. Of course, what Chuck referred to as that magic beast repellent was made using Gramp Ugry's body fluids as an ingredient. Coralda bought it from Ro after the Alden Forest incident and equipped it on the company's carriages. Most roads were far away from magic beast forests, so there was little change of magic beasts appearing, but there was the possibility of encountering normal wild animals such as bears or wild dogs, so they still had to be wary of such dangers. Gramp Ugry's magic beast repellent also worked on such animals, so as long as it worked they didn't have to worry about encountering magic beasts or wild animals, which was extremely helpful. It was also true that the same magic beast repellent was the catalyst for the Alden Forest and Norfolk Valley incidents, so extreme care was necessary when using it. It might end up attracting powerful magic beasts, like that time, so Ro extensively warned Coralda and did not sell the repellent's base liquid. Gramp Ugry's magic beast repellent has a nice smell too, so I would love to turn it into a product. I like this scent very much too. I am sure many nobles would love it if it went on sale. The maid looked beyond the window grate, at the magic repellent pouch hanging from the roof. It doesn't smell like that when they extract the ingredients, though. Oh really? Is that so? Strictly speaking, Gramp Ugry was more embarrassed than anything. It would not show anyone but Ro, not even the twins, how it looked when the ingredients were extracted. According to Ro, Gramp Ugry resisted every time, out of embarrassment. Because of this, the Griffin had vehemently opposed the plan to turn it into a product, meaning that they would have to extract the ingredients regularly. Coralda was sure that the repellent would be very popular not for its intended use, but as a luxury item for nobles. Gramp Ugry didn't accept even when Coralda almost begged on his knees, so he had no choice but to give up. In exchange, Coralda managed to secure promise of having enough to equip the carriages, through Ro's cooperation. Ro also sold it at the same price as a regular magic beast repellent, which didn't work half as efficiently. For Ro it cost almost nothing to make, since the ingredients came from Gramp Ugry, so he didn't feel like charging much for it. After some negotiations, Coralda agreed to accept Ro's very convenient offer. After all, Ro had little attachment to money. He didn't waste it, on the contrary, he led a very frugal lifestyle. He never had much money, so it didn't feel real that he had a lot now. As long as he had enough money to live on, he didn't care about having any more. Thanks to the servant beasts, in the worst-case scenario he could just go out of town to hunt or gather materials. As a trade partner, he was far too accommodating. Coralda realized that ignoring such a habit could be dangerous, so he tried teaching Ro about money's worth and how to use it, but it had all been pointless for now. One of the reasons why Coralda couldn't be too hard on Ro was that he almost forced him to buy the house, in order to keep him close. I wonder what Ro and the others are doing, Coralda whispered to himself. The conversation had trailed off, so he voiced aloud what he thought about to pass the time. Coralda left the Amadon County in the early morning of the previous day, so he didn't yet know that Ro had been summoned by the Adventurers Guild. He said that he would visit Bruno yesterday, but I think that he didn't have anything particular planned for today. Mr. Bruno, that man viscerally dislikes me, doesn't he? He even prohibited me from buying his disciples' works. Coralda wasn't told what the reason was, but it was definitely Ro. Coralda knew well how Bruno had expressed, for many years, the wish to make Ro into his disciple. Since Coralda had taken Ro into his protection, It was natural for Bruno to resent him. Rowe's current position was freelancer, which he took up when the one-month contract with Coralder expired. Nevertheless, Rowe lived within the Coralder Company estate and sold his creations with priority to Coralder, so it was effectively like they were still bound by a contract. Coralder would have preferred extending the first contract, but Gramp Ugly did not allow Rowe to be someone's subordinate. The Griffin's protection of Rowe was unbreakable. It did not budge an inch, all for the sake of protecting the boy. Rowe sure makes all sorts of strange people become smitten with him. Aren't you one of them too, Master? Hee, indeed I am. Coralder laughed warmly after the maid's comment. Her words might sound disrespectful, but serving Coralder for many years granted her the privilege of saying such things. Speaking of annoyances. Coralder thought about Nostalgia's members. While they might seem like normal adventurers at first glance, they actually were a very problematic existence. Since they were on good terms with Rowe, Coralder had them investigated in detail. But the more he did, the more problems he uncovered. Being foreigners, they were treated as nuisances in this country, though. I hope everyone behaves while I'm out of town, Coralder mumbled to himself. Not even the shrewd merchant could imagine that, the very day after he left town, they had already stepped into the next incident. He would only be informed in the evening of that day, when the agent assigned to Rowe would give their report. Coralder then quickly completed his business in the capital and hurried back to Immoden, but, by the time he returned, Rowe had already left for the Citadel dungeon. Coralder would then visit the Adventurers Guild to know more about the situation, only to find a mountain of rubble. The guild building had crumbled for mysterious reasons. After Rowe's group left the Adventurers Guild, they walked through town in the direction of the Coralder Company. Whoever saw the group, or rather, Gramp Ugly, would create a path for them as if running away, then watch from a distance. Even if the townspeople knew there was a griffin in their town, for most of them it was the first time seeing one in the flesh. They tried not to lock eyes with Gramp Ugly, but looked at the group and whispered among each other. What they said was mostly positive, but they kept quiet not to provoke the griffin. The servant beasts could hear everything. However, Gramp Ugly, irritated, eventually used wind magic to block the sounds from around the group. Using magic inside the town was normally prohibited, but Gramp Ugly could cast spells stealthily, so no one would notice. Only few people in the whole world could determine when Gramp Ugly cast spells in this manner. Kristoff too used his sonar, wary of any assassination attempts, but he just spread waves of magic power, so it wasn't registered as magic. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. The twins barked lightly, but it sounded more like they were singing in unison. Let's do some shopping before we get back. Rowe rubbed the cheerful twins with both hands. The departure for the Citadel dungeon was set for 5 days later. He wanted to prepare as much as possible before leaving. That's what the shopping was for. I don't want something like the Alden Forest to happen again. I have to prepare properly, Rowe whispered quietly. He regretted what happened in the Alden Forest, but not that people died in that incident. He felt sad when he heard that some of Crack of Dawn's members, his former party, had died and the party was destroyed. Even as an all-rounder, Rowe had been an adventurer for years. He understood well that the adventurer's job meant to be always facing death and that adventurers could die at any moment. When people he thought as comrades died in the past, he could rationalize it as something that couldn't be helped. Those who can't do so are disqualified as adventurers. What Rowe regretted was not being useful until the servant beasts found him. To have been only protected by nostalgia and to have weighed them down. He just dragged them down and could not do anything. Rowe thus vowed that, if he had another chance, he would never repeat such a pathetic act. If Nostalgia's members heard him, however, they would deny his claims with all their might. It was thanks to Rowe's magic recovery candies that they could fight against the Gillums for so long, and he even acted as a decoy to save them. If he hadn't done that, they would have probably died. Not only was he useful, they owed him their lives. Rowe had a way of thinking typical of this country's adventurers. Support was just support. If someone was not useful in battle, they were not considered actually useful. No matter what Nostalgia said, he would think they were just trying to make him feel better. Rowe was friendly and looked timid, but he was actually very stubborn. After all, he continued working as an all-rounder for 7 whole years, Without any expectation of promotion, he had decided that he would leave for the new request completely prepared. The servant beasts will surely protect him, but he had no intention of leaving everything to them. Indeed. Prepare to your heart's content. Against the undead in that area, your abilities are more suited than mine or the twins. Ro had just whispered to himself, but Grandpa Gree, despite being the last of the group, reacted. Ro's magic recovery potions would be very effective against the undead roaming around the Citadel dungeon. Now he had holy water too, which would be more effective than Grandpa Gree's magic physical attacks. Other than the undead, I want to be ready to defeat other magic beasts too. That's the spirit. But for the brat to be able to fight against other magic beasts. There's that. Yes, that. Brat, you finally accepted it? Survival is more important. After all. Grandpa Gree made a disgusted expression, but Ro smiled as he replied. What's that? Cornelia, who was walking behind Ro, asked the question. The other members were interested too, but they were focused on checking the movements of the townspeople around them as Ro's escorts, so she asked on their behalf too. Leading Ro's group were Kristoff and Bernhardt, followed by Ro and the twins, then came Cornelia, Dietrich and Grandpa Gree. Traps and the like. Techniques used by hunters. The former party said they were unworthy of an adventurer and prohibited their usage, but, since I'm on my own now, I guess it's okay. I see. Unworthy. Cornelia could understand why they would say so. Adventurers, not only those from this country, preferred to fight head-on. Traps and such indirect techniques were not prohibited, of course, but those who used them were often called cowards. Traps set on the routes used by magic beasts presented risks to other adventurers, so they were especially hated. Unworthy? Who cares about something like that? They are the fruit of knowledge and technique. However, Grandpa Gree's tone seemed uncomfortable. When the brat makes new anti-magic beast traps, he tests them on me. Water, sticky liquids, round metal objects, why do I have to test them all? Test them on the twins sometimes. It would be bad if they were hurt. Grandpa Gree is tough, so this is discrimination. Grandpa Gree cawed as it clawed the ground, surprising the surrounding people, who ran away screaming. Since the sounds were still blocked from reaching the group, Ro and the others did not notice. But if you get dirty I wash you and brush you too. Even so, you could use the twins sometimes. No, wait, don't say don't wanna. So bluntly. Think of me too. The twins turned around and beamed a refreshing smile to Grandpa Gree. According to what Grandpa Gree said, they had flatly refused any cooperation. The twins, still smiling, walked towards the back, lined up at Dietrich's side and tapped his thighs with their paws. What? I see. You're right, there's no problem with that one. Brat. Any new traps are to be tested on the sleepyhead. Hey. Wait. Why me? Dietrich, put in charge all of a sudden, was close to panicking. He was secretly enjoying the fact that Grandpa Gree would have to suffer through trap testing, but was hit by a sudden curveball. Aren't you lot useless this time? Only select humans can enter the Citadel dungeon, my home nest, is that not right? You cannot accompany us, can you? I see nothing wrong in helping the brat's experiments. Wait, I'm not a magic beast, am I? What can I do with anti-magic beast traps? You just need to crawl. You're bigger than the twins, so you can easily act as a magic beast. No problem at all. Put your pointlessly large body to good use. You should feel honored to. Dietrich resentfully glared at the boasting Grandpa Gree. You're going to protect Ro anyway, right? Why do you even need such preparations? Ro can deal with the undead easily too. Anything could happen. Thus preparations are vital. Grandpa Gree was dead set on pushing the unwelcome task on Dietrich's shoulders. With your powers, there isn't going to be any real emergency anyway. Who can say that? That nest's dwellers resent me, after all. If they see me, they'll come to kill me, that's for sure. Who knows what will happen? Woof. All humans and the twin wolves froze in reaction to Grandpa Gree's words. Even Kristoff, who was only lightly following the conversation, stopped completely still. The only one who didn't say anything, Bernhardt, was silently shocked. They all stopped and stared at Grandpa Gree. Why are you so surprised? Despite Grandpa Gree's question, no one managed to recover. After a while, Dietrich broke the silence. They resent you. Why? Males that leave the nest behind are resented. Is that not natural? If they form another nest, they will become enemies after all. If they are found, they are exterminated. What? You said that it's your home nest, so there's no problem. They aren't your friends? You recommended Ro to go because it's safe, right? It's my home nest, so I know how strong they are. Even if they attack all together, they will be easy to beat back. There are no problems at all, you see? Grandpa Gree seemed firmly convinced that there wasn't anything to worry about, leaving the rest of the group speechless. Dietrich and the rest had all interpreted Grandpa Gree's "it's my home nest, so it will be a cinch" as to mean it's my home nest, so no one will be hostile and entering it will be a cinch. If Grandpa Gree was resented, however, the situation was very different. Completely the opposite. For them to be hostile from the start was a nasty position to be in. They were griffins like Grandpa Gree, wielding the same strength. After all, isn't this really bad? What is? From my point of view, they are nothing but chicks. It might take some work if we are to kill them all, but just entering the area and investigating it will not be troublesome at all. You just said that anything could happen. Dietrich shouted loudly, but Grandpa Gree just muttered "noisy idiot" under its breath. The griffin had said it just to push the burden of the trap tests on Dietrich. It didn't seriously think that was true. Dietrich knew that much, but his irritation had gotten the best of him. He glared at Grandpa Gree and its repeated irresponsible words. This guy is a magic beast after all, it doesn't think like a human. Filled with mistrust towards the griffin, Dietrich clenched his teeth. Christoph, why yes. Contact our homeland. We're going to the Citadel dungeon too. Get everything in order. Hey, wait, leader. Dietrich's words worried Cornelia, but he didn't listen. He clearly talked as if he was in a position of power in their homeland. His blood had rushed to his head so much that he forgot he was hiding it. We can't entrust Ro to that damned griffin. Who? How interesting. Dietrich looked at Grandpa Gree with anger, but the latter simply smiled. Volume 3, ch 10.4. Under a perfect blue sky, the town welcomed another morning. 5 days have already passed since Ro accepted the Citadel dungeon inspection request at the Adventurers Guild. In the city center, the gates leading to Count Amidon's residence were wide open. Under the watchful eyes of the gate guards, a platoon appeared. A gorgeous, dazzling white horse-drawn carriage and mounted knights surrounding it. After it, another carriage and foot soldiers. They were around 100, but maybe because they were assembled with haste, there were gaps in their advance. Their pace was not coordinated. They were all armed enough to suggest that a war might be starting, though. The Citadel Dungeon Inspection Party. That was the name of the platoon heading towards the Citadel Dungeon to inspect it, just as the name said. The core of the party was formed by the Nemephila Knights, headed by Count Amidon's fourth daughter, to which soldiers and magic users deemed necessary were forcibly aggregated to complete the party. This was because the Nemephila Knights were not created for battle and were not included in any regular military organization. They were a band of all-female knights created for the Count's fourth daughter, a mere 10-strong group that functioned as a decoration more than anything. The reason behind their existence was a story in itself. The story was titled Tales of Princess Knight Eileen. Despite the same name, there was no relation with Count Amidon's fourth daughter, Eileen. The tales were about a princess that lived several hundreds of years before in this kingdom of Bedu. She was proficient in all martial arts, a hero that waged war in countless battlefields and achieved innumerable victories. She was also a beautiful maiden with shining blonde hair. It wasn't clear how much of it was historically accurate, but, at least in the tale, she was portrayed as such. Accompanied by strong comrades, she fought on many battlefields, loved a foreign prince, commanded powerful magic beasts and fought against evil ones, loved a foreign minister, fought against the tribes of the blazing deserts, loved a subordinate despite their difference in status, then loved another foreign prince. Her tales were so popular that they were still played in the capital's theater. Eileen too had enjoyed them since she was a child. They shared the same name and a similar standing as daughters of nobles, so it was natural that, in her strong childish fantasies, she fell in love with the character. Eileen strongly admired the Princess Knight and wanted to be like her. Having the same name, She saw herself as the same character. Unfortunately, or rather, luckily enough, she was quite skilled with the sword. At least compared to other things. Her results in studies, magic, dance or knitting were all catastrophic. At least she had some talent with the sword. Being the fourth daughter of a count was a precarious position, actually. She could be used for political marriages, but if she didn't have any strong points she could be left behind. She needed at least one thing to be proud of. The count, while half giving up on her, decided to have her trained in the art of the sword at least. Eileen then spent day after day practicing the blade. When she turned 15, the Nemophila Knights were formed. Eileen herself wished for this band of knights to be created, but for the count, it was a last resort. She did not have the necessary skills to join an official band of knights, not even as an apprentice, but it was too late to have her give up on the sword. Even if she did, there was nothing else for her to do. In such a situation, the count opted to create a new band of knights. Since a noble lady like Eileen would be the leader, no male knights could be allowed to be close to her, so all appointed members ended up being women. The Nemophila Knights' main duties were to act as security during ceremonies and banquets. Even if they stayed inside they would not look intimidating, instead bringing beauty and grace, so they were used surprisingly often. They were even sent to the royal capital's ceremonies at times. One of their biggest strengths was that they could freely enter locations where only women were allowed, and, since their captain was a noble, they had excellent manners and were very attentive, so they were especially popular among ladies of high society. However, we can finally depart on an adventure. Knight Captain Eileen, sitting in her pearl-white carriage, whispered to herself. Her dream was to become like Princess Knight Eileen, not to be just a captain of knights in name. She craved for adventure from the bottom of her heart. My first adventure at 20 years old. This must be fate. Princess Knight Eileen too first visited the battlefield at 20 years old. Until then she had been treated as a burden by the royal family, but she proved her worth on the battlefield and quickly started climbing the path to become a hero. Thus started the tales. Today marks the beginning of my tale as well. Eileen, blushing in excitement, tightly hugged her trembling body. At the same time, Ro and his 3 servant beasts were outside the town, in an open field just outside the gates. They were scheduled to join the Citadel Dungeon inspection party there. Access to the city center, where the Count's mansion was located, was restricted for commoners, and its walls did not allow magic beasts to enter it, even if they were tamers' servant beasts. Because of this, they had to meet in a location different than the palace the inspection party departed from, so Ro was informed to head to that location outside the city gates. It's almost time for departure. Are you sure you won't rethink it? Cornelia, standing next to Ro's group, asked a question. No one else from Nostalgia was present. She had come alone to see Ro off. The other members had left earlier on a horse carriage and were already moving, as they would need more time than Ro and the inspection party to reach the Citadel Dungeon. Nostalgia was also authorized to enter the Citadel Dungeon, but the authorization came from their homeland, the Kingdom of Nerois. They would have to enter it through a different route than Ro's. It was a longer detour compared to the one Ro's group would take, so they were forced to take separate ways. Only Cornelia stayed back, as she would receive the weapons Bruno made for them and then join them as quickly as possible. Thanks to that, she could stay and see off Ro. No matter what anyone says, I'm going. My safety is guaranteed by Grandpa Gree, and I want to become an adventurer after all. Why don't you and the others give up on going instead, Cornelia? Well, I agree that it's better for us not to go, but the leader. Such a conversation had been repeated several times during the last 5 days. Both were worried about each other and tried dissuading the other party from going to the Citadel Dungeon, but both of them had firm convictions. Ro would never give up his ambition to become an adventurer, and Nostalgia's leader, Dietrich, was being obstinate. Have I not said so many times that there will not be any problems? Do you doubt me? Grandpa Gree, lying on the grass, his wings spread as it basked in the sunlight, interjected. The magic wolf twins were running around as they pleased, chasing after butterflies, stopping to smell the flowers. I know that, but we're still worried. I'm actually worried about you all, though. Will you really be okay? Getting to the Citadel Dungeon won't be any trouble, I think. Then we'll probably have to rely on Grandpa Gree, though Rose Group and Nostalgia promised to meet before entering the Citadel dungeon and to go in together, it was the safest compromise and the only way for both parties to feel relieved. They didn't know, however, what the inspection party wrote traveling with them would have to say about that. Cornelia said that they will have no trouble getting to the Citadel dungeon. But her expression was not as bright as her words suggested. She seemed to be concerned about something. Very few people had ever entered the Citadel dungeon and returned alive. It was known to be a place of certain death, so her concerns were well-founded. Even if Grandpa Gree said there wouldn't be any problems, she couldn't help being worried. I can't shake off this worry. Please take this. Ro gave Cornelia one of the 3 magic bags he was holding. He had borrowed them from the Coralder Company and made Grandpa Gree modify them. It was not camouflaged as a normal bag like the one he used before and looked as flashy as magic bags usually did. What is this? You might think I'm fussing too much, but please take it. It contains various magic potions, the special water effective on the undead and clothing made from Grandpa Gree and the twins' fur. All the magic potions are labeled to explain their effects, so check how to use them and what they do. There's a lot of that special water too, so use it against the undead. The clothes are more protective than chainmail, but it's easy to sweat in them, so be careful. You can just give back the magic bag to the Coralder Company when you're done. Bombarded by all that information, Cornelia looked confused at the magic bag. Every time Ro brushed Grandpa Gree and the twins, he thought that he would like to do something with the great quantity of fur that came off them. The simplest way would be to turn it into thread and make clothing with it, but the servant beast's fur had all sorts of unique properties that made it difficult to use. It was soft to the touch but turned hard if it sustained a shock. If twisted it tried to return as it was right away, so Ro couldn't make thread out of it. He mentioned this to yarn spinning artisans in the Coralder Company and they solved the problem for him. Normal sheep fur was washed to remove all dirt and grease, lined uniformly and spun into thread. The servant beast's fur couldn't be processed this way, so they heated it up, treated it with chemicals, mixed it with fur from other animals and somehow succeeded in making thread out of it. Such a process was very complex and difficult, so even veteran artisans ended up making defective products 4 times out of 10. Once it was spun into thread it wasn't possible to process it again, so it was deemed unfit to be made into a product. The silver lining was that it could be used as a unique item for a special person. The clothes Ro gave to Cornelia was made from the thread processed then, which he bought and had made into inner clothing by Coralder Company employees. Ro wore it too, and while it felt pleasant against the skin, it didn't let much air through and made it easier to sweat. In exchange, it provided greater defense than chainmail, could not be cut by regular blades, and also absorbed blunt impacts. Grandpa Gree's fur by itself would be weak to fire, but thanks to mixing in the twins' fur, that weakness was cancelled out. Is it really okay? I'm very thankful, but please don't worry. The reason why you're going to the Citadel dungeon is me and Grandpa Gree, so think of it as an apology. Ro's words made Cornelia feel even more conflicted. Various magic potions, holy water, inner clothing made from magic beast fur. Such items would easily cost an absurd amount of gold. She couldn't just accept them so casually. Even Ro was not sure whether he should give them to her, worrying that he might cause trouble instead. He felt that Cornelia was worried about the journey, though, so he made the decision to give it after all. Thank you. I will accept them, then. Cornelia thought for a moment about what to do, but considering that they were going to the Citadel dungeon, accepting the items was the only realistic choice. Especially the special water, holy water, would be very useful against the undead. The undead around the Citadel dungeon were impervious to physical attacks and among them there were also ghosts and liches, which were hardly affected even by many kinds of magic, except recovery spells. Nostalgia's members planned to use the weapons crafted by Bruno against them. But since they would be using such weapons for the first time, they weren't sure how effective they would be. With holy water, they could defeat them easily. They just needed to pour it on the undead, so it was easier than exterminating insects, so it was an item anyone would crave when fighting the undead. It's nothing, really. I just planned to be as prepared as possible and made too much stuff, so there are a lot of magic potions too. It's a problem if you don't use them. I mean, Mr. Coralder said selling them is forbidden, so I can't even do that. Wait, Ro? What do you mean that selling them is forbidden? Looks like they're here. Time to depart. Cornelia was about to start grilling Ro, when a group of armed troops appeared from the gates. The time for departure had come. Thank you for seeing me off. Take care, Cornelia. You too, Ro. After a simple greeting, Ro left Cornelia. The inspection party also had foot soldiers among its ranks, but even so it was advancing rather slowly. Maybe they were showing off to the surrounding townspeople that they were leaving. There were people gathered at the gates, looking at them with interest. Aren't those her rampaging ladyship's soldiers? Ro heard Grandpa Gree's comment and stopped. He looked at the inspection party and noticed soldiers wearing characteristic armor, spread as to protect a pure white horse carriage. They were wearing full-body armor decorated everywhere with nemophila flowers reliefs, so they had to be the band of knights led by the Count's daughter. Their excessively decorated armor would be of little use in battle, except for providing an easy target due to its dazzling splendor. Ro had seen them several times before, so there could be no mistake. Looks like it. So this inspection party or whatever is led by her rampaging ladyship. I guess she's inside that carriage. Ro listened to Grandpa Gree's amused comment and felt something heavy in his chest. No one told me that. He almost wanted to whine. Count Amidon's daughter had often been a source of grievances. This was true not only for Ro, but for all adventurers living in the city. She was completely detested by all of them. Eileen, daughter of Count Amidon, admired very much the tales of Princess Knight Eileen and always tried to join fields of battle. At present the country was in peace, without the slightest threat of foreign invasion, so the only battlefields available were fields of battle against magic beasts or bandit extermination missions. Fighting against magic beasts was the adventurer's main job, thus normally the knights did not get involved. That Count's daughter, however, did so any chance she got. It would be alright if, once on the battlefield, she showed some cooperation, but she always acted without thinking of what trouble she caused to others and put the whole battle at risk. In a situation where even the proudest adventurers cooperated with each other, she ignored all orders and acted as she pleased, trying to make a name for herself and getting in the way of adventurers. On top of that, she was also lacking in fighting ability, so once she was in danger she haughtily demanded to be helped. Every time the guild would mediate with the adventurers to settle things one way or the other, but some time ago a decisive episode happened to make all adventurers detest her even more. Not too far from the town of Mudden there was an underground cave-type dungeon. Because of insufficient culling, the magic beasts dwelling in it ended up prowling the surroundings. It was an incident with a scale so large that the whole town's adventurers were dispatched to deal with it. A detailed strategy was formulated. While surrounding the magic beasts, the adventurers would cause them to spread thin over a wide range to exterminate them, but Count Amidon's daughter went wild. Too eager to gain achievements, she charged into a pack of magic beasts, lost immediately and ran away, finally luring a large number of magic beasts into one spot. Because of this, the encirclement was broken and the strategy rendered useless, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Many adventurers were killed or wounded, while the magic beasts that escaped them attacked nearby villages, creating casualties even among civilians. Those who didn't know the actual circumstances blamed the guild for the poor management of the situation and the adventurers were met with chilling stares. Count Amidon's daughter, however, was protected by her noble status and did not take responsibility in any way. She was just scolded by her father, the Count, and ordered to restrain her activities for a while. She did not apologize, nor show any signs of regretting her mistakes. It was obvious that all adventurers would start hating her. Ro too found her troublesome to deal with. If possible, he wanted to have nothing to do with her. She's an interesting woman for sure. This will be a fun journey. Grandpa Gree's words made Ro loudly express his surprise. Even the twins looked at Grandpa Gree with suspicion. Now that I think about it, Grandpa Gree was also in pretty good spirits the time when the magic beasts overflowed from the dungeon. That was a really fun experience. Those arrogant lot, always barking orders left and right, were pleading for help with tears in their eyes. After all, it felt great to be able to go as wild as I wanted without anyone saying anything later. Mwahaha. Well, Good for you then. Rose sighed heavily. For Grandpa Gree? The Count's daughter was useful for creating a chaotic situation in which the Griffin could freely go on a rampage. It didn't matter to it whether people died or what damage was caused in the process. The only thing Grandpa Gree cared about was whether something pleased it or not. When the monsters overflowed from the dungeon, Ro was providing rear support. He distributed magic potions to the wounded, prepared meals, used the twins and monster repellent to create safe areas. Because of this, he doesn't know how exactly Grandpa Gree went wild, but remembers well how happy the Griffin looked when it rejoined them later. He probably caused a lot of chaos too. Grandpa Gree, don't do anything rash, alright? An unidentified concern welling in his heart, Ro rubbed the Griffin's neck and tried to get it to listen. I have never done anything rash, though? What are you saying? There is no one as prudent as I. Yes. You're right. Ro didn't know if Grandpa Gree was serious or was just joking to change the topic, but as soon as he heard the reply he gave up on getting it to listen. It was pointless if it didn't have any intentions of listening. Grandpa Gree looked at Ro's reaction and grinned. Okay then. I'll go greet them and ask where our position is, so be good. Okay? Yes, of course. Ro then quickly walked towards the inspection party. Grandpa Gree looked at him go, then talked again. Looks like the brat forgot. Bow wow. Bow wow. The magic wolf twins tilted their heads. Her rampaging ladyship wants me. She sent messenger after messenger to that villa, requesting them to hand me over. What Grandpa Gree referred to with that villa was the house where Crack of Dawn used to live. The daughter of Count Umadon had sent messengers many times in order to request them to give her their griffin. At the time Bond's father, an elite member of the Supreme God Church, was the party's sponsor, so her request was not a demand, but was rather mild. Grandpa Gree remembered, however, that every time it met the Count's daughter on the battlefield she looked at it with a passionate gaze. It could tell that in her eyes burned envy or other desire. Being looked at in that way was the reason why Grandpa Gree remembered the Count's daughter. Now that they didn't have any powerful supporters anymore, it was easy to imagine that the Count's daughter would demand Ro to give her Grandpa Gree. She would probably not accept no for an answer either. Ro had a strong sponsor in the Coralda Company, but it was nothing compared to the church. Did you know, twins? Princess Knight Eileen was accompanied by a griffin servant beast. They say the twins didn't know what to reply and tilted their heads to the side, but Grandpa Gree continued talking. It was actually not so, but her rampaging ladyship believes it. What methods will she use to obtain me and fulfill her obsession of the Princess Knight's tales? He. Grandpa Gree grinned evilly, leaving the twins with a mixture of surprise and disgust. She shall learn that whoever tries to separate me and the brat will suffer inadequate punishment. That very moment, the air shook. A loud rumbling could be heard from the town. It was like something crumbled. The shaking was transmitted by the ground. Ooh! The Adventurers Guild contraption finally activated. Just like in celebration of our departure. I just tinkered a bit with the magic tools so that they would activate when the right time came. But as expected of me! What perfect timing. This journey shall be truly enjoyable. I have my own goals too after all. Mwahaha! Grandpa Gree laughed gleefully, uncaring of the magic wolf twins' cold gaze. Volume 3, CH 11.1 Chapter 11, Traveling with the Inspection Party. After joining the Citadel Dungeons inspection party, Ro's group was told that their position was at the end of the convoy. The Nemophila Knights were in the lead, followed by the horse carriage with the leader of the knights and daughter of Count Umadon inside. Then the knights hurriedly gathered to join the party, the luggage carriage, several carriages for the magic users, the foot soldiers and finally Ro and the servant beasts. The foot soldiers were afraid of Grandpa Gree, so they were told to put several hundreds of meters between them. After a few hours, when they were far enough from town, the formation was changed. All the foot soldiers rode together with the magic users on the carriages, who moved to the front of the convoy, while the knights surrounded it on all sides to protect it, followed by young Lady Umadon's carriage. After it followed the supplies carriage, with Ro's group last as before. The first formation only served to show off the young lady and her knights bravely departing for the battlefield. It was probably just a bluff. She probably thought that placing her knights in the front would express their courage and determination, But if they were going to have the foot soldiers ride on the carriages and change the formation, there was no point in doing something like that in the first place. Also Roe groaned. The townspeople had not noticed that an inspection party would be dispatched to the Citadel dungeon anyway, so they probably just thought that young Lady Imogen was up to her bizarre antics again, with the foot soldiers riding on the carriages too. Only Roe's group was left to actually walk and the convoy's speed increased. Right then, however, a problem came up. Grandpa Gree. "Please. Let me ride on your back." I said no. "How dare you insult me by treating me like a horse?" "You're just being stingy." "I am not. No one is as generous as I." "But you used to let me all the time." "The past is the past. I only did it to console you and you cried like a newborn, brat." Roe and Grandpa Gree started quarreling. It all started when Roe climbed on one of the carriages, together with the foot soldiers. The carriage was so small it was barely possible to sit. The passengers inside were packed like cattle being sent to the market. Moreover, the atmosphere inside was extremely gloomy. No one talked. All the passengers only stared into space with vacant looks on their faces. Some were on the verge of tears. They probably understood what their fate would be once they arrived at the Citadel dungeon. The Citadel dungeon was a destination of certain death. Going there meant to be prepared for the worst. They were also led by the Nemophila Knights, notoriously inept in battle, so it might be said that their total annihilation was ensured. They had found a glimmer of hope when they heard that an adventurer with a griffin servant beast would accompany them, but when they saw the short and frail-looking Roe, they were once again plunged into the pits of despair. Because of such reasons, the foot soldiers' morale was at rock bottom. Roe couldn't endure the atmosphere inside the carriage, darker and heavier than the depths of the ocean, so he decided to get off and advance together with the servant beasts. However, he didn't walk fast enough to keep up with the convoy and he couldn't simply keep running. He could use the recovery candies to restore his physical strength, but he didn't have an endless supply, so he wanted to save them if possible. Thus the next idea he had was to ride on Grandpa Gree's back. "You show off. You just want to look good in front of the twins." What did you just? "You're just embarrassed because they're looking." "And no way. Since the twins came you don't even rub your cheeks on me anymore. Why do you let me sleep on you but not ride on your back?" And yes. "I am just using you and other humans as hot water bottles. Hugging pillows. I am simply using you, brat." "No problem." "You're not making any sense." Roe was running behind the convoy with his servant beasts and shouting at Grandpa Gree. They were hidden by the supplies carriage, so no one saw them quarrel, but Roe's voice reached the rest of the formation. "What is that boy doing, all by himself? Does he think this is a picnic?" One of the female knights pursed her lips in disapproval. Since only Roe could hear Grandpa Gree's voice, it looked like he was making a ruckus with his servant beasts by himself. It was natural for them to find it suspicious. Why did his lordship request the assistance of someone like that? My, Bridget, don't be so upright." The fuming knight on horseback was suddenly called out. The female knight called Bridget turned towards the source of the voice and saw another female knight on a horse approaching her. "However, Clarissa, letting someone like that accompany us will have people question our worth." "I am not satisfied with it either. But it is an order from his lordship. We have no choice, do we?" "That is true, but..." The two female knights, Bridget and Clarissa, lined up side by side. "He has a griffin with him after all. Even though he looks young, he must be an accomplished tamer. This will be a long journey, let us watch over him for now." Yes, but, admonished by Clarissa, Bridget's mouth twisted, failing to hide her discontent. Clarissa laughed wryly. She found her too honest comrade troublesome to deal with sometimes, but also had great affection for her. The captain is surely thinking ahead. Let us follow her orders. For such an honorable mission to be sullied by that. Unlike the hastily gathered knights and foot soldiers, young Lady Imogen and her Nemophila knights thought the expedition to be an honorable one. They realized that they were heading towards a place where certain death was guaranteed, but they brimmed with a baseless confidence that they would return alive. The reason why they could have such confidence was that not one of their members had ever perished on the battlefield until now, but what they did not understand was that this was only because other adventurers and soldiers had died for them to return safely. No one ever told them this happened, so it was natural for them not to know. Their captain was a noble, so very few ever dared speak against the Nemethlanites. They were treasured as guards for banquets and ceremonies and often praised, making it easier for them to fall into such misunderstandings. They would never even dream of the possibility that the captain's father and founder of the Nemethlanites, Count Amidon, sent them to this expedition to get rid of them. At the same time, Nostalgia's members excluding Cornelia were riding in a horse carriage. Count Amidon's inspection party and Ro were heading straight towards the Citadel dungeon, but Nostalgia was heading west first. Their homeland, the Kingdom of Nereus, did not border directly with the Citadel dungeon's area, but since it was one of the neighboring countries, it lent its assistance to the management of the neutral area where the Citadel dungeon was located. When Nereus citizens headed to the Citadel dungeon, they had to pass through one of the countries which bordered directly with it, so the routes they could use were limited. Nostalgia's group was currently heading towards one of such routes. "Here you go." A voice with a somewhat angry tone was heard and a cloth bundle struck Dietrich's forehead. What's this? Dietrich, who was polishing his sword inside the carriage, looked at the direction the bundle came from. His gaze was met and sustained by Kristoff, who had thrown it. "What's this? What's this you say? I fixed it for you, so thank you is what you should say. Your pants had that hole in them for 1 whole month. And you can't even fix it yourself, so you had someone else do it. What are you, 5?" Kristoff's mood was foul, deciding to go to a dangerous place like the Citadel dungeon because you got all caught up in the moment. But who had to do all the paperwork? Me. I contacted the country and got it all done in 5 days and thought I could at least take it easy on the carriage, and what do I hear? Fix my pants. Are you stupid or what? You sure let that meager power you have get to your head. Do you know how many problems you're causing us? He spat out a stream of irritation. In the last 5 days, Kristoff had frantically made preparations to go to the Citadel dungeon, even cutting sleep. He was the party's contact with the Nereus kingdom, the only one who could negotiate with them. Only he knew what documents were necessary to request authorization to enter the Citadel dungeon. Because of this, he had to take care of almost all preparations by himself. Almost, but all Dietrich did was sign the papers Kristoff prepared. The whole burden was actually shoved onto his shoulders. The other members too helped with preparations other than paperwork, of course, but Kristoff was in charge of many of those too. Dietrich and the others would be useful in battle, but the way they made preparations was too sloppy to be trusted. Everyone other than Kristoff thought that the more supplies they had the better, and that for horse carriages more expensive was almost better, so it was headache after headache for him. If he let them do things unsupervised, they would buy a lot of unnecessary things and rent luxury horses and carriages unsuited for traveling, just because they looked good. Because of this, he had to use the very little free time he had to also prepare for the journey. He managed to make it in time thanks to his Corelder Company connections helping their departure, but without them they would have departed without being fully prepared. Then, when they finally left, he hoped he could get some rest on the carriage, but Dietrich told him that he wanted him to fix the holes in his trousers. It would be strange not to explode at this point. Doing so only after fixing them, however, proved how Kristoff was actually serious and honest, despite his gigolo-like looks. "You could have gone to pick up Mr. Bruno's weapons too. But Cornelia had to go because you went and tried to punch him without thinking. I don't care how strong she is, how can you make a woman travel alone? That's because the swords would be ready today." "How much time do you think it takes to make a sword?" 3 swords and 1 knife in 5 days? That man is insanely fast. Don't you even have an ounce of common sense? It's a miracle that they made it in time for this trip. I could have gone myself, but she was worried that I was tired, so I had no choice but to let her. I was dead tired for real anyway. Dietrich didn't know how to deal with Kristoff's anger. As he said, the sudden decision to go to the Citadel dungeon, Cornelia having to go alone to Bruno's workshop, leaving holes in his trousers for over 1 month were all his responsibility, so there was nothing he could say. Any excuse or justification would have just added more fuel to the fire. Anyway, Dietrich's shoulders dropped. He put away the sword he was polishing and quietly listened to Kristoff's scolding, hoping he would be satisfied soon. "You're old enough to learn to do paperwork anyway. Even someone stupid like me can do it. so you just have to try. Do something to serve your country instead of playing around all day. Learn to sew, damn it. I'm not good at delicate stuff. What? That's only because you always ask other people to do it. You're absolutely right, but wait, what the? Dietrich was listening obediently to Christoph, when he picked up his newly fixed trousers and noticed something. He looked at the fixed part and shouted, "That's just perfect for you, oh dear leader." Christoph looked at his surprised expression and laughed, triumphant. The trousers he fixed were a pair Dietrich liked very much. They were made with materials that originated from magic beasts, making them resilient, easy to move in and breezy. The material was of much better quality than the light cloth of his usual clothes, so he used them often for battle. He was wearing them in the Alden Forest too, and that was when they were damaged. The holes formed when the magic wolf twins applied their paw marks on Dietrich's thighs, one scorching, the other freezing. Simply put, they were paw holes. "You bastard, what the hell?" Dietrich spread his trousers wide. Over the holes, there were bright red stitches, in the same shape as the paws. 3 stitches per leg, covering the holes created by the paw marks, lined up neatly. "You love playing with your little wolf friends, don't you? So I made them just for you. You're gonna pay, aren't you glad? They're shaped like the paws of your cute little friendos. Now you can be together all the time. I'm gonna kill you." The two glared at each other with very menacing smiles on their lips. Soon enough, a fist fight broke out. Bernhard was sitting in the coachman's seat, handling the horses on his own. He could hear all the shouting and fighting, but kept looking forward without even raising an eyebrow. "They're not tense at all, are they?" A whisper escaped his lips. Volume 3, ch. 11.2. In the end, Ro decided to have the twins take turns carrying him on their backs. Unlike Grandpa Gree, they agreed as soon as he asked. Their bodies looked a bit too small to carry Ro, but they were actually much more powerful and robust than horses. Even with Ro on their back, they could move as normal. They were so happy to carry him that they kept running left and right, so Ro would get tired instead. Ro made ruckus trying to calm them down, so the knights thought he was playing around again, but he didn't notice, just as he didn't notice how Grandpa Gree was looking at them, feeling lonely for being left out of their games. On this first day, the convoy proceeded without problems, and finally evening came. The Citadel Dungeon inspection party stopped to set up camp. They were still inside the kingdom of Batu and there were villages and towns in the vicinity of the road they were proceeding on, so they could easily find lodging there. Count Amidon's daughter, the chief of the expedition, however, was determined to make an adventure out of the expedition, so they were forced to set up camp. Ro wasn't aware of such circumstances and wondered why they went out of their way to set up camp, which would be taxing on everyone's physical form, but guessed they had to have a reason and duly followed suit. The inspection party stopped in a relatively safe camping site on the side of the road, hitched the horses in the simple facility present and started setting up camp. "Excuse me." "What?" Ro spoke into female knight, probably in charge of operations, replied. Ro didn't know it, but she was a member of the Nemophila Knights. "Dolores, the camp's yours by yourself. Don't rely on us just because you're coming together. We knights have no intention of getting chummy with adventurers." The moment Ro opened his mouth, Dolores shut him down sharply. Confused by her reaction, Ro was about to say something, but in the end he just mumbled yes, and walked away, towards the edge of the camping site. "He wanted to pry some food or a place to sleep from us, I'm sure." "What nerve?" Dolores whispered to herself, as if spitting against Ro's back, but he didn't hear. Of course, he didn't have the slightest intention to take food or a place to sleep from them. He had tried talking to her to see if he could help with the camp preparations. It was clear from Ro's point of view that the inspection was done in a quite sloppy manner. The foot soldiers moved around with little to no motivation and Dolores' orders were lacking too. If they continued like that, it would get dark before they finished. If they started preparing meals then, they couldn't make anything decent. Ro couldn't bear looking anymore and called to her, but she had the completely wrong idea. With nothing else to do, Ro started setting up camp for himself. The soldiers were afraid of Grandpa Gree, so he chose a spot as far away as possible from the center of the camping site, where the bulk of the inspection party was. He thought that the inspection party would probably use the campsite's stoves, so Ro started gathering stones to build a makeshift one. Woof, woof. When the stone stove was ready, the twins came back with firewood. Ro hadn't given them any orders, but this often happened since their roles split naturally. Grill these whole. With herbs. Ro lit up a fire with magic and Grandpa Gri appeared from somewhere, dropping a huge mass of prey in front of him. It was a large bird called a rainbow pheasant. It was as big as Ro's upper body, bigger than Ro himself if its long tail feathers were included. It was not a magic beast, but a normal animal, with beautiful plumage and delicious lean meat. Grandpa Gri had caught 5 of them. The griffin was next to Ro until they reached the campsite, so it had to have gone and caught them in the short time after. Now? It takes time to prepare them, you know? I was thinking of cooking the meat I brought, but okay. Drain the blood then. Ro thought for a moment, but concluded that the inspection party would take time to start preparing their meals, so he accepted. I already drained the blood. Make sure you make soup with their offal. I know. Grandpa Gri had already drained the prey's blood as it too was used to Ro's camping routine. Ro then started cutting the rainbow pheasants. He said it would take time, but that was just by his point of view. He was quite fast, actually. Ro said he would have to prepare them, but since Grandpa Gri requested to have them grilled whole, he just had to remove their feathers and extract their organs. He plucked the feathers carefully, since they could be used as materials, and opened a hole in the bird's buttocks to extract their organs without damaging them. The neck, claws and other parts that couldn't be eaten were cut off. Ro had already finished preparing all 5, but the inspection party was still finishing setting up their tents and hadn't lit up bonfires or fires for the cooking stoves. 2 for Grandpa Gri, 1 for the twins. For me the thighs will be enough, I guess. Ro talked to himself as he stuffed mashed potatoes through the hole from which he extracted the rainbow pheasant's organs from, then seasoned them with a lot of herbs and a pinch of salt and spices, so that the servant beasts could eat them easily. He had brought the potatoes and herbs from town. All cooking ingredients were prepared so that they could be used as soon as they were taken out of the magic bag. Ro then placed a grill on the stove and started cooking on low heat, but the inspection party hadn't yet finished setting up camp. Smoke billowed in the air. The smell of roasting offal spread in the surroundings, also reaching the inspection party's camp. Tell me how you want them done. Ro talked to the twins, who nodded in response. Grandpa Gri was already lying down under a tree. He had no intention of helping, apparently. Ro then started making soup. He put the sliced necks and claws in the pot first, to make a broth out of them. He added a little bit of salt and spices, as the flavor needed to be thin for the servant beasts, then started making meatballs with meat from the liver and other organs. Of course, he didn't use organs with excrements inside, only the organs that humans liked to eat. For the finishing touch, he added a lot of herbs. I have no need for vegetables. Ro heard Grandpa Gri clearly, but ignored it. A very nice smell was spreading in the surroundings, but the inspection party members had finally finished setting up camp and lighting fires. Here you go. Woof. Good. As soon as Ro spoke, the servant beasts gathered around him. The sun had already set and the surroundings were growing darker. Ro too thought that it was the time limit for cooking. Even at night, it was possible to cook by using bonfires, but it would be harder to control the cooking condition of meat or slice ingredients. The pleasant smell of the food drifted off in the air as the servant beasts happily chomped and chewed on their portions. Some soldiers, attracted by such smells and sounds, wandered closer to Ro's location, but the female knights in charge of preparations glared them back into position. Ro too started eating the soup he made for himself, with stronger flavor, together with dried bread. He had baked a lot of dried bread at home in advance, to last a long time but also be delicious and pleasant to chew on. It was an original recipe of his. The inspection party's clearly slow work concerned him, but since they refused when he tried to help, he thought that they would find any more interference annoying, so he decided to just eat on his own. When the surroundings turned pitch black, Ro had finished eating, had put away his tools, lowered the fire and started sipping on herbal tea. Just then, the inspection party started eating their dinner. For the soldiers' stomachs, stimulated by the pleasant smell of Ro's cooking, It was a cruel meal. Stiff bread, dried meat, a soup with a minimal amount of root vegetables. It was a very frugal meal, aimed at nothing but replenishing nutrients, so the soldiers lost even more energy. However, there was no other choice but to eat, and they did so while looking at the servant beasts enjoying their delicious-looking meat and vegetables with resentment. Ro, on the other hand, already started making preparations to go to sleep. "I want to go gather materials, but if I went now, they might get angry. I'll sleep a little, then we'll go in the middle of the night. Grandpa agree, you stand out, so take care of the camp here, okay?" Ro said so to the servant beasts, preparing to turn in early. All he had to do was to lean on the already lying Grandpa Agree's stomach and sleep, though. That's what he planned to do from the start, so he didn't make any preparations other than the bonfire. It would be a problem if it rained, but being used to camping, Ro had already checked the weather and was sure that there was no risk of rain, at least until the next day. Even if he had to set up a tent, though, for Ro it would only take about 5 minutes. "You there? You're going to sleep like that? Who's going to stand guard?" Ro was about to drift off to sleep when a female knight who had been watching him from who knows where suddenly came yelling at him. She was a different one from the knight Ro talked to before, named Evelyn. When camping out, someone had to stand guard. That was common sense. When camping in large numbers, the order would be chosen in advance. But since Ro had been told to camp on his own, he had completely forgotten about it. "Thanks to the servant beasts, there's nothing to worry about. If anything happens they will notice, so you can go to sleep too." With Grandpa Agree and the twins around, there was no need for any human to stand guard. They could notice any enemies in their sleep, and faster than a human could while paying their utmost attention. Moreover, thanks to Grandpa Agree's presence, most animals and magic beasts would be too scared to come any closer. The griffin's mere presence was more effective than a magic beast repellent. The only realistic threat were other humans, but if they knew anything about griffins they wouldn't approach the campsite either. "Well then, good night." Ro then closed his eyes. He leaned his upper body on Grandpa Agree's belly, sandwiched between the magic wolf twins, and fell asleep. Evelyn was left speechless by how easily he did and could not utter anything else. Frustrated, she returned where their tents and carriages were and instructed soldiers who hadn't had their meals yet to take turns standing guard. She did not trust Ro's words at all. Even if she did, she could not consciously go to sleep without leaving anyone to stand guard, while entrusting magic beasts even if they were tamed with their lives. For a normal person, this was simply obvious. What in the world is that adventurer? After handing out her orders, Evelyn sighed deeply. Ro and the servant beasts continued to sleep until the middle of the night. The moon was hidden by a thin veil of clouds, so darkness reigned in the surroundings. The campsite was next to the main road and offered a spacious view, but going just a bit further from the bonfires would make it impossible to see even your fingertips. All members of the inspection party were already sleeping, except the ones standing guard, so in the darkness, only the sounds of the logs crackling in the fire could be heard. The guards were standing upright, paying close attention to their surroundings, as expected of professional soldiers. They had lit up not only bonfires but also elevated watchfires, so the atmosphere was somewhat ominous. The troops had at least numbers on their side, so they would take turns in standing guard in hourly shifts. That was probably the reason why they were fine standing up. "Any problems?" "Nothing at all, Mom." Evelyn of the Nemophila Knights called to one of the soldiers standing guard. The knights too would take turns standing guard, together with the soldiers, to be ready in case anything happened. Is that adventurer really sleeping? "Yes, Mom," so the report said. "The servant beasts appear to be sleeping as well." "Is that so?" the soldier replied clearly. Other than the soldiers standing guard, some patrolled the surroundings regularly. They also checked on Ro and reported his status. Evelyn looked troubled for a moment, then headed towards Ro's camp. "Is he really sleeping?" The bonfire is still burning, though. From a distance, she could tell that Ro's bonfire was still lit. Once she was closer, she could see the boy and the 3 servant beasts, pleasantly sleeping together. Griffins are high-rank magic beasts. They were said not only to never familiarize themselves with humans, but also that humans would be attacked as soon as they entered a griffin's sight. Such a magic beast, however, was now sleeping with a human in front of her eyes. The human was even using the griffin's stomach as a cushion. It was simply astonishing. Evelyn felt as if she was seeing something straight out of a myth and swallowed her breath. That same moment, the magic wolf twins sleeping at Ro's sides raised their heads at the same time. Evelyn thought that they noticed her approach and took a cautionary stance. She tried her best to keep her hands from reaching for her sword. She thought that if she showed any hostility, a commotion was sure to ensue. She did not want something like that to happen at the moment. What? The magic wolf twins, however, waved their paws as if greeting her. They did so at the same time, perfectly synchronized. It even looked like they were smiling. Evelyn was too surprised to react, so she just stood there, dumbfounded. The magic wolf twins did not pay attention to her anymore and ran off quietly, careful not to wake Ro up. In a split second, they had disappeared from the camp, as quickly as the wind. What was that about? Evelyn gazed at the direction the twins disappeared to. She stood there like that for just a short while, but it had been enough time to answer all the questions that popped up in her mind. The magic wolf twins returned. Eek! Looking at the two magic beasts returning, Evelyn barely muffled a scream. A reaper? The twins brought back with them a dark panther that they had hunted down. The prey was larger than them, so they carried it using both their backs. Dark panthers were large felines with pitch black fur, which used the cover of the night to hunt. In the darkness, they were practically invisible and very difficult for humans to spot. They used this advantage and their feline agility to strike the victim's blind spot. The prey would often end up with their throats slashed before even realizing there was an attack, so as Evelyn said, dark panthers were feared with the nickname of Reaper in this country. If it was possible to fight them head-on, they were not too dangerous. But even veteran adventurers died if they were ambushed by them. The magic wolf twins had hunted one down in that short time, so it had to be close. Evelyn, however, had not heard anything. The twins had to have ambushed the dark panther instead, killing it before it could make a sound. The twins dropped the corpse at Evelyn's feet with a thud, as if they wanted to show it to her. The two wolves then smiled. Did you all notice that this guy was close to the camp? Could you have defeated it? Seeing the twins deposit their prey at her feet and smile, Evelyn thought that they wanted to boast about their accomplishment and ask her such questions. Evelyn was scared. Those two were not regular magic wolves. With her limited sword skills, she would be killed easily by them. They could ambush and kill her before she realized it, just like the dark panther. Unconsciously, she put a hand on her sword's hilt, but she was trembling. Her sword clattered. The magic wolf twins, however, returned to Ro and Grandpa Gree's side, without sparing a glance to Evelyn. As they did, they grabbed some firewood in their jaws and threw it into the fire. Evelyn watched them do so and was shocked, again. The servant beasts even took care of the fire. As Ro had said, he could sleep until the morning without any problems. The magic beasts surveilled the surroundings, disposed of any threats and even took care of the fire. We are useless. Is that what you want to say? No one was there to answer Evelyn's question. The twins lied down at Ro's sides again, as if nothing had happened, and quickly fell asleep. As if Evelyn and the knights were something they could take care of in their sleep? A few hours passed. Dawn was still a few hours away. It was still the middle of the night, but Ro woke up. While the inspection party was sleeping, he wanted to gather materials in the area. Normally it would be dangerous to do so this late, even if they were close to a main road, but Ro had the servant beasts with him. He had freely gathered materials at night even in magic beast forests until now, so he didn't find it dangerous at all. In this area. I think we can find goosebump. It's good for cancelling the smell of wild meat. Ro then looked around and noticed that, at the edge of the area illuminated by the bonfire, there was a dark panther corpse on the ground. Why here? Ro was using Grandpa Gree as a cushion, so the griffin definitely did not go anywhere. If the twins had hunted it, they would have put it closer to the bonfire. He couldn't imagine that the inspection party had hunted it and left it there. The twins presented it as a gift to a knight who came here tonight. They did it to create a better relationship with you. But the knight left it there and went away. Such impertinence, eh? The answer came from Grandpa Gree. Ro asked for details. As it turns out, a female knight had approached their camp. The twins noticed and, hoping for them to like Ro at least a little more, hunted down a nearby dark panther and presented it to the knight. Dark panther meat was not good, but its fur was beautiful, so it was often sought after. It was an animal that always moved stealthily and was difficult to hunt, so it was quite precious. As a gift, it was of rather high value. "Wine!" the Magic Wolf twins cried sadly. They looked at the dark panther, their refused gift, with melancholic eyes. Ro did not know the reason why, but also considering how he was treated when he tried to help set up camp, the inspection party had no intention to get along with him. Refusing to accept the Dark Panther was probably another sign of their rejection. "Looks like they don't like me much." Ro felt a little sad, but he gently rubbed the twins' heads. "Thank you, both of you." There had always been a rift between knight and adventurers. Their attitude might be something he had no choice but to accept. Even so, he was happy that the twins thought about something they could do for him. "But you don't need to push yourselves. Just act as usual. There's still time, we'll get along soon. No need to hurry." Ro consoled the twins as he rubbed their heads, and their mood soon improved, as shown by their wagging tails. "Grandpa Gree, don't you start thinking about payback, okay?" "What?" They disregarded the twins' good intentions and made them sad. "They must pay." "I knew it, you were already thinking about it." I said no. Ro was relieved. Good thing he made sure if Grandpa Gree was up to something. "Okay, let's go gather materials then. I want some eggs for breakfast too. Are there any around here?" "The nest of the rainbow pheasants I hunted yesterday should be in the woods west of here. The twins can probably find it easily." "I see. Okay then, let's start walking." As initially planned, Ro went gathering materials with the Magic Wolf twins, leaving Grandpa Gree back to take care of camp. Volume 3, ch 11.3 "So, I guess we're leaving soon?" Ro returned to his camp, had breakfast, put away his things and was all ready to leave. The inspection party, however, was still gathering their supplies. The soldiers standing guard during the night did not seem to have noticed that he left to gather materials. They did not show any signs of suspicion. Grandpa Gree was very skilled at this sort of camouflage, so there was no need to worry. Ro went to take a look at what the inspection party was doing and saw a large tent in the middle of the camp, which was in the process of being put away. It was larger than any tent Ro had ever seen before, big enough to be used as a commander's headquarters in a battlefield. This needlessly large tent was one of the reasons why they took so much time setting up the night before and were now late in gathering supplies. Even if they used magic bags, a tent that large would surely put a lot of pressure on the other supplies. If they are carrying something like that, do they have enough food and water? Ro couldn't help but worry. The reason why they had to carry such a tent was, naturally, Knight Captain Eileen's whim. She made the decision simply thinking about her comfort as the Count's daughter, without thinking about what problems or losses it could cause. Sighing about the late preparations, Ro returned to the servant beasts and killed time by brushing them, as they requested. After a good while, they finally finished the preparations and were ready to leave. Ro tried to improve their relationship, at least a little bit, and tried boarding the soldier's carriage, but gave up as soon as he peeked inside. The soldier's eyes scared him. The moment he stepped inside, they turned towards him and glared. Their eyes were filled with resentment and felt as sharp as daggers. "I'm sorry." For some reason, Ro found himself uttering an apology and decided to have the twins carry him, like the day before. He hadn't noticed it, but he was the reason why they resented him. The fundamental reason was another, but the direct cause of their resentment was his actions. The night before, while Ro was cooking and enjoying aromatic rainbow pheasant meat, the soldiers had to eat stiff bread, dried meat, and soup with a meager amount of root vegetables. Then that morning, in the sweet scent of the omelettes Ro made, the soldiers ate the leftover bread and soup from the day before for breakfast. They had to eat the food of minimal quantity and quality while smelling something so good, so it was obvious for them to resent him. The delicious-smelling food was being consumed by adventurers and magic beasts, with whom they always had a nasty relationship, so their hate was intensified even further. Even if the adventurer in question, Ro, had done nothing wrong, he would easily become a target of cold glares. Resentment born from food was the deepest, as they said. Incidentally, the Knight Captain and her knights, differently from the soldiers, had relatively luxurious meals in the large tent. The soldiers were aware, but could not protest against their superiors, so their glares to Ro were filled with that resentment too. The soldiers' meals, however, were pretty normal for food eaten when camping out during expeditions. No one would cook meals like Ro did, unless there were nobles accompanying the party. Outside the city it was not possible to gather proper ingredients either. "Carry me to day 2, okay?" Glared for reasons unknown to him, Ro returned to the twins, his shoulders dropping. The twins were overjoyed to know they could carry him to day 2, and as the day before, Grandpa Gray looked at them jump around in glee, sulking? At noon that day, in a lodging town to the west of Midden, Cornelia joined with the rest of Nostalgia. "So while I was hurrying up as fast as I could, you were busy fighting over something so stupid?" They joined at the scheduled time and place, so their journey was going well for the moment. "You sure had a nice time." Unlike me, they were close to the entrance of the lodging town, a resting area open for anyone who needed to take a break. It was a square with space to stop carriages and hitch horses. I'm sorry. There, Nostalgia's 3 male members were kneeling on the ground. Dietrich started prostrating himself. "You do that too easily, leader." Before the 3 men who kneeling directly on the ground, the angry Cornelia was standing and glaring, arms crossed. The lodging town was not very frequented, but the few people present looked at them from a distance. Anyone who saw them quickly walked away, afraid of becoming the target of Cornelia's fury. "I was making the horses run so fast to catch up. And you 3." Cornelia's spiteful gaze was received by the prostrated Dietrich's neck and Christoph's disgruntled expression, looking the other way. Only Bernhard looked straight back at her, with his usual expressionless face. Dietrich and Christoph's faces were bruised here and there, their cheeks and eyes were swollen. It was clear as day that they had fought. Cornelia was angry about the fact that they fought, of course. She rushed to join up with them, and when she did, she found out that they quarreled and beat each other up. Their destination was a place of certain death, so what were they doing getting wounded before arriving? Her disappointment quickly turned into anger. On top of it all, the reason why they fought was utterly silly. She felt that she had to put them through the ringer before they could proceed. "I told you I'm sorry." Christoph looked at her with embarrassment. Usually, he would calmly accept it even if Dietrich ordered him something a bit ridiculous. This time, however, he was at his limits, both physically and mentally, so he couldn't endure it. He realized his failure to do so was due to his immaturity, so he felt ashamed. Cornelia then moved her glare towards Dietrich, who was still prostrating. "It's your fault, leader. Having Christoph do everything. Besides, how much time has passed since the forest incident? More than 1 month. You didn't fix the holes in your trousers and you didn't even wash them once, did you?" "Sorry." Dietrich did nothing but apologize. "You too, Christoph, even if you were angry, a childish prank like that. And then you even resorted to punches. Are you 5 or something?" "I know." Christoph lightly lowered his head. "And Bernhard? Why didn't you stop them? You know that if these 2 brats start punching each other they'll continue until one of them gets knocked out. You can't just stay out of it, alright? If you don't stop them, you're as bad as them. Sorry." Cornelia was the youngest of the 4, 7 years younger than the oldest member, Dietrich. She looked just like a big sister scolding her bratty younger brothers, though. It wasn't like she was more mature in her age, just that the 3 men were childish for theirs. Especially Dietrich, it was very difficult to imagine that he was nearing 30. "And I have so many worries I wanted to talk to you about." Cornelia sighed deeply. "Worries?" Dietrich suddenly raised his head. He looked simply glad the topic could finally change from their quarrel, but since she had to talk about them sooner or later, Cornelia, despite not being fully convinced, started talking. "She went to the carriage she used on her way to the town and took a magic bag from it. Ro gave me this one. He told me to use it because he's worried about us. I can't show you what's inside here, there are people watching. And the stuff in this bag is insane." Dietrich took the bag Cornelia handed to him. "Insane stuff? From Ro?" "Yeah, well. I can picture that. That Ro gave them a bag to help them in their travels, so it was surely filled with insane items." Dietrich understood why Cornelia was worried and wanted to talk to them about it. The night before, she checked the contents in the inn she spent the night in and said she felt like passing out. The bag was packed with potions that no money could buy, and even some new kinds of medicine with effects they never heard before. And also, right before I left town the Adventurers Guild collapsed. Physically collapsed? Dietrich and Christoph spoke in unison. Does it ring any bells? It sure does. Cornelia's question caused both of their expressions to tighten. They didn't know how it happened, but the cause was definitely that nasty griffin. They knew it had done something when they were in the Adventurers Guild, but did not think it could be something set to activate after a time delay. The guild staff had evacuated the building already, so there were no casualties. Grandpa Greg duly keeps his promises with Ro, it seems. Then, there's more? Christoph couldn't help but react loudly. He clearly looked like he didn't want to hear anything more. I worried by myself all day yesterday, you know? While some fools somewhere were fighting. So be quiet and listen. Yes, Mom. Cornelia's tone was cold. She would not allow any protest. I received the weapons from Mr. Bruno. After all, the sole reason why she stayed behind was to pick up their weapons. It was the first thing to check when they met her, but they had completely forgotten. Only when she mentioned them did they recall. The weapons are complete, they're amazing pieces. So, do you mean that the problem is something else? Cornelia nodded to Dietrich's question. Did that bastard do something to you? It was unclear how or why he thought something like that, but Dietrich became suddenly furious. Nothing like that. In exchange for the weapons, he took one of the potions in the bag Ro gave me. And he even added a bonus. What do you? It's just as I said. The payment for the weapons was one of Ro's potions. And he added a bonus because the potion was much more valuable. Cornelia then went again to the carriage and took another magic bag. It was the one Nostalgia commonly used, and Cornelia took out two weapons from it, a warhammer as tall as her and an assassin knife. The weapons Bruno gave her as a bonus. He added these, for me and Christoph. What about me? Cornelia shook her head to Dietrich's question. Nothing. He said these were made by his disciples too. I tried using them on my way here, but these are exceptional too. Nothing a normal craftsman could make. So I was worried if we could take all these in exchange for Ro's potion. I see. Since they were exchanged with Ro's potion, the weapons bonus included actually belonged to him. But even if they said so, Ro wouldn't accept them. He had no use for them either. Even if they tried to repay him with money, he wouldn't accept it either. Cornelia exchanged the weapons with the potion also because Bruno wouldn't accept anything else in return. If it wasn't the case, Cornelia would have forced him to accept money, as they had some financial leeway after the Alden Forest incident. Paying with Ro's magic potions meant for Nostalgia to treat them as their own, which felt wrong and painful. They had no other choice. If Ro wouldn't accept any payment from them, there was nothing they could do. There was no point for Cornelia to worry. After listening to her, the three men started worrying in the same way. Looking at them, Cornelia couldn't bring herself to confess her last concern. The lackey business. The paw prints on Dietrich's thighs, left by the Magic Wolf twins, signaled that they viewed him as their lackey. No, she couldn't say it easily. Dietrich's burns had already healed, so they couldn't be cured with normal recovery potions. Even if healed burns left a mark, they were considered the normal condition for the body. One of the super-grade magic recovery potions Ro put in the bag, however, could heal old wounds. It would easily remove the burn marks and the lackey business could be forgotten. Or alternatively, they could carve the burn marks away with a knife and use a normal magic potion afterward. Cornelia, however, feared that if she mentioned it Dietrich would say the worst answer possible. She glanced at him. Over the burn marks on his thighs, the paw-shaped stitches Christoph sewed as a prank were clearly visible. Despite saying that Christoph's prank embarrassed him, Dietrich was wearing them normally. When he first complained to Cornelia about the stitches too, he seemed strangely happy. Cornelia started thinking that, deep down, he actually liked them. In that case, he might decide to keep the paw marks on his thighs. Dietrich might continue to be the twins' lackey. Cornelia tried convincing herself that it was impossible, but she couldn't wipe away this concern. Stupid leader. What? What's with you all of a sudden? Cornelia let out a bit of the frustration she couldn't express and decided that she would keep it a secret for now. Volume 3, ch 11.4. The inspection party's journey entered its second day. Is it really okay? What are you saying, sir? This town still only exists thanks to your esteemed Griffin. Please do not refuse our banquet of gratitude. Well, to be thanked so by commoners. I am great, after all. Mwahaha. Grandpa Gree was boasting, proud as ever. Even Ro gave up on calming him down. Ro's group was now in a lodging town called Camaro. There, they were invited to join a banquet prepared in the town's central square. The cause was simple, it was all Grandpa Gree's doing. Different from usual. The cause was a good deed Grandpa Gree did. Please, do not worry, and drink up. The old man then handed a wooden cup to Ro. Apparently, he was the town's elder. After the inspection party entered the town, Ro went to set up camp on its outskirts, since Grandpa Gree was with him. Things might work out with the twins, but it was normally impossible to find lodging that accepted Griffins, so Ro would usually set up camp outside the city while traveling. It was always like this when he was in his former party. He returned from the entrance gates and started looking for a suitable place, when the old man appeared and more or less dragged him to the city center. The elder then explained excitedly the circumstances, and before Ro realized it, a crowd had gathered and started a banquet. The wooden cup contained a grape-colored liquid and, considering the situation, it certainly wasn't juice. I can't drink. I shall, then, Grandpa Gree. Before Ro could do anything to stop it, Grandpa Gree's beak stretched out, deftly grabbed the wooden cup, raised it and poured its contents in its beak. A bit bitter, yes, but truly delicious wine. Oh, esteemed Griffin, I see you enjoy alcohol. Please have some of this too. It is more aged than the one you drank, so it's a bit stronger. Phew. What a wonderful town this is. Don't complain to me if you get a hangover. Okay. Magic beasts, like humans, got drunk if they indulged too much in alcohol. Then, the next day they would get hangovers. Grandpa Gree did not drink regularly, but it didn't dislike alcohol. Ro had seen it drink a number of times. It never got too drunk or had hangovers the next day, but, depending on the situation, it might show unpredictable reactions. Ro was a bit worried, but he looked at Grandpa Gree enjoying itself and the townspeople pouring drinks without showing any fear towards the Griffin. This sure is a big crowd. Ro looked around and whispered to himself. He then rubbed the backs of the Magic Wolf twins, who were merrily munching on blocks of meat close to him. They would usually run around and play at times like this, but they understood that Grandpa Gree was the main guest, so they kept quiet. Though everyone here is very thankful to your esteemed Griffin, there are nobles staying the night here today, so we couldn't all come. But, those who couldn't make it feel the same way too. Really, the elder gave some fruit juice to Ro instead of the alcoholic drink. Despite the old man's words, he thought that it was probably an unexpected result of Grandpa Gree doing whatever it pleased as usual, but he didn't say it outright. It was true that the townspeople had been saved thanks to Grandpa Gree, so he wouldn't go out of his way to downplay the deed. People were gathering around Grandpa Gree. Normally, everyone kept a safe distance, but today was different. No one touched it as Ro did, but they happily expressed their thanks, with no sign of fear. They weren't supposed to be able to talk, but from a distance, it looked like they were talking normally. Why do the people in this lodging town love and admire Grandpa Gree so much? It all started during the incident in which monsters overflowed from the dungeon. Count Amidon's daughter. The inspection party leader and captain of the knights had gone on a rampage, destroying the adventurers' encirclement, letting magic beasts flee and attack nearby settlements. This town was one of them. Unfortunately, this town was 2 days' travel by horse carriage from Amidon, so the adventurers in the guild, who were in charge of the matter, did not expect the magic beasts to go so far. Because of this, no adventurers were dispatched and the town's guards were only adventurer types retired after taking arrows to their knees, so their fighting power was very limited. The savior of such a dangerous situation was Grandpa Gree, who was freely roaming the area by itself. Since the battlefield turned chaotic, it was allowed to act on its own. It flew around, without caring for who could see it, and made ample use of the wind magic it usually kept concealed. For Grandpa Gree, covering a 2-day distance by carriage took no time at all. It targeted the places that could provide the most fun and focused on eliminating the magic beasts which fled the farthest. The town's citizens, attacked by magic beasts, were almost resigned. That same moment, a griffin swooped down from the sky and annihilated the invading magic beasts. All the townspeople stated that a bright halo was shining all around it. Thanks to Grandpa Gree's timely arrival, the town did not suffer any casualties. Thanks to the potions Ro gave Grandpa Gree to carry, all the wounded were healed as well. From Grandpa Gree's standpoint, it only obeyed Ro's instructions and distributed recovery potions. Many were surprised, however, that a griffin, a magic beast, distributed potions and healed people. Then, the townspeople saw Grandpa Gree not as an enemy to be feared, but as a gentle-hearted creature that protected them. Thus, in this town, Grandpa Gree was a target of adoration. In the square where the banquet was held stood a symbolic tree. It was a mushroom camphor tree, characterized by branches spreading like a mushroom cap. It was very useful to take shelter in case of rain, so it was nicknamed the Traveler's Tree. At the foot of the tree, a small shrine had been built. Okay, that's going a bit too far. Ro looked at what the shrine contained and laughed wryly. It was a griffin carved out of wood. Technically speaking, it looked rather poor, as if a novice made it, but Ro clearly felt that it had been made in a heartfelt way. Even a master artisan could have failed to put so much passion in it. Instances of magic beasts becoming objects of worship were surprisingly common. Even a small episode could turn an object of terror into an object of worship. Two famous examples were the dragon and the phoenix, worshipped alongside the hero and sage of ancient times. They were told to have fought with the hero and sage, so they were worshipped throughout the continent, sometimes even as gods. In the case of dragons, all dragonkin were the object of worship. Unless they caused direct damage, they were never hunted down, no matter the country. Ro found it a bit exaggerated to celebrate Grandpa Gree like that, but he was also proud, so he enjoyed the food and drinks too. For a lodging town, they were both of very good quality. He could tell that they were prepared from the heart. The seasoning was a bit too intense for the servant beasts, maybe, but it was okay once in a while. Brat. You have the purification barrier magic tool, right? Let's give it to them as thanks for the banquet. Grandpa Gree, you reek of alcohol. Ro was enjoying the food when suddenly he found Grandpa Gree's beak on his shoulder. The griffin then rubbed its cheek against Ro's, making purring-like sounds. Are you drunk? I'm positively not. A very typical drunk reply. Ro sighed, but Grandpa Gree kept rubbing its body against his. It hurt a little, but in the past, Grandpa Gree played with Ro like this, so it was a bit nostalgic. The twins too looked disappointed at the drunk Grandpa Gree rubbing against Ro, but the griffin didn't even notice. It usually kept its composure before the twins, but it was clearly incapable of self-control right now. At the very least it was having fun and did not have any nasty drunk habits. Take out the purification barrier magic tool. Now. Oh ow. Okay. Grandpa Gree rubbed its face roughly against Ro, so his hair was caught in the griffin's feathers and yanked. What will you do with the purification barrier, anyway? It's not useful in this town, is it? I'll modify it so it will be. Modify? Take it out already. Pressured by Grandpa Gree, Ro had no choice but to take the magic tool out of his magic bag. The purification barrier magic tool, originally developed by the church, was not small enough to be carried around. For most of them, however, it was just a ploy to hide how they worked. The purification barrier Ro and the Coralda Company made, by estimating how the churches worked, easily fit in both hands. They tried making it even smaller and succeeded at making one that fit in a palm. In exchange, its magic power had to be refilled often, but if refilled it would last one day, so it was a pretty high-quality item. This purification barrier magic tool emitted a faint amount of holy light, which purified the surrounding air, but, as Ro said, using it in the lodging town would not have been effective. Mithril fibers, thinner than human hair, provided magic power from crystals with magic power retaining properties while emitting holy light. It was a simple mechanism. Even if Grandpa Gree modified it, Ro couldn't think of any other ways to use it. Grandpa Gree nodded, satisfied, and gently picked up the magic tool with its beak. "What exactly are you going to do?" "I don't think there's anything you can modify. The base magic tool can be anything. If I can build spell formulae with it, then anything works. If I can build spell formulae, I can turn anything into something useful. For I am a genius." As Grandpa Gree said, the Purification Barrier magic tool included a spell formula to make it provide magic power for extended time. It wasn't anything special, though. "Something useful? Like what?" "HMNGH? Too many questions, brat, you're getting annoying. You'll never be popular with girls that way." "I mean, we can't give them something weird." "We won't. I will just turn this into a device that sounds an alarm whenever magic beasts approach the town. Do you trust me or not?" "I feel like a Sheldon''T. Like you're going to pull another prank." Ro looked at the griffin with suspicion, but Grandpa Gree did not even care as it gleefully returned to the center of the banquet. Thanks to its magic tool gift, the atmosphere became even more excited, so the banquet ended up lasting until late at night. After Ro explained about the alarm function, the former Purification Barrier magic tool was placed in the shrine next to the griffin wooden figurine. This lodging town was located next to a usually peaceful road. The modified magic tool's new function would activate for the first time 14 years later. A pack of forest wolves left a nearby magic beast forest and happened to find the lodging town Camaro and attacked it. As soon as they did, a deafening alarm sounded and several bolts of lightning struck the pack, burning it to cinders. After the incident, Grandpa Gree was told it all happened because of a miraculous coincidence and felt very concerned. It was a result it didn't expect either. That day, Grandpa Gree got so drunk that it completely forgot about the modified magic tool the next day. It didn't remember what functions were added to the magic tool either. Because of the Purification Barrier's properties, it shouldn't be possible to add such offensive magic. Even with Grandpa Gree's skills, to retain magic power for 14 years and even shoot lightning bolts was simply impossible. Or at least it should be. Grandpa Gree tried researching how such a function could be present, but after exerting too much power the former Purification Barrier tool had become a charred block too, so there was no inspecting it. Drunken stupor creates miracles at times. That was the only conclusion available. Volume 3, ch. 11.5. On the other hand, the Citadel Dungeon Inspection Party was in the Elder's residence, designated as their temporary headquarters. In such lodging towns, the country appointed lodging facilities for nobles to use as headquarters. Thanks to that the nobles always knew where to stay and the townspeople could serve any visiting nobles in one location, so the system was beneficial to both parties. The lodgings appointed were usually luxurious inns or hotels, or in case of small lodging towns such as this, the Elder's residence. The party stayed in a lodging town after the first day's outdoor camping because, just like the unnecessary camping the previous day, Count Amidon's daughter wished it to be so. The first day she decided to camp outdoors to preserve the atmosphere of adventure, but Eileen was forced to wait in her carriage for preparations to be done while smelling Rose's delicious cooking, which irritated her greatly. After the preparations were finally complete, she took a late dinner, which was too poor in terms of quality and quantity compared to the appetites awakened within her, so she expressed her dissatisfaction. A dissatisfaction which would only grow afterwards. The simple bed prepared in her tent was too hard and unpleasant to sleep in. The shadows projected on the tent by the bonfires and the presence of soldiers standing guard outside didn't allow her to sleep peacefully. The tent was built directly on the ground, with a cloth spread as floor, so humidity welled up inside, adding to the unpleasant atmosphere. It could be said it was all due to her decisions, but Eileen's attachment to the adventuring atmosphere decreased by a lot in one single night. The knights who heard her complaints recommended they stay at a lodging town the next night, so she acted as if there was no other choice and would stay in a proper lodging that night. Eileen complained about the outdoor camp, but, in terms of spending the night outdoors, she had been quite blessed. Her tent was a gorgeous one, equipped with silence spells cast by the spellcasters that traveled with the party. To be able to sleep on a bed while camping outdoors was a treatment reserved for nobles. The meals she ate were absurdly elaborate and exquisite for camping food. Anyhow, the party stayed at a lodging town to dispel Eileen's dissatisfaction, so she had all sorts of great expectations. However, my apologies, the elder is out on a certain business. First of all, the elder, the owner of the residence they were in, was not present. They did visit without notice and she did not know him personally either, so not being able to meet the elder was not a problem in itself. That is fine. We can stay the night here. Yes, naturally. We'll be in your care, then. Very well. We shall prepare your rooms, so please wait a moment. Thus started their night at the elder's residence, but the atmosphere started growing more and more peculiar. The service as a whole was strangely slow. Eileen understood that they could not be as efficient as the Count's servants, but even taking that into account, they were too slow. The meal's quality and quantity also seemed to be aimed to be the bare minimum that could be served to a noble without being disrespectful. It was the same for the soldiers too. They did not expect to receive food for nobles, of course, but thought that they would at least have a proper meal. All they had, however, were simple stews prepared quickly and without much thought. Compared to the residence's size, the servants present were too few, and even they seemed to be focused on something else. It only seemed to be like that, though. There was no clear or evident mistreatment to complain about, so the only thing they could do was not to think about it. From Eileen till the soldier on the lowest rung of the ladder, the whole inspection party spent the night while feeling something was slightly off. Then, the next morning, "Hey, it looks like they held a festival in town last night." The soldiers were talking in the residence's makeshift cafeteria. Their breakfast was the usual, bread and soup. The soup was so stewed that it was hard to see what ingredients were used in it and seemed suspiciously close to leftovers. The bread was not freshly baked, but leftovers from the day before, so that's why the atmosphere was weird in the residence. If the servants were forced to work during a festival, it was not a mystery that they would be jittery and not very motivated. This also explained why there were so few. The others surely went to the festival. I heard that the Griffin participated, though! The soldiers eating soup almost spewed it out. Why that? How? What the hell was that guy doing? Did anything happen? They aren't going to blame us, right? That referred to Gramp Ugly, while that guy was Ro. Normally, a Griffin participating in a festival meant a large-scale commotion and panic. Since they were together with the inspection party, the whole party might be held responsible. Weren't they camping outside town? Even in Imidon, where it was fairly well known that Gramp Ugly was not a dangerous magic beast, it would be very problematic if it walked around town. In a small town like that, it would definitely cause a huge panic. All the soldiers expressed accusatory doubts, but the soldier who first mentioned the topic had an awkward expression on his face. About that. It looks like the town celebrated it. The soldier finally decided to say the words, and this time the other soldiers were left with confused expressions. Naturally so, a town celebrating a magic beast was unheard of. Servant beasts were nothing but tools, so no soldier would ever think of them as something to welcome or celebrate. Their doubt-filled eyes turned towards the soldier who first mentioned the topic. However, he had no more information to provide. On the contrary, he had talked about it hoping to find someone with more information. The reason why he knew about the festival and the Griffin's participation was that he heard the residence's servants talk about it in the early morning. He heard them mention multiple times the words esteemed Griffin, with profound respect and even admiration. It looked like they were talking about a king, not a servant beast. The soldier related this and the others were even more confused. Seriously, what the hell is going on here? This is a normal lodging town, right? Okay, it's a servant beast. But how can they be okay with a Griffin? That guy didn't feed them some weird drug or anything, did he? New doubts and questions popped up incessantly, but no one could answer them. I don't get how it happened. But one thing we know for sure, that guy enjoyed the festival and a whole lot of good food. The words plunged the soldier group in a very dark mood. They already resented Ro for the first day's dinner and the second day's breakfast. It might seem silly to resent someone for something like that, but they did so very seriously. Resentment due to food is deep-rooted, as they say. If they heard that Ro enjoyed the festival the night before, their resentment could only grow. Why only that guy? Ro ended up inadvertently creating another reason to be resented. The reason why the inspection party's service was not fully satisfying was not just because part of the servants had gone to Gramp Ugly's welcome festival. Another reason was that the townspeople knew that the monster's attack on their town had been caused by the inspection party's leader, Eileen. In the first place, the residents' servants did what they had to do without uttering a single complaint, despite their feelings towards her. They had pride in their jobs, so they would provide a sufficient level of service, no matter to whom. It was only a sufficient level, however, no one put any effort to do any more. As a result, the inspection party felt something was off. If the soldiers knew about it, the target of their resentment would likely shift from Roe to the inspection party's leader. The inspection party's travel then proceeded while stopping at lodging towns along the way. Eileen, so obsessed about adventures at first, seemed to have had her fill after the first day. She did not complain once as they stayed in lodging towns every day. Roe, on the other hand, camped outside, on the outskirts of town, every day after they left Kamaro. Kamaro had been an exception among exceptions, after all. Not only did the other towns not welcome Grandpa Gree, but did not even allow it beyond the gates. As the journey proceeded, the road's conditions became rougher and rougher. The party's destination was the Citadel Dungeon, an area teeming with magic beasts. It was a very remote area, so as they proceeded towards it human settlements grew scarcer and scarcer. The roads the party traveled on were built more than 1,000 years ago. At the time the Citadel Dungeon was not overtaken by griffins and magic beasts. It was just a castle fortress. For this reason a road leading to the Citadel Dungeon existed, but it was not maintained at all. No one would be so foolish as to maintain a road that led to a place where only magic beasts lived. It was natural for the road to grow rougher as they proceeded, even if it was built with ancient technology and was extremely resilient. The stone pavement was corroded, with large holes here and there. It didn't drain rain well anymore, so there were many puddles too. The lodging towns and rest stations grew more scarce too. Just like the road's poor condition, it marked the scarce human population in the area. Finally, 7 days after the party left Amadan, there were no more lodging towns to aim for. From here on, not only Roe but the whole inspection party would have to camp outdoors. There were some villages even in such a remote region, but they were barely self-sufficient communities, so there was no way they could provide for visitors. Even if they did, they surely did not possess lodging facilities for a group as large as the inspection party. "How long until we arrive?" Roe whispered to himself while bouncing on the red magic wolf's back. "Hard to say. If I flew directly, we're already 2/3 of the way, but from here onwards it's going to be more and more difficult for humans to proceed. So we will take either as much time as we took to get here, or maybe even more. Difficult for humans? The roads will be even rougher. Some spots might not be possible to cross on a horse carriage. In that case, the party's progress will slow down, will it not?" The rough state of the roads made the horse carriages shake much more, causing some party members to feel sick and increasing the frequency of breaks, so the progress the party made decreased day by day. The horse carriages managed to advance for now, but they probably couldn't do so until their destination. In case the horse carriages couldn't proceed anymore, the knights on horseback would not be affected, but the others could only walk. There was also the problem of transporting food and other supplies. Magic bags might make things work out somehow, but it was easy to see that they couldn't store everything. It was hard to imagine that the inspection party prepared enough magic bags to hold supplies for their many members. Magic bags were not so cheap that they could prepare so many for a mere inspection party. If the supplies that didn't fit in the magic bags were transported by the troops, their exhaustion would become another issue. Roe had an idea to reduce physical fatigue to a minimum, but considering that they clearly did not trust him, they probably would not let him even speak. In some spots the trees around the road are so dense that they form forests. They're not magic beast forests, but there are troublesome beasts in some. "Well, nothing you can't deal with, right Grandpa Gree?" "That is true." Grandpa Gree grinned. Looking at the griffin's amused expression, Roe felt that something bad was going to happen and furrowed his brows. It looked just like the face Grandpa Gree always made when it came up with a prank. "After we exit the forest we'll be at the border. Once we cross it, we will arrive in the ancient battlefield where the undead roam. You will be more effective than me with them, right brat?" "That's true, but..." Roe's expression was full of concern. Surrounding the Citadel dungeon was an old battlefield, famous for being populated by undead born from corpses and dead spirits. Spellcasters that used recovery magic and people with lots of recovery magic potions, like Ro, could defeat them with ease, but they were very difficult opponents for average soldiers and adventurers. Ro had prepared as much as possible, but he didn't know what preparations the inspection party made. He didn't know how much he should help. He could simply ask them. But the foul atmosphere between them made even normal conversation difficult. The biggest issue, in the end, was that the relationship between Ro and the inspection party did not improve at all. If only they could exchange information, they could prepare some countermeasures, but it was not possible in the current situation. If only he could know the reason why the atmosphere was so bad, he could try to fix it, but the soldiers just glared at him silently and the knights avoided him on purpose. The soldiers threw all their food resentments on Ro, and the knights thought the magic wolf twins threatened them. But Ro could never imagine it. If Ro was bold enough to try to talk to them, he might find out and improve the situation, but he had developed the bad habit of keeping quiet like that. His poor opinion of himself made him think that someone like him had no place to interfere. Ro then thought about whether his preparations were enough to protect the whole party, thus his expression clouded. It might work in the beginning, but as they proceeded towards the Citadel dungeon, there was a risk that many party members would die. That's how bad the affinity between the undead and regular humans was. Ro intended to bring back everyone alive, if possible, but knew that he by himself didn't have enough power to protect them all. Even if he borrowed Grandpa Agri's strength, he wasn't confident he could protect everyone until the end. He might have to abandon the inspection party. Ro realized this and felt depressed. Incidentally, Grandpa Agri and the Magic Wolf twins were ill-suited to fighting against the undead. Ghosts and liches were impervious to physical attacks and the most magic attacks, while zombies and skeletons kept moving even if part of their body was missing. Grandpa Agri especially hated zombies. They could be considered its natural enemy because of the insects swarming their decaying flesh. Grandpa Agri hated insects so much that it didn't want to have anything to do with them. The old battlefield around the Citadel dungeon was especially populated by skeletons, while zombies were a rarer encounter, but they were still present. Grandpa Agri meant to have Ro deal with any and all undead. Well, you know. We're going into places where humans rarely tread, so you'll be able to do a lot of the gathering you like so much. I am not interested, so I don't know much. They say there are fanatics who go all the way to the Citadel dungeon just to gather materials. Grandpa Agri couldn't bear to see Ro depressed because of what it said, so it tried to cheer him up somehow. Ro's eyes started sparkling again, erasing his sullen mood. Ro had never come to this area either, which meant that he could find plants, animals, magic beasts, minerals and much more than what he knew from books. He might even find things no one ever saw before. That's really exciting. Grandpa Agri heard Ro's enthusiastic tone and nodded, satisfied. Ro knew well how to handle Grandpa Agri, but the opposite was also true. It knew well what buttons to push to console him. With a mixture of worry and hope in his heart, Ro and the inspection party continued on the path to the Citadel dungeon. Volume 3, ch 11.6 Why doesn't that adventurer complain? In the most gorgeous carriage, Count Amadon's fourth daughter, captain of the Nemephila Knights, and inspection party leader Eileen James Amadon whispered to herself. Her white horse carriage was much more luxurious than the others. The undercarriage was made out of wood taken from trees that had transformed into magic beasts, which had extremely strong shock-absorbing capabilities. Even so, the rough roads caused her to get motion sickness, so now she was lying on her seat with a very pale countenance. Wearing tight clothing made her even more nauseated, so she changed into loose pajamas. It was hard to imagine that she was in the middle of an expedition. If they were suddenly attacked, she probably couldn't even run. If the expedition's leader was like that, her subordinates would surely be concerned enough to have a headache. But the knights riding together looked at her without the slightest change in her expression. Lowly commoners such as adventurers are used to traveling, after all. He's probably okay even if we camp outdoors for so many days in a row. That's true. But his food supplies or finances will run out soon, will they not? He has those voracious magic beasts with him, after all. Indeed. It appears they consume feasts night after night, so it will surely happen soon. The female knights were caught in a misunderstanding. Ro had barely used the food supplies he brought with him. The magic beasts caught prey every day and he prepared meals with it. He never cooked it all either, so he had even more food supplies instead. The firewood and other things used to cook were all procured on the spot. Salt and spices were decreasing, but they were just seasonings, so he would not use large quantities anyway, so they would probably never run out. As for his finances, he rarely ever entered the towns they visited, nor did he lodge anywhere or buy anything, so he had spent nothing. The female knight's thinking was based on regular travel, so they made one misunderstanding after the other. Let us wait for the moment he runs out of food supplies, then extend a hand of mercy. Until then, do not engage in any sort of contact. Yes, we understand. I am very much looking forward to it. I will have a griffin under my command, just like the Princess Knight Eileen. Eileen's face, pale due to motion sickness, reddened slightly. She desired Grandpa Gree, as the legends said that her admired Princess Knight Eileen traveled with a griffin at her command. If she simply demanded it, however, not only did she risk being refused, but also antagonizing the griffin. Because of that, she planned to wait until Ro was in a pinch, to extend a helping hand and curry his favor, thus bringing Ro and the griffin to her side. She had not shown herself to Ro yet in order to make her first impression more powerful. What she aimed to create was an episode right out of a fable. The adventurer finds himself in deep trouble and is rescued by the sudden appearance of a beautiful maiden, whom he promptly falls in love with. In a word, a honey trap. To be perfectly honest, Eileen's looks were not what one would define a beautiful maiden. As a noble's daughter, she was completely average. It would be a bit far-fetched for her to become renowned for her looks. That's how average she was. Her features were well balanced, however, evidently enough for her to overestimate her beauty. To have such an opportunity to obtain a griffin. I was indeed born under a lucky star. The dreaming maiden blushed while thinking of her dazzling future and managed to forget the motion sickness for a while. 3 more days passed. The party was forced to camp outdoors and their food supplies dwindled steadily. Ro's meals did not change, however, so the way the troops looked at him went from being resentful to suggesting they were close to turning violent. Ro, of course, did not just wait without doing anything, trying to improve the situation at least a little bit. He tried asking if he could help in various work, but the supervising knights refused every time. Ro and the servant beasts could set up the captain's humongous tent in about 30 minutes if they tried, and the prey hunted by the servant beasts could greatly improve the party's food supplies situation, but there was little they could do if their help was always refused. Ro had the feeling that the knights were being stubborn. Eventually they reached the location where the trees around the road grew too numerous and formed a forest, which Grandpa Gree mentioned a few days prior. The inspection party stopped for a moment before the forest that appeared over the road, then started discussing how to proceed. It's really a forest. I do not lie, brat. You forget to say important things sometimes, though. What Ro was looking at was a rather large forest. It did not look like trees that increased a bit too much, but like it had always existed there. The trees were tall and thick, as if they existed there for centuries. It wasn't clear how long the road had gone without being maintained, but it had to be dozens of years at least. Even if the trees were cut down now, it would be almost impossible to return to its original state. The trees extended as far as the eye could see, so if they took a detour around the forest it would likely take much more time than cutting through it. What will they do, I wonder? Cutting through the forest is the shortest route, but no one with common sense would do that. They will probably take a detour. But it's not a magic beast forest, right? I could gather all sorts of materials along the way, so I sure hope they cut through it. I suppose it was absurd to expect common sense from you, brat. Ro was looking at the large forest with excitement sparkling in his eyes. Forests were a treasure trove of materials, even magic beast forests were no exception. With reliable security such as Grandpa Gree and the twins, Ro could enter even in the most dangerous forests as if he was taking a merry walk, so it was normal for him to be excited. There are troublesome beasts in this forest, brat. Grandpa Gree twisted its beak into a menacing grin. Yeah, you said that before too. What kind of beasts? I can't think of any animals you would find troublesome, Grandpa Agri. The griffin replied simply by narrowing its eyes. It didn't seem like it had any intention to answer. Bow wow? Bow wow? The twins asked too, but the griffin simply maintained its devilish grin. It was definitely plotting something. You'll find out when we encounter them, so look forward to it. As long as we don't try to kill them, they will not be lethal, so there is nothing to worry about. I believe it will also be good training for the twins. Training? We're talking about animals, right? Beasts, yes. But they are a well-trained bunch? Ro and the twins couldn't understand what Grandpa Agri meant and tilted their heads, puzzled. They couldn't imagine well-trained animals that were careful to not be lethal. Besides, no matter how strong they were, animals couldn't pose a challenge for the twins. Even the dark panther, considered one of the strongest animals because of its nature and ambushes, ended up being hunted by them instead. What kind of animals could be a good training for the twins? What kind of animals would Grandpa Agri consider troublesome? Ro and the twins both thought about it, but failed to reach a conclusion. It looks like they will continue on the road. Looks like her rampaging ladyship has as much common sense as you, brat. Prompted by Grandpa Agri's cheerful tone, Ro looked ahead and saw that the head of the convoy was moving straight towards the forest. The horseback knights moved to the front to check the path ahead while they proceeded, but they were still being quite imprudent. The sun had already started descending, so they had less than half a day for travel. That probably made them hurry ahead, but doing so without knowing the forest's size or path was nothing short of reckless. Ro, who was used to going into forests, thought it would be impossible to cross the forest by sunset, but Eileen apparently decided otherwise. This is reckless. Ro looked forward to going into the forest until moments ago, but looked down on the party's decision now, even if it complied with his desires. Either she's bold or she's dumb. Who am I kidding? She's dumb. As expected of her rampaging ladyship, Grandpa Agri cackled loudly in glee, but no one outside Ro's group could hear. If they did, they would surely be angry. I wonder if she knew about this forest? If she did, there is absolutely no way she would have chosen to enter it. Well, time for us to go in. Do not worry, I shall not spoil anything, so you can enjoy the show together with those fools. Grandpa Agri looked like a father bringing his children into a haunted house attraction. It was looking forward to how Ro and the twins would react. Even you will be surprised, brat. Grandpa Agri looked just like it was the attraction's creator. Ro and the twins half glared at it, with suspicion in their eyes. They were heading towards Grandpa Agri's old nest, so it wouldn't be strange if there were contraptions made by the griffin on the way there. Maybe I should warn them, Ro whispered to himself, but the knights probably wouldn't even listen. If they heard there were only animals in the forest, they might proceed with even less caution. Ro sighed deeply while giving the excessively giddy Grandpa Agri the side-eye. Volume 3, ch. 11.7. The convoy advanced through the forest. The road had been taken over by the forest. Large roots grew under the stone pavement, displacing it and making it hard to walk on. The road was originally wide enough for 2 carriages to proceed side by side, but now it barely accommodated one. Thanks to the advanced technology used in its construction, the road somehow retained its shape, but if it hadn't they would be forced to give up on their advance as soon as they entered the forest. The stone pavement, set without gaps by using earth magic, was now uneven and rough, but no grass grew on it. Dead leaves covered it, however, so its edges were barely distinguishable. A deep forest was dark even during the day. The trees grew tall with their branches interconnecting and preventing sunlight from passing through. After a while, the convoy reached the deepest part of the forest, a point that would make it difficult to even return whence they came. There was still time until sunset, but the surroundings were already pitch black. The spellcaster's magic illuminated the path the convoy proceeded on. They could not camp in such a place, so the only option was to advance through the deep forest, even if they did not know how much further it extended. The inspection party advanced forward, while somehow enduring the fear of being suddenly attacked from the darkness. Hey, Grandpa Agri. For a while, there's been a lot of small presences moving around. Normally he would let the servant beasts do it, but this time Ro tried detecting enemy presences. Grandpa Agri had said strange things, and Ro knew well how dangerous it was to trust the Griffin. Ro used a modified version of Kristoff's sonar, which Ro simply called Wave. Ro's wave simply spread a ripple of magic power at regular intervals, but Ro found it very useful, so it had become one of the types of magic he was best at. If he spread the wave like magic he did now, he could inspect the surroundings and, by controlling its width, he could search the contents of objects or turn it into magic to heat up the contents of objects, unblockable magic which Ro dubbed microwave. Ro was able to modify magic thanks to his dexterity, trained by alchemy, so it would be difficult for others to imitate him. Even for Kristoff, who taught him about the spell, using any modifications was impossible. He had been clearly surpassed by Ro. Anyway, Ro's wave detection magic had caught something fleeting, appearing and disappearing in it for a while. It's like their presences aren't stable. Compared to magic beasts, beasts are harder to detect, especially if they're small. If you trained regularly, you wouldn't have trouble though. Grandpa Gree shot down Ro's question and the boy pouted and looked away. He was aware that he always relied on the servant beasts for fighting and detecting threats. He was training recently, but the habit wouldn't go away yet, so he often forgot to keep wary, except during emergencies. Grandpa Gree called him out on it, so he didn't want to ask anything anymore. The inspection party did not seem to have noticed the presences yet, as they advanced without showing any signs of particular caution. What they were wary of were magic beasts, human threats or large beasts, so they did not pay any attention to small animals. Bow wow. Oh, we're surrounded. Ro spread his detection magic farther, but did not detect any nearby presences. They had to be far if his magic failed to reach. They are probably targeting the twins, trying to provoke them. Grandpa Gree seemed to be positively enjoying itself. In contrast, hearing that they were the targets, the twins' mood turned sour. They silently bared their fangs, intimidating the surroundings. After a while, Ro's detection magic picked up something. They were the same presences he felt before, very small ones. There were so many, however, that they managed to surround the whole inspection party. The leaves and branches in the surroundings started rustling. They started making sounds on purpose. They had approached without making a sound, so it was hard to imagine that they were so careless as to make sounds when they were close to their enemies. Only the servant beasts noticed this, however. Something's coming. Hearing the rustling, one of the knights shouted. It was a man, so he had to be one of the knights hurriedly assigned to the party, as the Nemophila knights were all women. He had to be quite experienced, as he realized something was approaching only by hearing a faint sound. However, he was just a knight added to the party as an expendable pawn. He was not skilled enough to properly deal with emergencies. Why didn't anyone else notice? Who cares about that? Prepare for battle. Nothing comes up in my detection magic. Are you really sure? Maybe he was too frightened and overreacted? No, there really is something. The spellcaster using detection magic from the carriage's coachman seat denied the knight's words, but the knight responded vehemently. The spellcaster's detection magic targeted humans and magic beasts, so they couldn't find such small presences. The other knights weren't sure how to react and just watched as the spellcasters and the knight quarreled. They were wary of the surroundings, but gave no orders or even stopped the convoy to take a defensive formation. Too inexperienced. Incredibly so. They aren't taking a single countermeasure. I guess it can't be helped. Ro's group, at the back end of the convoy, was pretty easygoing. The twins, however, did not hide their hostility and were faintly growling. Another rustle. Wah! After a relatively cute shout, the dull sound of something heavy hitting the ground was heard. What happened? Everyone's eyes focused on one spot. There, a female knight had fallen from her horse. Something bumped against me. The female knight spoke in more arrogant tones while on duty, but the unexpected occurrence probably made her forget about it. She was not hurt from falling, but she was dazed and couldn't stand up right away. It can't be. My detection magic. The spellcaster's words were cut off when something smacked his forehead. It was a shock strong enough to knock him unconscious. The spellcaster collapsed on the coachman's seat. The light magic he was casting flickered out for a moment, but another light magic spell soon appeared. Grandpa Gree had cast it, but no one noticed it. They all thought someone from the inspection party did it. Enemy attack. Stop the convoy. Soldiers, get off the carriages and get in formation. Why yes. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. They finally realized they were under attack and started preparing for battle, but it was already too late. The next moment, something bumped against the tail of the horse, drawing the carriage in front, sending the horse into a panic and running off wildly. It was the carriage with the soldiers on it. The soldiers were standing up to prepare for the enemy attack, so the horse's sudden rampage sent them flying and bumping into each other like falling dominoes, piling on top of each other, unable to move. The wild horse advanced for a few meters, then made a wide U-turn, but the carriage was caught in a large root and fell over. Ah! That's bad. Let's go help them. Ro was calm, believing Grandpa Agri's words that they would not be lethal, but he finally lost his cool. Even if the enemy had no intention to kill, an accident could cause unforeseen deaths. Thinking about it, Grandpa Agri never showed any care or attention to anyone other than Ro or the twins. As long as the griffin was with them, they did not risk death, but the same could not be said for the inspection party. Bow wow. What's wrong? The twins growled in a low tone, as to oppose Ro's orders. They didn't move, nor did Grandpa Agri. The griffin was another story, but the twins would always obey him immediately. The twins can't move, brat. They are only attacking this much because the twins are keeping them at bay. They chose the twins as partners for their game, after all. They're trying to shake them to make them move. But if they do, we'll be bombarded by an all-out attack. Ro recalled the result of his detection magic. They were completely surrounded. If the enemy launched an all-out attack, the inspection party would be annihilated in seconds. Then, Grandpa Agri, I have promised not to move! Ro was confused for a moment by Grandpa Agri's words, then ran towards the knocked-over carriage. If the servant beasts didn't move, he had to do something himself. He was irritated by Grandpa Agri's mischievous grin, but there was no time to waste scolding the griffin. The situation would worsen in the time spent talking. The other horses were struck by light objects and lost control, one after the other. They might start rampaging at any moment. The soldiers riding the carriages other than the first one got off, but they didn't know what was going on and were frightened by the attack, so they moved sluggishly. The male knight, who first noticed the aggressors, was barking orders, trying to arrange the convoy in a defensive formation. No one had the leeway to go help the soldiers in the knocked-over carriage. The female knights. The Nemophila knights were surrounding their captain's white carriage. Protecting the party's captain, who was also a noble, was probably the correct decision in this situation, but they didn't give the soldiers any orders and just acted by themselves, which was simply irresponsible. The captain, who should act before anyone else and give orders, was still inside her carriage being protected by her knights. Even Ro was shocked by their actions. He mentally concluded that she wouldn't be useful and ran to the carriage knocked over. The soldiers who were not wounded by the fall were starting to crawl out. Ro first helped the soldier who acted as coachman, thrown off by the rampaging horse. He was unconscious, but seemed to have only fractured his hands. Please gather the wounded in one place. Anyone not wounded, make a circle and protect them. Ro then laid the coachman soldier down next to the carriage and sprinkled a recovery potion on him. He had a bone fracture, so Ro used a medium-grade potion. His potions were much more effective than normal ones, so even a medium-grade potion could probably heal skull fractures. Sorry. Please take care of him. Yes. Looking at Ro using recovery potions without hesitation, a soldier carrying a wounded comrade approached him. Ro immediately used a potion on the wounded soldier. Normally, he would check the soldier's condition and decide the grade of the potion to use, but there wasn't enough time. The top priority was not to let the wounded die. A medium-grade magic potion could provide temporary relief for any kind of wound, so he decided to use medium-grade potions for everyone at first. He took some more potions out of his magic bag and placed them on the ground. Please use these on anyone wounded. Hey! Aren't these medium grades? Can we really? There's no time to worry about that. Oh, yeah, sorry. Ro left the healing to a nearby soldier and went to the crashed carriage. When the horse fell over, the harness got caught and broke its neck, so it was already dead. Ro peeked inside the carriage and saw several wounded soldiers inside. They were stuck inside the carriage, which twisted because of the fall, and couldn't even crawl out. Some of them tried to lift the part they were stuck under, but it didn't look like they could manage. "I'll help you now." Ro then grabbed the knife at his waist. "What are you going to do?" Seeing the knife, one of the soldiers shouted, but Ro smiled in reply, as not to intimidate them. "I'll dismantle the carriage and get you out." Ro then started cutting the carriage with his knife, as its framework got in the way of the rescue. The carriage was made with wood and looked shabby, but it was sturdy enough to transport soldiers and supplies while also reinforced with magic. Its framework was as sturdy as iron. "Eh? What?" The soldiers thought it was something ridiculous, but, contrary to their predictions, Ro's knife easily cut through the carriage's frame. Ro's knife was a bit larger than usual ones, as it was made to dissect magic beasts. Its true essence, however, lied not in its shape, but in the line of mithril embedded into the blade. The knife could be imbued with magic and cut through anything. Just like Dietrich did when he cut down the mithril golem, Ro wrapped twin magic around the blade and cut through the carriage's framework. The blade of wind could even cut through mithril, so it cut through the iron-like frame like a hot knife through butter. The lightly glowing knife, enveloped in wind magic, looked like it had a divine aura. "I'll dismantle the carriage and let you out. Please leave me enough space." Ro talked again to the shocked soldiers and had them move away, then started cutting down the carriage to dismantle it. He used a great quantity of magic power, but thanks to the contract with Grandpa Gree their magic power reserves were one and the same, so he wouldn't run out of magic power anytime soon. Ro was irritated with Grandpa Gree, instead, for not lifting a claw despite people's lives being on the line, so he used as much magic power as he could, without any restraint. Not that Grandpa Gree's magic power would ever run out even if used a spell like that for hours, though. Sorry. Let us do something to help too," a soldier timidly called to Ro. His serious expression as he cut the carriage, metal fittings and all, with such ease scared them a little. If that same knife was directed towards them, their armor and body would probably be easily cut too, killing them in an instant. Ro, instead, was trying to dismantle the carriage and rescue their comrades. Rather than fear, the desire to help him was stronger. "Thank you. Please move away the parts I cut down then." "Got it. Leave it to us." Ro would not imagine even for a second that they were afraid of him and, happy that they would cooperate, replied with a smile. Looking at his smile, the other soldiers felt their fear disappear and smiled too. "I'm going to help too." "Me too." The soldiers healed thanks to Ro's recovery potions spoke up too. The other soldiers were guarding the surroundings and did not join in, but they probably felt the same, as they occasionally looked at Ro, curious to see how the rescue operation went. Thanks to more and more soldiers cooperating, the carriage's dismantling proceeded smoothly and the soldiers inside were rescued in a matter of minutes. "This soldier is only lightly wounded." 5 soldiers had been trapped inside. They were all unconscious, but they only fell on each other when the carriage was knocked over, so the other soldiers acted as cushions and were mostly unhurt. "This soldier's ribs are fractured, stabbing his organs." The soldiers close to the floor of the carriage, pressed by all the others, were gravely wounded. Their legs were twisted in unnatural directions, their stomach bleeding, some of them were spitting blood too. The soldiers saw their comrades, rescued from the carriage but in terrible condition, and despaired. "A low-grade potion is enough for that one, but this one needs a high-grade potion. Let's give medium-grade potions to the others and see how things develop." "Eh? A high-grade?" "Don't worry." Such wounds indeed needed a high-grade magic potion to be healed. The soldiers, however, were surprised to see Ro use such expensive potions so easily. "Done. The blood you lost won't come back, so please rest for now. Next is." Ro healed the wounded, then looked around. While he was helping the soldiers, the things hiding in the forest stopped attacking. They did not withdraw, however. Ro's detection magic showed that they were still surrounding the party. Maybe they waited for Ro to heal the wounded. As Grandpa Gree said, they did not intend to kill anyone. In that case, now that everyone was healed, they would probably start attacking again. "They're coming." The presences started moving and Ro's expression stiffened. A bush near the road rustled. And, a rabbit. From the bushes, a small, milky white rabbit appeared. There was no mistake, it was really a rabbit. Not a magic beast, a simple white rabbit. It came out of the bushes and scratched its ears with its hind legs. Ro was taken for an instant by that cute scene. Ah, this is... The next moment, Ro realized his mistake. It's a trap. His detection magic had detected many small animals in the surroundings. The white rabbit in front of him now definitely fits the description. Ro was aware of this. But even so, his reaction was too slow. No human managed to react in time. They couldn't see the rabbit as an enemy and lowered their guard. They couldn't be enemies if a rabbit was present, as small animals were very wary of danger. Gah! Wah! As soon as Ro shouted, one soldier after the other was knocked out. The aggressors were small shadows jumping out of the woods. Too fast for the human eye to register, they jumped around using the ground, the tree trunks and even the branches as foothold. One of them headed in Ro's direction. It came from his blind spot, but he somehow noticed it thanks to his detection magic. Despite noticing, he couldn't dodge in time. With a dull thud, Ro felt a strong impact on the back of his head. At the same speed as it attacked Ro's head, the shadow jumped back and disappeared once again in the darkness of the forest. Ouch! Ro managed to resist. He knew he couldn't dodge the hit and decided to use body reinforcement magic instead. He cast the spell at a speed impossible for an average person and reinforced his body almost instantly. It was all thanks to reinforcement magic expert Cornelia's teachings and special training, paired with Ro's dexterity, honed by his daily concoction of magic potions. Even if he could stand that one hit, however, the attack would not stop. The leaping shadows probably understood that one would not be enough to knock Ro out, so he was attacked again, by 3 shadows this time. Ro took out his knife and prepared to counter them. But he was pretty sure he couldn't deal with all 3 of them. Ro was prepared to be knocked out, when a howl shook the whole forest. That cry stopped everything. Even Ro, who knew that the howl belonged to the twins, felt like his heart was being crushed. Not only the soldiers and the knights, but even the leaping shadows stopped. The only sounds that could be heard were the trees falling after being shaken by the cry. "They're really rabbits." Ro, who recovered first, whispered to himself. He could recover quickly thanks to having spent many years with the twins. The shadows that had attacked Ro and the inspection party were clearly rabbits. They were not all white, like the one which appeared from the bushes. Some had brown or black spots, but they were all rabbits. Some had pointy ears, others had droopy ears. Intimidated by the twins' howl, the rabbits were confused, their heads spinning. Humans received less damage. The twins' intimidating howl stopped them from moving, but they were recovering quickly. Some soldiers and the Nemephila knights, however, were sitting on the ground, holding their heads with their hands. They were intimidated while they were in a state of deep fear, so they were probably affected more than others. Rabbits are more sensitive to sound, after all. The twins' howl of intimidation hit the rabbits harder, as their large ears caught sounds more effectively. They were all incapable of doing anything at the moment. The twins ran towards Ro, as fast as the wind. They did not lower their guard, however. They stood at his side and growled while looking at the surroundings. "There's more, right?" The twins nodded, growling while baring their fangs. Ro's detection magic showed other presences. The rabbits still hiding in the forest were many times more the ones now wobbling around the road. There might be even more outside of Ro's detection range. The twins' mood was foul, however, not because of the rabbits in the forest. When Ro was first attacked, they tried using magic to get close to him, but the spell didn't work. Their magic was sealed by Gramp Ugly. In the time they were surprised by the miscast, they allowed Ro to be attacked. Then Gramp Ugly told them that offensive magic might kill the rabbits, so only use normal attacks, which can be controlled more easily. They did unleash a flurry of kicks on Gramp Ugly immediately after, but they were still angry. "What should we do?" Ro couldn't come up with any good ideas. Little by little, the rabbits' encirclement became smaller and smaller. "What are these?" "Rabbits." "They're rabbits, right?" "What the?" "We got done in by rabbits." "For real?" The soldiers, recovering from the twins' intimidation, looked at the wobbling rabbits and expressed their confusion. Since the enemies that ambushed them and created chaos in their ranks were small and weak-looking rabbits, their reactions were justified. Some soldiers were even knocked unconscious by them. Their pride had been shattered. The soldiers weren't aware, but the people living in the area called this forest Humiliation Woods. All humans who entered it were beaten senseless by the rabbits, which looked much weaker than them, but their lives were always spared and they could leave it safely. The stronger the humans were, the more their pride was hurt by the rabbits, so often they would give up on battles for the rest of their lives. Hence the name Humiliation Woods. Very few dared speak to other people, except very close ones, of the shame they suffered in the forest. For this reason, rumors of the forest did not spread to other regions. The inspection party had carefully researched the route to the Citadel dungeon before the departure, but had no information about the forest. Twins, do not kill even one of them. If you do, rest assured that our party will suffer deaths as well. HMPH. Grandpa Gree's warning reached the twins, but they snorted in response, since they were still angry at the griffin. Ro then tried to calm them down. Please. I don't want anyone to die. Wyan, please protect the soldiers too. I'll be okay by myself. I think. Ro's words seemed to lack confidence, so the twins nodded reluctantly. Everyone, please group together if you can. They're coming again. Put anyone unconscious in the center and huddle up as if forming a circle. Ro thought that this would make it easier for the twins to protect the whole party. Originally, he did not have the authority to give orders to them, though. All of you, follow the adventurer's instructions. If you want to survive, do as he says. The male knight, however, seemed to have decided to trust Ro and called to the soldiers in support of him. The reason was that Ro had saved the soldiers' lives and was the only human capable of withstanding the rabbits' attacks. The soldiers obeyed sincerely, they didn't hesitate and acted immediately, as if they trusted Ro too. They formed a circular formation, with the unconscious troops in the center. There were also exceptions, however. The Nemephla Knights did not move from the captain's carriage. They seemed undecided, but glared at Ro with frustration. Ro made sure that the soldiers moved into one spot and glanced at the twins, instructing them to protect them. The rabbits are attacking again. Ro shouted at the surroundings. At the same time, trees and bushes rustled and the rabbits quickly leapt out, like a sudden avalanche. Countless rabbits popped out of the woods, covering the area with their numbers! Even Ro, who predicted the attack thanks to detection magic, was surprised. He used the maximum amount of body reinforcement magic to prepare for the rabbit's attack. He closed his eyes, bracing for the impact, thinking he would surely be able to withstand attacks by rabbits, no matter how many. Nothing came his way, however. Ro slowly opened his eyes and noticed that the rabbits were flying everywhere, except towards him, just like a stream splitting around a rock. The rabbits that headed towards Ro deftly picked up the rabbits confused by the twins' intimidation and disappeared in the woods on the other side of the road. It all happened in 1 second. The soldiers grouped together couldn't move a finger either. Are we saved? The soldiers saw the rabbits run off apparently without even looking at them. But the very next moment, several soldiers shouted in surprise and pain. It wouldn't be over so easily, after all. After saving the confused rabbits, the rescuers disappeared into the forest, but quickly turned back and resumed the offensive. Their movements were so quick they deceived not only the soldiers who felt relieved for a moment but even the wary magic wolf twins. One after the other, the soldiers were knocked unconscious. The rabbits used the trees and branches and attacked the soldiers from all directions. Yip. The twins tried howling again to intimidate the rabbits, but were kicked on the mouth and stomach with perfectly calculated timing and could not howl. The twins tried running to avoid the attacks, but the rabbits took advantage of their numbers, so there were no gaps to use to flee. The knights and soldiers tried to sweep the rabbits with their swords, but they barely managed to protect themselves. The rabbits targeted the hands holding the swords and knocked them out of the troops' grip. The unconscious soldiers kept increasing. Why? No, stop it. The Nemephla Knights, still protecting the carriage, were in an even worse situation. Surrounded and unable to make a single movement, they were kicked away and rolled on the ground. The rabbits then used them as footholds and stomped on them, as if they enjoyed it, since they continued to do so long after they lost consciousness. It was only small rabbits jumping on it, but the knights' luxurious armor with Nemephla patterns was twisted and crushed, their swords broken, their helmets kicked away in the darkness of the forest. The others are powerless against them, are they? The twins lack experience too, evidently. They have no experience fighting numerous enemies faster than them, so it can't be helped, but well, it will be good experience. Grandpa Agri's tone was perfectly calm. The griffin was lazily lying on a gigantic fallen tree trunk, looking down at the rabbit mayhem. For whatever reason, the rabbits did not do anything to the griffin, as if it wasn't there in the first place. It might have made a secret agreement with whatever commanded the rabbits. Grandpa Agri. Ro barely managed to resist the rabbit's attacks with his body reinforcement magic, but was about to fall to his knees. He protected his head with his hands and couldn't even use his knife. I am not going to help, brat. This is a trial for you and the twins. If you can't handle a situation like this, you'll die in the Citadel dungeon. Besides, the adventurer you aspire to be is not protected by others, right? Ro clenched his teeth in frustration, emitting a grinding sound. Well, looks like the boss is finally making their appearance. You three, it's time to struggle and achieve your growth. Grandpa Agri's haughty voice did not reach Ro anymore. As if prompted by the griffin's words, a presence stood out in Ro's detection field. He was focused on it. It was as large as the other rabbits, but its aura was much more powerful. It was a dangerous opponent, that much was certain. It slowly approached the party from the direction they were heading. A shrill, rabbit-like cry could be heard. All the rabbits stopped in their tracks, sniffed the air, then moved towards the road, then lined up neatly in 2 rows, on the left and right side of the path. They looked like spectators preparing to see a parade. Or rather, knights preparing to welcome the appearance of their king. Stomp, 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 stomp. The rabbits started stomping the ground, rhythmically, in unison. The heavy sound echoed through the forest. The soldiers and knights still conscious were completely taken in by the sudden development. The solemn atmosphere made it clear to everyone what was going to happen. The king was coming. The king, leader of the rabbits, was going to enter the scene. From the direction everyone's eyes were glued to, it finally appeared. A pitch-black rabbit with drooping ears. It was as large as the other rabbits, it even looked smaller than some of the larger ones in the pack. Its beautiful black fur, however, glowed under the light created by Grandpa Agri's magic. Its long black drooping ears, which almost touched the ground, made it look like it was carrying a mantle over its shoulders as they fluttered. A rabbit king, through and through. All the humans present swallowed their breath. Only 4 people, or rather, 1 human and 3 magic beasts reacted differently. HMPH, what a show-off. Grandpa Agri spat out a comment as the rabbits still continued their rhythmic pounding. Win. The magic wolf twins slowly came closer to Ro, rubbing their bodies against his legs. Ro gently patted their heads, while looking at the approaching black rabbit. Listen, I'm going to do my best too. So please lend me your strength. Ro's resolve was made. Not to fight while the servant beasts protected him, but to fight alongside them. Ro gripped his knife and wrapped it in wind magic. Stomp, 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 stomp. The Rabbit King looked straight at Ro and the twins. The part which seemed to be glowing was white fur mixed with the black. Maybe it was a natural pattern, or the effect of the rabbit's age. In any case, it did not diminish the rabbit's regal presence in the slightest. Stomp, 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 stomp. The Rabbit King finally arrived before Ro and stopped. Stomp, stomp. The rabbit's stomping stopped. Exactly 1 moment later, stomp. A final, louder stomp was the signal! The Rabbit King disappeared from Ro's sight. At the same time, a shock ran through his knife. Ro almost dropped it, but thanks to physical reinforcement magic and the nervousness that stiffened his grip, he managed to hold on to it. The Rabbit King was once again before Ro. His knife and the Rabbit King's ears were crossed, just like 2 warriors locking swords. Wind magic. Ro's knife was enveloped in wind magic and faintly glowed. The Rabbit King's ears too glowed faintly themselves. Both lights had the same green hue, they were using the same type of magic. Wing Rabbit. Ro, surprised, whispered to himself. After he did, it looked like the Rabbit King's mouth formed a grin. Wing rabbits were rabbit-like magic beasts. They used wind magic on their long, drooping ears to fly and slash with wind cutters. Despite their looks, they were very dangerous magic beasts. There weren't supposed to be any in the Batu Kingdom, however. Ro only read about them in books and had never seen one before. Caillou! The Rabbit King cried, then twisted its body. It leapt in the air as if dancing and landed without a sound. Only then did Ro feel pain on his cheeks. Before he could realize it, he was wounded and bleeding. The ear that was not blocked by his knife probably did it. Woof! The red magic wolf jumped at the Rabbit King, but it was easily dodged. Woof! The blue magic wolf then tried to take advantage of the Rabbit King's blind spot, but it was dodged too. The Rabbit King was clearly faster than them, and it even looked like it wasn't making an effort either. No matter how much they jumped, the twins wouldn't be able to even touch it. Irritated by a goal they couldn't reach, the wolf twins growled. Oh yes, you can use magic against that opponent. I don't know if you can hit it, though. Grandpa Gree lightly mocked the twins, who glared back. They couldn't use long-range magic yet, so they needed to touch the opponent to use their magic. They could extend magic from their claws, but only for a few centimeters. Grandpa Gree knew it, so it taunted them about not being able to touch the Rabbit King. Caillou! The Rabbit King jumped backwards, putting more distance between them, then launched a spell from its long ears. Be careful! The spells, launched from both ears, targeted the twins. They were wind cutter blades, long-range magic spells, as if the Rabbit King wanted to respond to Grandpa Gree's taunt. The twins quickly dodged them, but then realized something and looked behind them, worried. They focused on dodging and did not check if there was anyone behind them. Luckily, the wind cutter blades only slashed some trees before dissipating. Taking advantage of the opening created by the twins looking behind themselves, the Rabbit King attacked Ro, who stopped the wind magic-powered ear blades with his knife. His movements were still crude, but he managed to block the attack. Is it going easy on me? Ro tried to slash the Rabbit King several times, then reached this conclusion. His opponent was clearly going easy on him. Or rather, it looked like it was training him through battle. Whenever Ro failed to block the Rabbit King's attacks, it slightly changed its aim. Despite the fact that they were both using wind magic, it was strange that Ro could block the Rabbit King's attacks without being overwhelmed. The Rabbit King was probably adjusting his magic power to Ro's level. The twins probably noticed it too. They were irritated at first, but eventually started moving more calmly. If that's how it is. Ro jumped backward and opened a large space between them. The Rabbit King too moved further from Ro and the twins. Phew. He wanted to decide the next strategy, but he couldn't discuss it with the twins. He looked at them and found that they were looking at him too. Their clear eyes were pleading Ro to believe in them. What Ro could do was to fully believe in them and do what he could, with all the strength he could muster. Let's do this, Ro whispered to himself, then prepared his knife for the next attack. The Rabbit King probably understood that Ro decided what to do, as it grinned again. Caillou! With a sharp cry, the Rabbit King leapt towards Ro. Its ears were already wrapped in wind magic and glowed faintly. Ro cast body reinforcement magic, but focused it more on speed than defense. Body reinforcement magic boosted the body's resilience and muscular power. Boosting muscular power raised the user's speed too, naturally, but differently from using it to protect oneself. The boost's timing was difficult. Cornelia's teachings hadn't reached that step yet, but Ro thought he could manage to do it at least for a second. Ro could actually move faster than usual. He swung his knife imbued with wind magic straight at the king rabbit, which parried it with its ears. The moment their wind magic clashed, Ro weakened his magic power. Caillou! The king rabbit was surprised by the development. It had adjusted its magic power to evenly clash with Ro's, so it lost balance. It risked cutting Ro's knife and maybe even killing Ro himself. The Rabbit King weakened its magic power to match Ro's. The moment the Rabbit King's magic weakened, Ro boosted his own to the max. A flash of magic light, the faint glow turned very bright. Ro's suddenly boosted wind magic did not form a wind cutter blade, unfortunately, but even so it managed to push back the Rabbit King. Caillou! The Rabbit King spun in the air, trying to regain its balance. Ro, however, took advantage of his boosted speed and grabbed its leg! The Rabbit King then completely lost its balance. Even so, it managed to kick Ro with its free leg and slip out of his grip. However, woof! The magic wolf twins came to assist Ro. They approached the Rabbit King as fast as they could and attacked with their claws. Pitch-black rabbit fur danced in the air. The result was that they managed to inflict a small wound on the Rabbit King. Even if the twins struck with their magic-infused claws, they could only cause 2 small wounds on the Rabbit King's back. They tried to attack again, but wind-cutter blades from the Rabbit King's ears stopped them. The Rabbit King landed, then jumped again to put more distance between them. Its expression seemed somewhat content. "I suppose you pass." Stomp, stomp. As soon as Grandpa Gree spoke, the Rabbit King stomped the ground loudly. It was a signal. All the rabbits scattered and disappeared into the forest. 1 second later they were already gone. The Rabbit King, who remained behind by itself, winked at the group and jumped. It then used wind magic on its ears to fly away like a bird. Did it really? Wink at us. Ro's body felt less tense and his legs started shaking. His clothes were torn and had traces of blood here and there. No one answered Ro's question. The soldiers and knights were standing dumbfounded, as if they just woke up from a dream. If there weren't so many unconscious soldiers, cut down trees and the broken down carriage, they might think it was really a dream. Or rather, a horrible nightmare. They were attacked by a horde of rabbits and could not lift a finger against them. In the end, they were saved by a young adventurer boy and his young servant beasts. It sounded like nothing but a nightmare, but it was reality. It would take them some more time to fully understand what happened. "You all catch those rabbits. If we let them go without doing anything after they attacked us, the name of the Nemephilinites will be blemished." Then, a woman's high-pitched voice resounded in the surroundings. Everyone still conscious looked towards its owner, Count Amidon's 4th daughter, captain of the Nemephilinites, leader of the Citadel Dungeon Inspection Party, Eileen James Amidon. She came out of the carriage she had stayed in until now, her face pale as a sheet, and shouted. No one responded to her order, however. Her personal guards, the Nemephilinites, had been whacked unconscious by the rabbits and the other troops were still dazed and could not understand what she was saying. "What is wrong with you all? Did you not hear my orders? Because of those rabbits the carriage was broken down and you almost died, did you not? Go catch them all." Eileen continued shouting and the soldiers gradually understood what she was going on about, creating an atmosphere of incredulous disappointment. "You didn't even do anything," someone whispered, loud enough to be heard. "Who said that?" Eileen shouted, ready to draw her sword. "Isn't that true? You knights just stayed there by yourselves and didn't do a damn thing. And you got even knocked out like that. And you were inside the carriage the whole time. You come out now and start giving orders? If you want those rabbits so much, go catch them yourself." "Yeah. When the carriage was knocked over it was the adventurer boy who saved us." "Sorry. I forgot to thank you. Thanks to you our comrades were saved. You even used so many expensive potions for us. I don't know how to thank you." "Those magic wolves are really something too. Our noble knights couldn't do jack against the rabbits, but they knocked them out just by howling. They moved like the wind, as fast as the rabbits even." "An adventurer with a griffin at his command is amazing, after all. How can you dismantle a carriage with a knife anyway?" "What the hell was that last rabbit anyway? It used magic, right? Was it a magic beast? And you stopped magic with a knife? You're incredible, dude." The soldiers first voiced their dissatisfaction with Eileen and the Nemephilinites, but gradually started praising Rowan the twins. They were the only ones who acted properly during the rabbits' attack, after all, so they were surely worthy of praise. What they said to Eileen was the truth too, and she couldn't deny the praise to Ro, so she just bit her lip in frustration, unable to say anything. The rabbit incident caused Ro's position in the inspection party to change radically. Chapter 11 Part 8 By Nilstort. The day turned into actual night and the forest was immersed in an even deeper darkness. Because of a series of events, the inspection party was forced to spend the night in the forest. The first reason was that the carriages couldn't advance anymore. The soldier's carriage that was knocked over blocked the path. It was the first one of the convoy, so it had to be removed before they could go on. The horse died too, so its corpse had to be disposed of. The soldiers also removed the other horses from the carriages, to prevent the same thing from happening, but a few of them had run away. The knights' horses also escaped and very few remained. They probably couldn't calm them down and tie them somewhere. The soldiers and knights were exhausted as well, so they didn't have enough energy to continue traveling through the forest. Especially the wounded soldiers who, despite being healed, thanks to Rose potions, couldn't be pushed too hard. The soldiers and knights knocked unconscious by the rabbits all regained their senses, but it couldn't be said that they were in top form. Because of these reasons, the party was forced to camp in the forest, but new issues arose. What do you mean, you cannot put up the tent? Of course we can't. The female knights and the soldiers preparing the camp were quarreling. The former demanded they put up Eileen's tent and the latter refused. The road was barely wide enough for one carriage, so there wasn't enough room to put up Eileen's massive tent anyway. The female knight, however, wouldn't relent, until, put it up yourselves then. The soldiers then continued their preparations. There wasn't enough room for tents, so the soldiers too would wrap themselves in blankets and sleep on the ground. The rabbits might attack again, so sleeping in tents would make it harder to see the surroundings, which was another reason why they did not use them. Hey, where's the magic bag with food supplies in it? Maybe it got lost somewhere during the commotion. Look harder. The trigger was the loss of the magic bag containing food supplies. After a thorough inspection, the soldiers found out that several supply bags were missing. Most of them contained food. The magic bags with expensive ingredients, brought for Eileen, were almost all gone. The soldiers imagined that the rabbits pilfered them, which seemed absurd, but being attacked by rabbits like that was incredible too, so no one could deny such a theory. Even if they had food supplies they couldn't cook inside the forest, however, so their dinner was dried meat and stiff bread. Even Ro followed suit. He gave smoked meat to the servant beasts and ate it with bread himself. After the meal, when it was time to sleep, Grandpa Gray moved. I'll be back in the morning. Without even giving Ro time to answer, the griffin disappeared into the forest. It wasn't rare for Grandpa Gray to disappear like that, without an explanation. It happened often for it to go off somewhere after securing Ro's safety. After Ro became able to hear its voice, Grandpa Gray always said so when leaving, so it was at least a little better. Ro looked at the griffin go, without any particular thought. He more or less guessed it would happen, so he felt more relieved than usual. I wonder if Grandpa Gray knows that King of the Rabbits, or maybe the boss of this forest, is someone else? Ro thought that Grandpa Gray went to meet an old acquaintance. Because of what Grandpa Gray said before entering that rabbit forest, Ro thought the griffin had made it on a whim. When they were attacked, however, it said that it promised not to move, so Ro noticed another acquaintance of Grandpa Gray must have set up that encounter. If that acquaintance was close, it was natural for Grandpa Gray to go see them. He could have at least told us what the rabbit's goal was, though. Woof, woof. Ro had missed the right timing to do so before, so he meant to interrogate Grandpa Gray before sleeping. Judging from the Rabbit King's actions, it seemed like their strength was put to the test, but he couldn't understand why. Oh well, let's forget about that nasty grandpa and sleep. Ro fell asleep while listening to the twins' pleased cries. Grandpa Gray was flying over the pitch-black forest. No light filtered through the thick branches, but a crescent moon was hanging bright in the sky. From above, the forest had an oval shape. The road cut through it across the shortest route. The trees around the road became packed and formed a forest. It was hard to believe, after all. If it was true, the trees would have grown along the road. In that oval forest, a bit far from the center, a mysterious, very large tree grew. It was very thick, but not very tall. Grandpa Gray landed at the foot of this tree, where the rabbit's haven was located. Countless rabbits were standing on the green moss, just like a carpet, and looked at Grandpa Gray. There wasn't any fear in their eyes, only the nostalgia to see an old friend. Their gaze towards Grandpa Gray was full of kindness. No one from that time is left, I see. Grandpa Gray's sad whisper melted away into the night. I'm coming in. The griffin looked at the rabbits, then approached the large hole opened on the side of the trunk of the mysterious tree. It was wide enough for Grandpa Gray to enter without problems. My, The noisy one is back. A voice could be heard from inside. Listen to this shitty white-haired relic. Grandpa Grea's beak spat out insults, but it was curved in a smile. It advanced inside the hole and found a rabbit. A pitch-black rabbit with long drooping ears. 3 Special Short Story by Nell Stort. Special Short Story, Dietrich and Crispies. This story happened soon after Roe bought his house. Roe and his servant beasts were eating dinner, or ox steak. Roe usually ate in the cafeteria with other Corelder Company employees, but he felt like eating a lot of meat that night, so he ate together with the meat-loving servant beasts. Here he comes again, Grandpa Gray muttered under its breath. Roe laughed wryly and continued eating. The twins just raised their ears. Soon enough, the door was loudly opened. Hey there. The guest who entered without even knocking was Dietrich. He visited Roe's house pretty much every day. What, you're eating? Nothing for me. Even if Roe knew that he visited often, to come uninvited and demand to be fed was terrible even by his standards. Roe, however, just laughed wryly. For him, Dietrich was a friend that he couldn't hate, no matter how many problems he created. He was like a big brother completely incapable of taking care of himself. He wouldn't forgive everything, but was pretty accommodating to Dietrich. Normally, any disrespect to Roe would be punished by the servant beasts, but they were currently too focused on the meat before them, so they just glared at him a bit. Roe then asked Dietrich a question. Well, is it fine if it's not the same dish? Sure. Then I have something nice for you. Roe then took out a deep dish filled to the brim with small brown cookies. I made a prototype of portable food. Dietrich stared hard at the food he had never seen before and Roe handed him a spoon. Dietrich was a bit unsure, but finally made his resolve and took the first spoonful. Grandpa Gray and the twins looked at him with utter disgust. Pretty good. Dietrich seemed to enjoy the flavor. He started to eat with more and more gusto. Roe looked at him, very satisfied. The recipe's name was Roe's Special Servant Beast Dried Feed, or New Crispies. The servant beasts absolutely abhorred the standard Adventurers Guild Crispies, so Roe tried to create an improved version. The servant beasts, however, must have been traumatized by the old ones. They didn't even try to sniff Roe's prototype. He had to find someone else to test them. They were fine for human consumption, but they were still servant beast feed. The 3 magic beasts looked coldly at Dietrich eating them so happily. In their minds, Dietrich's evaluation decreased even further. Until next time you see in Volume 4.